7 weeks of regular season play, 2 teams remain, 1 title after playoffs here, but NORD, they failed with the super team last split. Now Hito is their rookie dream. Their bootcamp gave them steam, but will they reign supreme? Nativz had a poor spring, they needed a new flame, then Voxner was his name. Winning summer was his thing. It's time for the final game. Welcome to the grand finals of the NLC. Let's get the casters in here as well, because with me today we have Duckling, we have Aragon, and we have Hiprin. I'm going to start with you, Jake. Bang of a final on the line here? What are we expecting?
I actually genuinely do think we're in for a good series. I've made my predictions. If you've seen Twitter, you've seen where I think the series is going. I don't think we're going all the way to 5 personally. I think we should get 4 games out of this series. But NORD have just something happened to them. Something happened on that final week of regular season, and they've just been on this upward trajectory ever since then. They smashed through Ruddy, who I think nobody other than maybe... I can't remember who else predicted that. I don't think even I did, actually. Nobody predicted that Ruddy were going to lose to NORD. Everyone predicted, well, quite a few of us started to predict that they were going to beat Verdant, and they smashed Verdant. I'm very much aboard the hype train for NORD right now, and I'm excited to see what Nativz we get, because if we get the Nativz but played versus Verdant in the upper bracket finals, this is going to be a 3-0, and NORD are going to be done super quick.
Yeah, I completely agree, by the way. I noticed the exact same thing. I actually disagree with you, Jacob, a little bit, though. I don't think it was an all of a sudden NORD suddenly exploded. I think it was actually a gradual build-up. I saw 2 weeks before playoffs, I started noticing these little things. They would suddenly, start synergizing their spells really well. Their team fighting would get slowly better. I think it's been a gradual build-up, and stuff like the bootcamp had definitely helped.
Yeah, I'm getting more and more excited for NORD, even if I did vote 3-0 today for Nativz. The progression NORD have made have been so impressive with so many rookies as well. So the fact that we even made it to the final now, EMEA Masters as well, I think that split is already a success. And now, obviously winning the title would just be the cherry on top.
And Hiprin, you kind of outlaid the entire bracket for the viewers at home, but let's get it on the screen here as well so that we have some visual guidance on top of that. So we have Nativz took down Verdant. That's how they got into the grand finals in a best out of 5 of all time, right? Then we have NORD versus Ruddy, a great series where Ruddy got steamrolled, as you're kind of talking about. And then speaking of getting steamrolled here, Verdant, they got knocked out by NORD as well, right? So NORD is probably the team that we would expect to be in better form here today, right? And that kind of leads into our predictions, because I feel like this is a much better talking point coming up here in a second as well. As you can see here, I am on the Nativz train, Buckling also on the Nativz train, but Aragon, you're on a 3-0 to NORD. Why is that?
It's hard to say. I've got so much faith in them, given how last series went, and it's the same sort of thought process that Hipbrain has, where I was just so unconvinced by Nativz' last series. I know they realized just how bad it went, but man, that was a bit of a slog of a watch, and I don't know what happened to them, because I swear, in the regular season, they were so much more convincing. You had the rocks in the bot lane and the top lane always pulling off the plays, but in that last series, it just felt like it was Dinvoxing versus the world.
Yeah. No, so the thing is right, Nativz have won 6 games in playoffs. Verdant lost their games to Nativz. Nativz didn't win those games. It actually feels like Nativz are coming in with 0 wins right now. It's honestly that series was such a bizarre series. I've had some choice words about it. I'm not completely sold on Nativz right now. I do think they're good enough to take at least a single game from the side of NORD. I just worry that they were so reserved and so kind of off. They didn't really want to do anything versus Nativz, who in their series that we've seen from them, they've been really proactive. Versus Ruddy, they were just taking every dragon. They got first dragon, I think, all but 1 time. And I think they got most of the dragons in the entire series. It was a 90% dragon over to NORD. They were so dominant on making stuff happen on the map. And I think that's why I'm so confident in NORD. Because it's not like they're just getting kills and they're outplaying and looking flashy. They're doing that, don't get me wrong. But that's backed up with, if something happens bot side, they'll cross map top side. They'll take a herald, they'll take plates, they'll dive top lane. If something happens top lane, they'll take the dragon, they'll dive bot lane. They always find something to do on the map. When we saw Nativz versus Verdant, neither team wanted to commit to a single objective, to a single major commitment in case it cost them heavily. So then what happened were the games had gone for 40 minutes and there'd be 8 kills because nobody was willing to make a single commitment. And I think NORD will force Nativz to do that. And I think that's why I feel that Nativz will adapt and find that win. But I do think NORD are very much a tempo setter team at the moment. And that's where my confidence in NORD's coming from.
Yeah, so guys, you guys talking about like bot and match and stuff like that. We have a comparison graphic actually between two of the main players coming through in this series. We have Nativz and we have Hito, right? And Hito has been probably the big breakout star of this entire season down there in the bot lane, Aragon. Kind of like what is going to be like the deciding factor between these two players today?
I think it's incredibly close, but yeah, no, just like you said, you've got the rookie in Hito, first ever competitive split, I believe, didn't even play ranked seriously until last year, and suddenly 1.2k LP on the ladder. I definitely think it's definitely dependent on the champions they secure. Because we've seen Voxney play his classic Severe, kind of reckless style, but he's also popped off on the Kai'Sa, right? And these champions, they play very differently in that, with Kai'Sa, you're always diving in. I definitely think what we see the AD carries play in terms of champions will dictate how we see them pilot them.
Yeah. Go on, Duckling.
I'm really excited for Voxney, right? This is his third year in a row being in the final, in the summer split. He's won it the past 2 years. That time, though, he was the one coming in from the lower bracket run, being the underdog team on Dusty and Trick, respectively. Now, though, he's on the big team, with the big name players on it, so he's the one who has to defend this crown. And with Hito, as you said, the big superstar, or not superstar, but he has become a superstar in our league, I would say, with how he has developed throughout the split. He's just come out of nowhere as a rookie, and he's taken his almost throne at the top, you could say. Now is his final opponent in Voxney, the King of Summer. But to me, I just favor Voxney in these best of 5 situations. I really think that Voxney has a mental game that is hard to describe, but regardless of how far down he might be, for example, if they go 2-0 down, I still think he can pull it back. He's done that twice before in NLC finals, and he could do it again today here. So regardless of, how slow Nativz might start off this series, I think with Voxney on their team, they can always come back.
I think the thing when it comes to Voxney is everyone knows he's talented, right? Like, he's a very, very incredible player, and I think, like Aragon said, he has this kind of the old reckless style where you farm for like 300-400 CS and then just have 6 items and carry a game. But like, we started to see more from him over the last couple of years, especially this season, where we've seen more flexibility, more play styles, more of an active side to Voxney's play style, which I think was a really needed part of like what was the missing puzzle piece for Voxney. What was interesting though was that stat. Was at the stat comparison, even though it was a little bit like a serial puzzle and you had to kind of join things up. If you did join things up, Hito and Voxney are very close to one another. In fact, Hito actually beating Voxney out on a few stats there. I'm actually shocked by that because coming to this, I just assumed the stats were going to be very Voxney favored. So it's interesting to see that Hito actually so far has been kind of going toe-to-toe, at least on the numbers front, with Voxney.
Yeah,
And
go ahead.
talking about the flexibility, right, of Voxney, I think as you're hitting the head on the nail, it is a really crucial topic, and it's something that he did a lot in his rookie split in the NLC with Trick. He was able to bring up, for example, the Lee Sin bot lane when he was being flexed all around the map as well. But over the years, and after his spell, particularly I would say over in Spain with Mad Lions Madrid, he started going back to, I'm only really playing the AD carries, I'm not really down to experiment, but I'm happy to see him go back to the flexibility, because I think that was one of his strengths originally when he came into the NLC, and I'm happy to see it slowly but surely coming back in as well.
Yeah, and speaking of like flexibility and champion tools, in the mid lane, we have Vladdy versus Oman coming up here, right? And these two players share a very similar champion pool. This is something we're diving into a bit before we went live here, Aragon, to kind of like take us through what can expect from these two players champion-wise today.
Yeah, so I'll start with Vladdy. Vladdy's way more clear-cut, right? Whereas Oman is very varied in what he likes to play. Vladdy, in the last 7 games, I believe, 6 of them has been on Jace or Yone. Okay, he's a very AD mid-centric player, which makes champions by proxy, Maokai, Sejuani, much better. Stuff that can enable him, stuff that synergizes well with these champions. So I definitely do think stuff like that will be denied. On the other hand, though, you have Oman, who's just playing whatever works for the composition, right? Often he'll get R5 counterpick. The notorious example last week was the Swain pick into a full dive composition, which I thought was a really smart idea, right? It turned around, I believe, a mid lane play where he got an instant triple kill, suddenly was accelerated because the enemy team didn't know how to deal with it. So, yeah, Oman, flexibility versus comfort, I think, is the name of the game.
I think a lot of people have had their eyes on, obviously, the Hito Voxney matchup because it's the rookie versus, the almost forever rookie in Voxney in a way, where everyone kind of looked at him as that shining star. But he's been around for so long, he's kind of lost that for me at this point. Not the shining star, more just that rookie status. But Vladdy versus Omen is actually the lane I'm really excited by. I think these two are going to be super, super fun to watch. Omen has been the decisive member for every NORD game I've seen. They've just, every time it's even, you know, in the loss, he always looks really, really solid. So I am really excited to see how these two match up. I think Jace is never going to see the light of day in this series. I think both Vladdy and Omen both like it too much. I feel like unless one of them has a really solid counter prepared, I don't expect to see the Jace at all this entire day.
Yeah, and I think that also makes it pretty interesting, right, is that both top laners here are weak side players, right? Both Catchcos as well as Shikari are great weak side players, which means that the junglers here will predominantly be spending time in the bot side, right? Which is going to be interesting to follow because we have seen Stefan completely take over enemy junglers before, right? So that's another X factor to throw into that mid lane matchup you're talking about there, right? So I think that's also something we got to keep in mind here.
Yeah. You're muted, Aragon.
My bad. I wanted to jump in here and talk about the top lane matchup real quick. I think it's like you say, right? I think it's like you say in that it's probably going to be tank v tank and very dull, because both of these top laners like to be role players, you know, and do really well in terms of stonewalling. So champs like Poppy, Ornn will be incredibly prioritized. However, if I've noticed something on Shikari's OPGG, and a strategy that they could potentially use is something like scaling hypercarry into the tank, stuff like a Gwen, right, that he could prepare into catch costs. He has been playing Jax a lot in solo queue. He's currently 7-0 in the last week. So I wonder if that'll be pulled out as an answer into these tanks that they're going to blind pick.
Yeah, so like another thing that's worth noting here as well is that we're waiting for a few things to come through here, but the picks and bans are actually kind of underway, it seems like, guys, and we can kind of get to see the first picks here, so kind of start talking us through the bans here, Declan.
I mean, yeah, obviously I have to just get that ready, but I can see the Rill is the first pick. I am instantly reminded of what NORD did just against Verdant, leaving the Rill open, allowing them to pick the Kai'Sa themselves, which as I can see it on the small screenshot, hasn't been banned. So that could be locked in Sire open as well. So a possibility alongside the blank, two very strong power picks would have been locked in there for NORD, all for the price of one Rill. I think that's definitely a worthwhile trade.
That is an absolutely amazing one there. Omen is super good on the LeBlanc, and we know that Hiddo, Xayah is Hiddo's pick. Crucial thing is the Jace has been banned away along with the Yone and the Tristana. Basically 3 mid lane bans here from NORD. They're recognizing that Omen is the carry for this team, and the person who can undo that is who I actually did place as my favorite mid of the split, Vladdy. So a lot of faith going in to make sure that Omen can carry this. I'm loving this draft.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I think some other things to highlight in terms of bans is that Seneca's Rakan's been banned away, which he just loves, right? He's so good on the Rakan, and you deny the Xayah Rakan combo as well as deny it for Seneca specifically because he's been popping the hell off on it. Azir banned away for Omen because he has also predominantly played Azir. I think he's the most played champion in this NLC split, and catch cost is Poppy, staple. And then I wanted to highlight the Jace Yone, right? This lowers the potency of the Maokai because those are very good combinations. And like I said, he is spamming these champions. Right? So Rumble locked in for Shikari. I actually expected this as the anti-tank answer because now you have your blind pick for top lane or your counter pick for top lane. It's going to be a lot harder because I imagine Ornn will be banned. It's like one of those tanks that only like does somewhat well into the Rumble, but still Rumble destroys tanks, and that's all catch cost can play.
This is a scary combo. Like, I love what NORD have put together because they've given a lot of power over to both Hiddo and Omen, but Nativz kind of just got the wombo combo. And this is one of the things that I think I definitely praised NORD of in their game versus Ruddy. Ruddy were drafting more harder to play comps where NORD were just taking comps that were very much just like headbutt Arky, win team fight. Nativz have locked in 3 champions that all do that. Like, it's just press R, win fight. So the question is how NORD actually going to find an answer to that here?
Yeah, I really like NORD's drafts so far. I think they've done phenomenally here as well, limiting a lot of the AD carry pool now, and Voxne having to go towards something like the Jinx, not getting his affiliates, which I know he likes so dearly as well, being banned away. So overall, I'm just very impressed by NORD's draft. It's moved very quickly, but it's been very powerful, and there's the Victor, something we actually talked about a bit before the show, something we could see show up as a pocket pick.
Yeah, I mean, these drafts are about wrapped up. Let's see. Oh, is it going to be the catch cost Jax? This is very off character because that is also a terrible matchup into the Rumble. I'd be very surprised if he locks it in. Let's see how he uses R5 counter pick. Into the Rumble, you have very few answers that actually work too well. He's hovering some really, really strange champions, but it's probably going to be a tank, right? That's what I imagine.
No.
Is that locked in?
That is locked in.
That is a horrendous matchup. Personally, I was watching this matchup, T1 Zeus, a VOD of this in solo queue, and he was saying how absolutely horrendous. It's hell, to quote. So let's see how he pilots it. I'm excited to see how side lane goes.
Yeah, I we'll get POV of Aragon being miserable about this matchup when we zip up there about 5 minutes in the game and see how rough it's going to be. Honestly, as much as I was very NORD favored going into this series, I think in game 1 Nativz have actually just drafted themselves a really strong team. There's so many tools for them to kind of take away from this game. I don't know. I'm gonna throw you Aragon. Where are the win conditions? What are we looking at?
What we're looking at right now is NORD has a 1-3-1 composition with a lot of disengage in the mid lane to play around that split push. You have Jax in the bot and LeBlanc in the top lane, you know, side laning away. And that's how they probably want to pilot the game until third dragon. On the other hand, you have an insane amount of AoE and zone control to dump on the Xayah in the Rumble and the Maokai. I think that's an insane combination that we've seen before. However, they have a very AP heavy top side. So if Den Voxne isn't snowballed, we have problems, right? Because that's a lot of ML value.
Yeah, absolutely. Duckling, do you want to give me your thoughts on where you feel that this game's going off the drafts?
I mean, I was very happy with how the NORD draft was going, but I am questioning a bit the Jax Rumble matchup as well. Depending on how that turns out, I am still in the NORD favor, but I do like the wrench, you could say, Nativz have thrown in there with the specifically the Victor. Because looking at Vladdy's champs played in GLL in Spring Split, that was his most played champ to quite a lot of success as well. I think only 2 losses out of 9 games or something ridiculous like that. So bringing it in, I genuinely like that, getting some comfort for Vladdy that he can perform on. And the Jinx as well, enabling a hyper carry for the Voxne is obviously also a good win condition. So I like what you've established there. The question is though, will it beat the Xayah of Hiddo? Because I know Hiddo's Xayah is very, very scary to play against.
They have a lot of space creation for Den Voxne's Jinx to hit, which is something they did in the last game of the series versus Verdant, right? They have a lot of AoE to dump on that the enemy have to focus on and avoid. However, in the top side, I think that might be made up for by the Sejuani. Now that I'm thinking about the Sejuani-Jax combination might make up for how bad the matchup is in isolation. If you pay a lot of attention towards catch costs, but then you're paying a lot of attention towards catch costs, which you don't typically do, because he's usually on tanks. On top of that, you're trying to shut down Shikari, right? Who we know just how good he is at playing Stonewall. So I actually don't like the plan from NORD. I think the execution of Nativz' draft is much easier to play than NORD's, because NORD you have to do crazy things like 1-3-1 and play through lanes that you don't typically do.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, honestly, at the moment, Nativz, it's very much, they have a lot of the tools in their camp. It's really down to them just to play that right. On the side of NORD, it's definitely a harder win condition. I do see avenues, though. They've got space that can be bought with Desire. The Brawn columns to block out a lot of people advancing forwards. You've got indecision on this Sejuani, so honestly, ganking Shikari is an option. It is an avenue. It's the only lane you can actually use the permafrost effectively with because of that, because it's a melee top laner. And yes, if they do shut Shikari down, that does unlock Kakos up in the top side, and then Omen eventually will be a menace with that static Shiv in the bot lane, in the mid lane, wherever he goes, is the kind of split push pressure. And I think the 1-3-1 might be quite hard for them to deal with, but they do have things like Jinx just gets so good at wave clearing later because you have the rockets, the range, the AoE. Rumble can just ult a large enough wave if he needs to. There's so many tools they can use to kind of shut down that split push. And then how do you tour Baron into a Rumble Rel team? Like, they're ignoring the Maokai. Yeah, but I mean, just ignoring the Maokai. Like, Rumble Rel's scary enough as it is. You had a Maokai in there. Suddenly you're not moving. Suddenly the Jinx is just getting a free hit, and then Voxy just gets the dream ADC experience.
Yep. Something I just want to highlight for Duckling, you can take your point, is that Indecision loves, when he's on these kind of like quote-unquote dog junglers where you can drop camps and do a bunch of stuff, he loves to 3-camp, which is pretty standard for Sejuani, right, and Rel. He likes to 3-camp into gank mid or bot lane, even when the lane, you wouldn't typically associate it with a lane that you would normally gank, so he's a bit cheesy early game. I'd look forward to see what he does here. He's starting blue, maybe he does 3-camps into gank mid or gank bot lane if potentially twists engages or something like that. Let's keep track of how that goes.
Now,
looking for that. Ooh, Shikari, yeah.
Just going to take a light trade. I think Shikari just going to get a couple of bonks there from Kakos, dodging the harpoon. Buys him a little bit of comfort in the lane, but nothing too major. Bot side, no one's going to help on the leashes. Are just looking to try and get that kind of that lane control sorted for themselves at the moment, as going to be a relatively chill bot lane for now at the moment. I think this mid lane is going to be interesting. I'm a LeBlanc main. I can tell you this typically can be quite a rough matchup into the Vladimir. It's definitely not like a hard countered lane, but it's definitely a rougher matchup. Although I've not tried it with a static Shiv, so I don't know if it gets a little bit easier because you can just one-shot the wave and keep it at at arm's length away, so you don't just sit and take lasers underneath your tower, which is typically how this matchup eventually ends out.
I mean, it opens you up a lot as well, right? You're able to rotate quickly when you get that static shift building, clear out the wave, maybe look to play around Hito a bit more, or Kashkas if you're winning that top lane for Omen, so opening up a lot of possibilities. But obviously for now, it will be a bit slow until those items are built, both junglers clearing towards the top side and Indecision invading.
Yeah, you can see with the priority from topside, Kachkos managed to find the pathing from the Maokai from Stefan. Now, it's the 3-camp into cheese that we're talking about. Sejuani has a lot of dueling potential at this level with a lot of burst time. She gets 60-0 usually, most champions. So let's see if someone moves over. Let's see if Shikari moves over or potentially Oman, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Interesting thing there. Stefan actually didn't reveal their health bar or anything because they W'd out of Fog of War into the bush. So Indecision didn't see Stefan enter that bush, hence the blast cone. And there was a little bit of nerves there on Indecision to actually go for that because he didn't know exactly what he was dealing with. Decides not to go for that fight. He didn't really have the mid lane or the top lane prior to make that play happen without getting turned onto. So he's just going to head back to his jungle and catch those camps and do a topside clear.
Yeah, looks like it was on the wave was on a bounce back, right? Kachkos was receiving the wave. He only managed to crash the second wave and couldn't keep it pushed. So yeah, Indecision decides not to. However, there is now vision topside. They now know which pathing that Nativz took. Nativz jungle Stefan took. Also the same as vice versa. Indecision. They know where Indecision path. Yeah, look at that matchup by the way. Now maybe you can potentially invade on second rotation camps. Let's see if in 2.5 minutes time they decide to do that.
I do really want to notice here the fact that NORD's bot lane decided against the early recall while then Voxen recalled. Instead, they pushed out the wave, went in, got the early bot side scuttle, denying a possibility of Stefan getting both of those and getting a little bit extra gold into Hito's pocket, who's looking to just try and scale up with the core, while then Voxen has gone for a bit more damage straight away with the double long swords.
They're definitely wanting to try and take over this lane if possible. Now, NORD are just going to shove it down into the spot side and maybe look for themselves for a comfortable reset opportunity. Does look like Hito thought about it, but the wave maybe looking a little bit too juicy for them, and Hito not quite set up. He is on a ward though, so yeah, has to be careful as that zap will come down. And being a relatively quiet first couple of moments. We're only 5 minutes into the game though, so it's early enough that nothing really has to have happened. But I do feel a game that is moving at a slower pace definitely suits Nativz more than it does NORD. I think I praise NORD over the fact that I thought they were a better team for playing very proactively on the map and making active plays. So far, they've tried that invade, didn't really get it to work out in their favor. There's Kakos taking himself a trade versus Shikari that maybe he doesn't want to be doing.
Yeah, just going to struggle to crash in the wave, like you said. It's really brutal, isn't it? You just barbecue the Jax. It's like... And it gets worse, right? As you get more and more points in queue, Rumble starts to bully out the Jax more and more. But bring it back to big picture, right? This is pretty standard. Exactly what you were saying about how it favors Nativz, I completely agree with you, right? And this is because of just the nature of the front-to-back composition. You have 2 tanks, a lot of AoE space generation, so that Denvoxne can hit. But let's see if this gank works out.
Well, they're going to look for it. Twists gets himself slowed down. They flash onto Denvoxne. They try to catch him out, but they can't. Denvoxne having to burn Clash and Cleanse to get away from that one. Honestly, big play there for NORD. They only burnt the single flash on Indecision, so they'll be happy.
Yeah, I really like the play there. Nativz bot lane, they obviously felt confident having recalled themselves, spent that extra gold, so they felt like if they were in a straight 2v2, they would have probably won it. Didn't really expect the third man there from Indecision, who should have probably rotated up towards his topside jungle, you could argue, to get the camps. Now he's rotated up with Seneca instead, and maybe they could look for the play mid lane. Vladi still has the flash.
Yeah, they're going to try and burn that flash at the least, catching him out with the slow. Stefan jumps forward, puts out the sapling, and that's going to be enough. Heads up play there by Vladi, just to run towards his jungler and not his tower, so he holds his flash crucially there.
Good discipline coming from the side of NORD. You can see that Shikari actually passed through the jungle, so if that fight extended, he could have pathed towards the mid lane as well, because the state of his wave, he had time. Yeah, really good, not over-chasing by NORD, respecting the Shikari on a reset, right? And now it's going to transition into top camps, right? They stole away the Wraiths, and it's just looking a little bit doomed, right, for the side of Indecision. Yes, you forced out bot flash, but at the cost of the Wraiths, now the Dragon and the Scuttlefront.
Yeah, exactly. You're mentioning it perfectly. As soon as they see Hito starting the recall, they're pinging for the Drake. They want to take it, utilize the window they had, denying Seneca's recall as well. Just buys them that extra time to take this objective for absolutely free. And if you're wondering what can NORD get back, well, Indecision, he can sneak away a Grump, but that's really all they're going to get in return.
Oh, Dragon there goes over to the side of Nativz, and another thing kind of happening away from the style that we've typically seen from NORD during these playoffs. They've been very active at getting those first Dragons, and this time, didn't have the pressure, didn't have the power, unable to really get too much for that. Indecision gets a gromp. That's a very, very thin silver lining.
Yeah, but crucially, everyone's on a reset now, right? Top lane reset, Indecision reset, and Herald spawns in a minute's time. Let's see who contests this Herald, because that is a decent spike for topside right now for the side of NORD. Maybe they can contest this Rift Herald if potentially Seneca roams up, right? That is a very potent level 6 for the side of NORD. Honestly, the same can be said for Nativz. They have so much AoE, I just want to see a brawl go down.
Yeah, I mean, there's an area where Shikari could just try and force a trade with Kakos because he's got his TP and Kakos doesn't.
Yeah.
So if he can force him out, then Herald is basically guaranteed because he can just TP back towards the top side and look to pressure it up on that front. As long as he doesn't have to burn that ultimate, he can save that for a potential Herald counterplay.
I do want to highlight, though, there's still a lot of cooldowns on Voxen here, so even if he decides to rotate, he would be an easy target for a potential Herald, or maybe NORD just look to make another play bot lane. Indecision just ticked over to level 6, cleared out the bot lane camps, Oman being opened up as well on the map, so there is still a window where NORD could do something, but they would leave open the counterplay, as you said, of the Herald.
Yeah, if Oman moved down there, they'd have a choice to make, right? They'd have to cover or miss out on topside counts, but it does look like that play's not going to happen, and you can see Seneca is actually moving up towards Rift Herald now. Oman does have the priority in the mid lane, but like you said, Hitbrain, that matchup just looked pretty grim. I'm not going to lie.
It's rough.
Top lane, yeah, top lane crucially, though. Catch cost is pushed in, I believe. It's hard to tell just with the icons. Again, let's see which top laner moves down first. Shikari does have vision in the river, so Catch cost might be a little bit afraid, but it looks like Catch cost does have the pushing wave.
Yeah, but also it's Rumble. He'll just press Q.
Yeah.
His wave will be gone, and then suddenly he doesn't have the pushing wave anymore.
Yeah.
Shikari definitely happy with the fact he got counterpicked with a Jax. It was interesting that NORD did save their counterpick for this Jax pick. You know, I'm not going to completely write it off, because if I'm completely fair to Kakos right now, he's actually equal in farm.
Doing well.
He's got the boots, he's got the sheen, like, this should be way more miserable than it is. So he's actually managing this incredibly well, especially when, you know, he did take some earlier fairly rough trades into Shikari. And Shikari's not the kind of player who would take those trades and then be too scared to follow it up. Like, he's the player who will punish you for those plays. So,
yeah,
honestly, props to Kakos for playing this particular lane as well as he has.
Everyone's moving up to Rift Herald now. Just take a look. Before this Rift Herald fight starts, look at the vision on near the Wraiths as well. That ward is going to stay there until second Drake spawns too, as a potential TP ward for the side of Catch cost when his TP is up too. So NORD have done something really great in that they've set up vision for the next objective as well, for the teleport, as well as secure this Rift. I thought that if they went and invaded and tried to cross map with vision down bot side, that Nativz would actually stop this Rift Herald, but they were too terrified to even do that.
The teams really don't seem to be fancying a scrap this game so far, just playing very defensive, and a very bad trade there for Kakos, who goes back into the wave. That Shikari, instead of trying to contest the Herald, decided to freeze and deny just a couple minions, able to build him back up a small CS lead, but 10 minutes in, still no first, but the teams look like they're just playing the map, giving the respect they need whenever they feel like it, and not overestimating their abilities at this point of the game.
To be fair, right, like, for Jax, your one-item spike is the biggest. Everyone knows it's Divine Sunderer. And for LeBlanc, your one-item spike is the biggest point in your kit as well. You have Static Shiv, and you play the side lanes with these items. So maybe, you know, NORD, they're just deciding not to contest because they're playing for these spikes, which would be, you know, it would reflect the discipline really well that we've seen. Does look like neither team's actually going to start up Dragon either. So what am I talking about? It's in a minute's time. They are going to get secure vision. Old man moment. My bad, my bad. Looks like Stefan's just going to clear up the top side with his respawning counts, but look at these plates at Invox now. That is a lot of gold. He'll probably be able to get a reset as well, spend some gold, and be strong for this Dragon spawning.
He's got the Kraken Slayer. He's basically fresh off a reset, so he's quite happy. Hiddo also matching him on the Kraken Slayer, though, so even though those plates did go down, it's actually somewhat made up for by the fact that it was a coal start for Hiddo, so he's kind of cashed in on that coal. Basically 2 plates worth of gold off the back of that one as Decision's thinking about coming in onto Hiddo here, but ward obviously going to block him out from actually being able to make a play. And with the Dragon spawning up in 20 seconds, NORD want to try and get some pressure here, but the vision control very much in the favor of Nativz. So I'll have to see if Nativz are going to feel comfortable to step up. Ults available on the Indecision, while Denvoxney has both those summoner spells back.
Yeah, you just make sure when you're looking at the second Dragon, the most important thing is to look at teleports. Both teleports are up for the top laners because now they can teleport away. The thing is, though, Jax is much better at taking the plates to punish if the Rumble decides to teleport, and so we might not actually see that happen, but Shikari does have the prio. Let's see who contests.
Stefan got first item as well. Could look to poke them out, but they look like you're just kind of all in.
Yep, they're going to put up the Twisted Advance there. Not going to actually block anything out yet. They do throw the ultimate out onto Denvoxny. Can't quite hit it. And actually, that's some pretty low health bars. In comes Catchcost on that flank. He's going to eat the whole team. He's going to go down, but they trade it out 1-for-1. NORD secure themselves the dragon as well as they desperately try and limp away from the follow-up damage. Hiddo going very low. Does still have that flash. He's going to burn it. In comes Twist. Jump away to safety. Seneca gets stunned. They put down the gravity field, but NORD are out of there.
Yeah, Catchcost, you're not playing Ornn, buddy. You're not that tanky. That was really brutal as Nativz come out on the win, and they just have to get a consolation prize of a mid lane wave.
I mean, that was a very close fight there in the end. 1-for-1, the Drake over to NORD, and they do manage to pick up a couple plates as well. The flank from Kashkas, I kind of like the idea to, you know, separate up the fight, but as you said, he's not playing on, he's not able to survive for long, and in the end, all NORD were able to get in the meantime was Stefan, who went in pretty early. I'm surprised they didn't try and just poke them out beforehand, but Stefan just simply too late with the reset, focusing on that first item instead, the Demonic Embrace, which did end up getting purchased, but yeah, he's in an awkward situation, gets hit by the Q, concussive blow stacks up, and at that point he's pretty much just dead, and Kashkas just buys time for his team to take him down.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up being a 1-for-1, so it's not the end of the world, right? But this did look a little bit scary with the Jinx resets from Denvoxny. Catchcost just got CC'd, right? The gravity field just meant he couldn't kite back after using all his cooldowns and trying to tank to create space. So he just ended up kept getting pulled in. Let's see if in the future he manages to teamfight a little bit better around his cooldowns, but still. Looking at the bigger picture now, it's reset back to a more neutral state. Catchcost is still decently accelerated, far better than I expected him to, right? I expected him to be down 20-30 CS because that's how brutal the matchup usually is. Everyone coming out of base now. No, completed static shiv. Is that completed static shiv? I can't quite tell. There we go. Yeah, I had something overlay, so I couldn't see. The static shiv has come out, so one item spike here for the LeBlanc. Let's see what Omen can do with it.
Should now be in a much more comfortable position in this lane. Once you got that static shiv, it does mean that you can at least keep the Victor at arm's length, because that's the major problem is you have to jump into the wave to clear the wave as LeBlanc on AP LeBlanc, and then Victor just pokes you and slowly whittles down your health bar to the point where you have to reset or stay and potentially get taken out. So he can be a lot more kind of impersonal with the lane state now with that static shiv. And eventually, it will do him favors when he goes into the side lanes. But now, though, Seneca's in a little bit of trouble. Gets himself caught out. They're going to try and block out the Twisted Advance. But Hiddo does find himself in danger. Instantly throws out the cleanse. But down goes Seneca. Then Voxney's going to cash in on that kill.
Now, Seneca, without this Rakan, a lot less slippery than he typically would be, considering he loves that Rakan. Now he's on that Brom, right? He's not getting in range to W away, and see if NORD can look for a counterplay, but it doesn't look like it. Denvoxny without any mana, it's probably just going to reset, and this is exactly what we said in draft, right? Denvoxny has to be accelerated, and all this AoE is securing kills from him. He's not behind at all, and they can definitely keep looking for these mid-game team fights. As I imagine NORD might struggle to pull this off. Let's see Indecision. Oh,
yeah, they're going to jump in. They've got the chains on. Sigil of Malice, not actually going to get proc there.
Damage.
Go in for the second chains. Not going to proc the Sigil because they have to break it. Vladdy able to survive as Omen almost burns out to the Leandries at the end.
Yeah, that's the static surf build coming through. You're just lacking the damage early on. Your combos just doesn't quite burst that much anymore. And Vladdy survives that. Nice play by Indecision, I will say, spotting the opportunity to try and get something back. But Vladdy didn't even have to use the flash, able to get back with the TP and catch the wave. He loses absolutely nothing on this.
Yeah. Take a look at the lane assignments. Now we're getting the 1-3-1 we talked about. It's 16 minutes, right? Mid-game is officially started, 14 minutes time. Omen's going to catch that bot wave, and whereas Jack's Catchcost is going to go topside. And now hopefully we can play for picks in side lane. With LeBlanc, you can push and move to mid lane and farm 10 CS a minute, or you can play for picks with that chain. So they also have set up in the top side with that melee synergy with the Sejuani. Let's see if they can play for anything. It looks like they have pressure, prio in the mid lane, and they're going to look for vision though. Maybe they can set something up for Rift Herald.
And NORD starting to activate that 1-3-1, sending Omen down towards the bot lane. And yeah, Herald is in the eye, still 58 seconds on the next Drake, second Drake for either team. Would they get it? So they could make the move now, or they could try and see if it could just be a 1-for-1. Looks like Indecision has started it up, and Omen rotating up as well.
Good damage.
Yeah, nice little bit of damage, but Denvoxy just free autoing him, so it gets somewhat answered back. Has got the fleet footwork, so we'll be able to heal up off the back of that one. And this whole time, NORD have just been quite happy to take this Herald for themselves, picking that one up uncontested. Question is where are they going to use it? Are they going to try and crack mid open, or are they going to try and unlock Kakos on this top side? As he's getting himself a lovely little trade-off with Shikari. That final bonk really
First
hurt.
item spike.
Yeah,
Really
I think
coming through.
Indecision was kind of yeah, the Divine Spike's pretty crazy, right? I think Indecision was kind of looking for that chunk to potentially dive with that Rift Herald. Kind of maybe sniffing out the fact that that bush was a recall spot, but it doesn't look like it. Maybe they put the Rift Herald here just to draw pressure and cross map away from that dragon that's spawning, but it looks like Nativz are sniffing out. They're heading topside too.
Well, let's see. Twists and Stefan going to try and defend. Teleport coming in. They're going to throw down the Glacial Fissure, trying to interrupt the Herald charge as it does crack onto the tower. But the rocket comes in from downtown as Voxney secures the kill. The second one is going to get picked up by Shikari. And they do get that tower, but it comes at a heavy cost as Hiddo tries to fire back onto Voxney, but Voxney, he's having none of it. He's going to just get a whole bunch of damage off onto Hiddo, actually.
That's absolutely fantastic. You mentioned it earlier, Aragon. How can Nativz continue to push Voxney ahead? How can they accelerate him into the game? And those kind of moments are exactly what they needed. They're getting the minions for him and the XP solo in the mid lane while picking up kills across the map. Jungler dead for NORD. That opens up the opportunity for the second Drake as well. Omen will try and disrupt this, but there's simply nothing he could do. Stefan is there with the smite. It's secured, and that's second Drake for Nativz.
Yeah, Pink's coming down topside for Catchcross. He wants to just farm top as a cross map. Hiddo getting his ult force. That's a long cooldown,
That's
right?
massive. Flash as well.
Yeah, he's gonna be punishable for a very long time, and you know he's not gonna be able to fight. But this Rumble, it's such a problem because it denies you the ability to pick a tank in topside because you just lose, right? Ornn, I'm not sure if it was banned. I think you just take the L and go Ornn here, but it's a different identity we've seen from NORD, and I can't say I'm a big fan of it. I much preferred when Catchcross was on these like kind of neutralizer picks and they played front to back, but it looks like Nativz has the draft that they want, right? I think this draft is so terrifying because now that you've secured second Drake, you're on a timer. You have to contest third Drake. You can't play 1-3-1 for that much longer because you have to end up IB-fying for this third dragon. You cannot give over a soul point. Otherwise, you really risk giving over a soul like in the end because it's just one more dragon to secure. So going forward, how does NORD navigate these next 4 minutes? Do they contest the next dragon or do they give it up and risk giving over soul and soul point?
It's going to be a rough ask here. The problem is they've got three and a bit minutes until the next dragon spawns up, and the question is what are they going to be able to do with those 3 minutes? They've taken top lane tower. Ideally, they want to get all of the outer towers in the next 3 minutes, so then they can really push Nativz deeper back and onto the map and closer to their base, so then they can get control. Then they can have that split push threat. But if a dragon number 3 does go down, the base could be forfeit. Omen is slowly but surely starting to ramp up. Now he's got that Night Harvester. The damage is there. The static ship is there. And these waves do not last long versus Omen on the LeBlanc right now. Teleport's up and available for him. Kakos has teleport as well. So right now, I do agree that the split push is going to have to get dealt with, but I think at the moment, NORD did definitely need to lean into that identity and try and just unlock as much gold as they possibly can for their team, because Voxney is heavily accelerated with those 2 kills and 2 assists.
Nativz, though, very happy that Baron is on the map. That gives them an opportunity to try and force 5v5s if push comes to shove, because they have to deal with this 1-3-1. The burden of execution is on NORD because they don't want to be in the 5v5s. They have to execute the split push comp, and so far they've been able to get a couple turrets with it around these objectives, the 5v5s. That's why not where they thrive, so I'm not sure why they're grouping up here.
Yeah. It does look like they're just a 4-man is stacking. They're playing around vision and securing vision for the Baron. I wonder if they're just trying to make a pick desperately before this third dragon spawns. Omen should be fine. LeBlanc is an extremely kitey champion. Typically, you know, mid laners often dub her as like the catch me as you can champ in the side lane. You chase her, but it doesn't matter, right? You never catch her with that W. I'm sure you know that, Hip Brain. But look at bot lane, right? That build buys so much space for Catchcross to actually secure this tower, and maybe that snowballs him towards this hull breaker that he's building. And yeah, they're really leaning into the split push identity, yeah, just like you said. And I imagine they're actually probably going to concede this next dragon because it doesn't make sense to contest it after you complete the hull breaker. Yeah, it's going to be third dragon for Nativz, I imagine.
I mean, they've ticked off what I wanted to see them do. I wanted to see all of the outers down by the time the next dragon comes up, because it gives you space. It gives you the opportunity to kind of, you know, play for either we'll take all of the side lanes if you go for dragon, or they can get the pressure on the map around the area. It is very much is this phase going to become a hull breaker here for Kakos?
Yeah.
I think so, but there is a world where it turns into, oh god, what does Phage build into?
Sterox.
Again, Sterox.
But it's a hull breaker.
No, it's a hull breaker. It's a hull breaker, yeah.
1 minute 30 on dragon. Both teams posturing around Baron just in case either one decides to Baron instead of Dragon on this kind of cross map. I don't think NORD have the DPS to burst it down, so I'm not sure why Nativz are so terrified. They get all blue trinkets, still trying to hold vision. Now, I imagine both teams are going to recall and or try and contest mid prio and then go down into bot side. The thing is, Nativz don't even need mid prio, right? Like, it doesn't matter if they're late on the objective, although they might look for an engage here. Oh, the Seneca had the flash.
Big cooldown with the Drake coming up in just 1 minute Baron, obviously on the map as well. So both of these cooldowns could prove pivotal for the next team fight, because it feels like we're at the cusp of this game being decided. Will NORD succeed with this 1-3-1 style, or will Nativz find that big team fight that gives them the lead? Omen is caught.
Yeah, they just threw everything. Omen timed his W so poorly. Has to flash to safety. Stefan didn't burn a single thing for that. Like, he just pressed W.
Yeah, this is the thing. It highlights point and click as a LeBlanc's weakness, right? Nautilus, Maokai, these champions LeBlanc just cannot play against because of the W point and click following her. You see bot lane. Look at that split push. Catch goes just one shot with this hull breaker.
Vladdy doesn't want that heat. He does not want that heat. Yeah, that's Hullbreaker under a Jax in a side lane. So a flash on Omen, 600 gold for Kakos, and we said he was handling that top lane well. He's now at the point where that top lane kind of doesn't matter to him anymore. Yep. It's really just on Hiddo and Omen just to kind of play wherever he isn't and just wave clear that. Static Shift completely enables that play for Omen, and Hiddo is Xayah. Xayah is such a good wave clear ADC.
They're actually going to contest, right? This is a big switch up because they just completed the whole break, but it looks like because of that tier 2, they're going to engage.
Oh, Devoxy has to flash immediately. They throw the damage down. They've got everything they need. As in comes Shikari, throwing down the ultimate, burning away. They trade out 2 for 1. NORD at the reset. Denvoxy chasing in. Rocket comes in from downtown as Omen's trying to find the assassination off of the Vladdy. He's able to get it. A double kill picked up for Shikari. There's 2 left on either side, but the health bars are blinking for NORD. They can't contest any further, but they do have the smite on Indecision. If he wants to contest, he can do it. Omen, he has teleport. He can come in. Nativz, they can't do this. They have to concede. They have to give up the dragon. They will die to Omen on the LeBlanc, and somehow NORD found their breathing room, found their space, and they got dragon number 4.
My god, it was so dangerous, wasn't it? Both teams have so much AoE. You saw the catch cost re-engage with that counter-strike to turn around after Stefan and Twist land these huge 4-man ultimates to CC the enemy team. In the meantime, Denvoxy is just free-hitting, right? In the end, I don't know how it happened, but NORD managed to secure Dragon, and it was just such a bloody 3 for 3, and that's really good for NORD, right? Looking at the big picture, that buys them more time to play this 1-3-1 as Nativz. Maybe they don't even want to contest that. They don't even want to allow for that 1-3-1 to happen, as they might just force the Baron here.
Kakos does have teleport though, so he can come and join if he needs to. I think he's already going to start to walk up just in case. All of the ultimates are back, but Hiddo does not have his Featherstorm, so it's so hard for him to try and contest Baron. Burning down to half HP. Indecision may just have to go for a steal angle here. Omen's going to jump forward, but he finds himself rooted. Instantly jumping on into Decision, and there's the Baron caught out. Hiddo's just cooking in the background. They're looking for the knockout. Denvoxy goes down to Omen. He's able to find the space, but now he's getting jumped onto. Omen's able to just about limp away from this one, and somehow NORD find another kill. Twist is cooked. In jumps Indecision. Vladdy's on the wrong side of the map, away from his team, separated, isolated, and now he is going to be sacrificed for the greater good. But Vladdy desperately just trying to find some space, trying to jump away. Every little bit of move speed is going to be great for him here, but he's locked by the permafrost. He's pinned. He's finished. He's going to be bonked. Kakos finishes him up, and only 2 walk away with Baron.
Oh, what a fight, man. Omen gets the exactly right angle. He comes in, he assassinates Denvoxy without a flash and without a cleanse from the previous 5v5. Instantly goes down, and that's much of the damage gone from the side of Nativz. Yes, they do secure the Baron. Now, what can they do with it is the question, because NORD, they're happy with what they got to take there. They got a couple turrets as well, and they are still in the goal lead, even with Nativz picking up the Baron.
Even still, look at the KDAs for the side of Nativz. They are all so strong. The goal is on the right members. Rumble is 3-0 still. Shikari can still play the game. I think Hiddo's out. He should be out at the very least. He does have cleanse. Like, he's completely fine, right? Like, but I will say, this is so good from Nativz. The amount of synergy that I've seen from the landing the CC plus layering on top the Jinx Rocket as well as the Equalizer. In that last fight, Hiddo couldn't play. Right? Did you see the way that the Maokai ult came out of the pit, and then an Equalizer was dropped on Hiddo when he got hit by the Maokai, and then a Jinx Rocket to the point where Hiddo was 200 HP. Wow, let's see what this Baron can do. The Omon's wave clear is really gutted now, right? Because of the magic resistance the minions get. So 1-3-1's actually probably going to be a little difficult to do. However, that Baron is soon expiring. I imagine it has been a little bit of time.
Should have a few more waves left on it, but there's only 2 members with it is the real problem for them. And I mean, I highlighted it at the beginning, but mid lane was really the decisive factor. The only reason NORD were able to walk away from that Baron play so effectively was because Omen found that angle, one-shot Denvoxney, and this is the second fight where he's instantly jumped onto Denvoxney, and Denvoxney's flashless, so even again, if another opportunity presents itself, he could just look to take that. As Kakos standing in front of Vladdy is not going to finish the Gromp up because Shikari's also in the area.
I give Nativz though a couple more minutes and they'll hit some massive spikes here for Shikari and Vladdy in particular. Getting close to those 3-item spikes. There are 2.5 right now. Denvoxney has already got the third as Omen. We should try and assassinate him once more, but Denvoxney is safe for now. Should have the flash up for the Drake spawning in 1.5 minutes. That is soul point for either team. But NORD has had a lot of success in this 1-3-1, and I will say that 5v5s have been so impressive considering they should not be winning these team fights. Omen with the flanks, Kashkas with the re-engages, keeping these 5v5s to be even fights when they really on the paper shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, in this downtime, sorry, because I realize we don't have much downtime, I imagine it's going to be explosive. I reached out to Nicolas Perez, the coach for NORD, and I genuinely asked him, how did you make NORD team fight so well? And he said, I'm really glad you acknowledged that, because we put blood, sweat, and tears into improving our team fighting, right? Before every single scrim, we would talk about all the important concepts like skirmish quality, not stacking CC, calling targets, win conditions, and stuff like this. So, you know, shout out the coaching staff. They brought 2 rookies in and made them team fight so damn well.
This does look like a team who are very experienced at team fighting.
Very gelled, yeah.
They are super gelled. Nativz are the same though. I mean, we've highlighted it. The layering of like the Jinx rocket onto the Maokai engage as well. These are 2 teams who are super capable at team fighting, going toe to toe, and it makes for some really explosive team fights. I have to give it though over to NORD because they find their opening. Shikari is 1 auto attack away. There it is. Shutdown for Hiddo.
He's gone for 50 seconds. I mean, the Drake is up in 10 seconds. But maybe NORD don't even want that. They want to try and push for breaking open the base potentially. I mean, that was 3 members of Nativz down towards the bot side. Shikari way too far ahead in decision. Read the moment beautifully and took his chance to find a crucial kill yet again. I still believe he's dead in 30 seconds and the Drake is practically up. This could be huge.
Yeah, I thought it was a brilliant play. Yeah, I thought it was a brilliant play because, like, on the flip side, you saw Nativz trying to cross map. Right, Nativz couldn't cross map because you're trying to cross map onto a LeBlanc, and a LeBlanc is just Wing everywhere, taking it all the way back, and you can't catch her. So there was no play for Nativz to have. On the bot side, you saw Denvoxney, and even with that Maokai W, it just wasn't enough. And like you said, Dragon spawning now, and they're a man down.
I really quickly want to go back to the team fighting because we talked about it, but can we also acknowledge how insane it is that NORD are winning team fights with a hull breaker? They've got a hull breaker user, and you're basically an item down at that point, and they're able to get this. This is going to be Dragon number 3 over to NORD, meaning they can technically give up the next one if they want to, if they need to, should I say. The whole time, Kakos just stayed in the bot side. Like, I think the thing that's really impressed me about Kakos on this Hull Breaker Jax is he's not doing the typical Hull Breaker play of going, I just don't play with my team. I've got Hull Breaker, so I only play side lane. He recognizes that he still needs to be there for those fights and goes, yeah, Hull Breaker's great for you in the side lane, and it's not as effective in the team fights, but me being there is better than me not being there. And I think that's a major thing, which I think a lot of Hull Breaker top laners don't do. They just kind of tunnel vision onto side laning.
Big ball of HP and AD. Still really good stats despite not having the passive. But yeah, no, recognition from Catchcost to contest this third Dragon Soul Point. I was highlighting how important it is, right, to contest third Dragon Soul Point. It's like the moment in time where you have to group, and it's why split pushing kind of died in the meta, right? You don't see Trindamirs ending the game solo anymore. You don't see Yorick's at all, right? These champions are just kind of dead. As you see a stopwatch picked up for Catchcost in this side lane. He's either going to commit really hard to being as strong as possible, get a GA, and like end the game with this next soul fight in 3 minutes time. Let's see if he can reach that spike by then, or he'll just save the stopwatch for that fight as well. As he goes bot lane, and I don't think Shikari can hold him. They might be able to play for Baron here.
Yeah, Shikari also doesn't have flash, so if Kakos feels like he wants to test the waters, he can take that trade. He has a little bit of magic resist in there, thanks to that Hull Breaker and his Merc Treads. So Stefan going to use the saplings to scout out Indecision in the bush.
3 items. That's really all I want to see for Shikari here. He's the one still missing it. Rabidon's death cap not too far away. Vladi just got his as well, so a huge damage bite from him before. It had to be mainly on Denvoxter for the damage. Now Vladi can take his share of the burden as well. Baron is now up on the map, a crucial objective. It feels like if Nativz find one massive blowout team fight, they can still get back into this game, but so far, NORD are stretching Nativz resources thin, and it's working to perfection.
Yeah, Nativz are on a timer, right? They have to either commit to the Baron and rush it down, but they're scared of getting poked down or like counter-engaged on by NORD because no one can hold down bot side. Look at catch cost. I don't think Shikari can actually do anything in his face, although maybe I'm underestimating Rumble again. We've seen him cook catch cost before as Umon is shadowing. Yeah, but look at this. It started up. They felt the pressure and now they're starting it.
Yeah, they are going to look for that opportunity. Traps have been laid. They need to wait for those out. Stefan still has that ultimate. Just an advance could be major.
Oh,
Seneca is going to find himself obliterated, but he's able to hold on for a little bit longer. Twist goes down. Baron secured by Denvoxty. In comes Kakos, flashing forward, trying to chase onto Denvoxty. There's going to be the kill on the Vladi. In jumps Omen, tidying up the fight just like that. NORD take everybody out. Only Shikari remains, and they've done it again. They use the Hull Breaker to team fight, and they win.
And Seneca, he doesn't fall. Crucially, Seneca doesn't fall, giving Denvoxty that Jinx reset. It looks like they're even TPing in him. Maybe they go for double inhib or go for the end. We'll have to see. But because Seneca does not fall, because of that Radiant Virtue healing and that Locket, Denvoxty cannot auto-attack. He cannot run over the team fight.
I cannot believe it, man. That is so... Their team fighting is just so impressive. Denvoxty trapped in the pit, able to secure the Baron, but it's only left on Shikari. They could look to do something here, potentially 10 seconds on both Vladi and Denvoxty. But look at the damage from NORD. Good trade back though, massive shutdown on towards Shikari. They've stopped the approach from NORD. Yeah. These team fights, that's what Nativz are supposed to win, but they are not winning them. The execution's so good. Good burn down here and Hiddo, Rocket goes wide as well. And I do believe they're out, but I cannot believe how NORD keep winning these fights. This time it's Kashkos. I want to highlight with the TP in, following Denvoxty the whole fight without really taking any damage from him, but getting it down to, I think, 20% HP.
Yeah, in these team fights, Jinx resets are so important, and you could see if they do not find that pick initially, despite Seneca actually face tanking and quite not the best like walk up, you know, like he wasn't invincible, he didn't have the unbreakable on, but look at that inhib topside. Those super minions are going to be flooding in soon enough as Dragon spawns in 40 seconds.
Yeah, and major things to note is that stopwatch got picked up by Hiddo. He doesn't have flash, but he does have cleanse. On the other side, Omen level 18. This is the greediest game I've seen from NORD. They've got Hull Breaker and Medjai Soul Stealer as their 2 items in this game. So actually, it just looks like Omen. He's looking to backdoor. He might actually just walk the minions in.
Oh, Nativz on a timer hit. They might feel the pressure. They might have to send someone to recall. Who can answer Omen, though? It might have to be... If Vladi has to say, so does Shikari. They're just committing.
They've still got Baron on Shikari for a little bit longer, so they need to keep him here to keep the Baron wave up. And 2 towers down mid, but the question is now they need to get away and get those bases off. And I think NORD are just going to sacrifice themselves. They're going to try and jump in, but it's a Baron recall, though, so he's going to get the reset off. The question is what has Omen got in the base in that time? He's got Lich Bane, he's got Static, so he takes the tower, jumps onto Shikari, he lands the chains, the stopwatch comes out immediately, jumping back in. Shikari getting chunked, but there's another big wave coming in, and Shikari needs to reset. Dragon's getting started by Nativz. NORD are going to try and pressure this one up, but they can give it. They don't have to fight, they just have to stop the bases. Another tower goes down, it's an open nexus. In comes Catchcross, now they need to fly around. Twist jumps onto that backline, there's the Featherstorm away for a bit of space, but he's being cooked. Double kill over to Hiddo, as now they chase on for the kill. Maybe Hiddo loses his life though, the tree's going to chase him down. Hiddo, he's going to get chased by a sapling. No, he's not. Stefan's going to go for the teleport, but he's interrupted.
Seneca should chase.
The base is a complete mess right now. And Kakos, it's an open nexus. This is just donezo. They're going to chase Omen, but they've got to deal with Kakos. He's wall-hopping forwards. And game number 1 is going to NORD. They're going up in the series.
And Seneca, look at him, the hidden MVP of that last fight. He's just chasing Stefan around the map. You can see down bottom, he flashed over the Dragon Pit wall to make sure that Stefan couldn't recall. And that backdoor worked.
I cannot believe it. I can't believe Nativz were able to force that many 5v5s and constantly NORD came out on top. That should not have been possible with the composition NORD have drafted. The fact that they were able to win that many team fights was so impressive, but still keep taking the turrets, keep nagging away at the base with those 1-3-1 composition. They won on both hands. They won the Nativz game and they also won their own game with 1-3-1. It's really, really impressive and it sets the tone. My 3-0 prediction for Nativz is dead wrong. This could very well be a 3-0 for NORD.
I mean, are you on board the hype train with me and Aragon at this point,
Yeah.
Duckling? I mean, I've been on the NORD hype train for all of playoffs, and now I'm going to try and convert you to the Church of NORD here.
Nativz
I just
got
want to
very
say,
clearly outmatched.
yeah, I want to say the early game, that was a little bit dicey, right? I think NORD, you've got some draft flaws. I think the Rumble isn't something you can let slide. I think it really denies stuff that you need and what you're used to playing. I know you drafted this 1-3-1, and maybe you've been getting really good 1-3-1 in scrims, but you were also so good at front-to-back team fights and so good at dive compositions. Just get catch guards back on the tank. I know he played really well towards later stages, but you were so damn good and consistent in the early game with those compositions.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to throw ourselves over to a quick break, and then we'll be back with our second game of this series. We'll see you in a second.
I mean, to be fully fair, from a rational perspective, if you look both strengths of teams, etc., for me it would be a 5-game best of 5.
I was gonna say 3-2 to us, just because I do game 5s. That's what I do, and I think we might get caught by surprise.
Score prediction, I say 3-1 for us.
I don't think we're actually gonna lose 2, but hey, game 5 is a banger, no? So it has to come down to that.
So I can tell you if we go like 3-2 or enemy team will go 3-2. Like I can say,
Well, considering our past playoffs, I think we're expecting to do pretty well.
It's gonna be a 3-0 for us, obviously.
In terms of expectations for the series, like a score prediction, I guess that would be hopefully somewhere around like 3-1 for us.
I think it's gonna be harder, but I feel like if we just get in the zone, there's nothing they can do about it, honestly.
I mean, everything else than a 3-0 would be disappointing in my opinion.
So I don't know. Like for the show, I would like us to win 3-0 again.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear. Yeah, I'm very confident. I think it's gonna be a 3-0. And if we get 3-0, then someone can clip this and send it to me and make fun of me on Twitter. I don't mind.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into our second game of this series where NORD took a pretty decisive win there over Nativz, and we just, based off the drafts, did not expect that game to be as team fighty from NORD as it was, but they were on fire, Aragon.
Man, yeah, I completely agree with you. It's just so surprising. Like I think it's not a controversial thing to say they got outdrafted, but still won, right? I don't know how Hiddo played the game as Xayah into, was it Rumble, Maokai, Rel? Like, yes, you're decent against Rel, but you just get a Rumble dropped on your head. How do you auto-attack, right? In the last fight, that captured that perfectly. So I think going forward, I think there's a lot of adjustments to be made, despite winning.
Yeah.
It felt like a huge mental victory as well for NORD. First of all, with the rookies coming into the final, your nerves might be a little high. How will you do in the first game? Well, they performed very, very well. They won at the 1-3-1 style. They even decided to play the 5v5 team fights against a team fighting composition and won that as well. This was not a dirty, scrappy game where they got down into the mud and they just fought each other. No, this was one where NORD were just a step ahead at pretty much every single event that happened in the game. So a very, very crucial victory for them, not just for the scoreboard, but for their mental as well. And I think they could take this and really just, put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, no, I think it's a significant win because they were outdrafted and they still took that win. I will say as well, Nativz have taken the blue side again, like they took in the first game. So I think when it comes to adaptation, I like the Jace ban. I do feel Vladdy getting Jace is a scary concept for them, but they put a lot of emphasis on the side of NORD onto Vladdy. They banned the Yone, they banned the Tristana, they banned the Jace. I feel like Jace is a maybe must ban unless they're willing to like trade it with something and maybe try and pick it in the first rotation. But I do feel you have to ban at least one of the Rel or the Rumble. Yeah. Ideally, both of them, because it's such a powerful pick. Like, you can't cross-pick it. Well, they could have. That's the weird thing, but they really favored the Xayah LeBlanc at the beginning of draft.
Yeah, I think there's arguments for banning it and not banning it. Like, what they're doing is pinching Vladdy so hard, they think he's, like, not comfortable on anything outside of Yone, Jace. Right? And they put him to Victor, and he just didn't seem that useful. So I kind of get it. Yone, the problem is they're banning Maokai as well, or giving him Maokai. And if you just give Yone Maokai, if you ban Maokai, then they could just take Sejuani. And then Yone Sejuani also works really well. It does look like they're going to be banning Tristana, something that if you head on over to Denvoxnay's OPGG, it's like his only champion he's playing right now in solo queue. Like, it's so spammed, it's unbelievable. LeBlanc taken out as an adaptation. Decide, you know what, we can't deal with Omen's LeBlanc. The side laning's too difficult, the lane's too difficult. We don't have any answers if they ban Jace and Yone. And what are we waiting for, really? Rumble, Rel, Maokai, Sejuani, Xayah, Rakan. No, Rakan's out good. These are the champions I'm looking at.
Yeah, crucially, it left the Azir open, which was banned last time by Nativz. So that has been left open. But NORD repeating their bans identically to that game number one. The question is where's the adaptation? It looks like it is just going to be an instant lock on that Rel. Now, maybe it's a Rumble Xayah angle here for NORD, so they don't just give over the Rumble Rel.
I wasn't too sold on the Rel last game, to be honest with you. I didn't feel like it was first pick worthy, especially considering what NORD managed to pick up on the other side. They could get the Azir here as well, which I don't think Oman really likes to play. Obviously, having the blank band this time changes that up. So, I don't know if I'm sold on the Rel first pick. That's all I'll say, because, they just get it whatever NORD. I think NORD are just taking good trades. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. I think here, the picks I'm looking at are the Rumble, like you said. Unless they double down and say, we have answers into this Rumble and it's not going to be a problem. I just think Shikari is so good on it. Right, you saw he was 3-0-3 despite losing the game. He just kept having such big influence to stop the entire team from attacking. Now, tanks, if they do lock in this Azir, they've got a crazy front-to-back team composition with both backliners. They have locked it in. And there's the Kai'Sa too. Tanks go up in priority now for the side of NORD. Maokai, Sejuani, they need frontline, top lane, and in the jungle, with economy, not just in the support role, which is something we saw Nativz do before and it just didn't work out. There it is. There's the Braum. That works so well. That's so much disengage for the engaged composition of the Kai'Sa rel.
Alrighty, well, a bit of an adaptation this time coming in from the side of Nativz, changing things up somewhat. Bans coming in on these sides now. Let's see what they do decide to pick up as their bans. I feel like Rumble is still a really solid ban here. Obviously, it's very AP leaning from Nativz, so maybe they don't want to go down that angle. But I do feel like the Azir obviously did change things up. They didn't really want to be picking the Victor into that. So we'll see what they're going to look to ban away. They do decide to ban away the Vi. I think that also is a pretty solid ban on that front. Yeah, that kind of targeted CC coming in from that Vi can be something that's a real menace for the likes of Hiddo if he doesn't time his ultimate perfectly.
I really like that as well, right? Because if you ban away some of the strong AD junglers, well, that leaves AP junglers to really be the only choice. And then you definitely can't go the Rumble because then you've got a top mid jungle, all AP base, which really wouldn't be good for you in the 2v2s. So I like these bans from NORD because it's kind of shadow banning away the Rumble, you could say, because banning these strong AD junglers, I mean, what's left for Stefan now? He has to go something like the Maokai maybe.
Yeah, banning away the Nocturne makes a lot of sense as well. You deny that Nico plus Nocturne combo where you hide the Nico ult in the invis, and it's really hard to play against, right? What they're doing is banning away a really hard engaged in Xayah, because while Xayah is really good at versus engage, you can overwhelm her. If you pop her ultimate and keep engaging, she can't do anything about it, right? Or play with flanks. So they're banning away a lot of the really free hard engage to overwhelm her. And is that locked in?
That's locked in.
We actually see an
time.
Ivan
You know
indecision.
that down as well, though, Jorgen.
Yeah, I mean, okay,
that's
so
really interesting.
Ivan's really good, right? He's really hard to play, but Indecision plays kind of anything mechanical, right? He loves it. He's a Nidalee player. So, yeah, no, more peel and more backline dive. They really need a tank top now.
It's been like permaban for most of the season. Like in most of our matches, like people have really been banning the Ivan. Playoffs have come around and it like fell out of the ban phase entirely, but no one's been picking it up. So it's really cool to see them get that. Nativz though, makes sense. They do want to lock in this Rumble. I actually think it's a little disrespectful from NORD to let them get the Royal Rumble 2 games in a row. Yeah, they did win versus it last time, but even so, that is a scary one. They are going to finalize there with an AD jungler, like you were talking about, Duckling, and they're going to lock in the Kazakhs.
Yeah, they had to do one of those choices. I would have probably gone for the Trundle personally, just because, you know, NORD would have had to go on a tank top lane and stealing his resistances away would have left this composition really, really squishy. But the Kazakhs as well is something Stefan has played throughout his whole professional career, but he's now spending many years. So it's definitely something I'm happy to see him get to play again. I just would have preferred something different.
Yeah, I think the Trundle might become a little bit difficult as the game goes on. Like, I don't know how you play versus Daisy. You just keep getting knocked up. We saw this on Team Heretics. Jankos trying to play Trundle into the Ivern, and he was a bot, right? It's really useless. The Kazakhs pick I want to highlight though is really, really interesting because he works really well. He's super flexible. He can be really good in front to back comps to create space for any character hit with that invis threat and the W's, or he can play dive like this, right? So they have a very big dive composition. They have Kai'Sa engage, following up the Rel or the Nico engages, and then Kazakhs to layer on top of that, as well as a Rumble ult to throw on top of that, right? So it's really about peel versus hard engage here. Who can come out on top? Hiddo has to play extremely well to make sure he's not overwhelmed, and they've got to keep attention to those flanks.
I mean, honestly, Nativ's drafts have been really on point. I love the draft they're putting together. And I think, if I'm going to be completely honest, I prefer what Nativs have draft. But what we saw from NORD last game, it kind of almost as if draft didn't matter to them. And I'm interested by this one. I think the major difference in this game, though, between this one and last one was last game, they would basically take Hiddo out the fight. But the problem is Omen and Kakos would then just be a threat. They've only got a double damage threat here with the Xayah and the Azir. So it's really going to have to come down to Hiddo to position right, because if he gets caught by that Rumble ultimate, by the Rel ultimate, he's in some serious danger. So I'm going to be curious to track how this fight's going to go down. But Omen was the chief carry for me in the last game. He's been so on fire all the playoffs, and he's on that Azir. There's a reason it's been getting banned away from him. The few games we've seen on it, he has just been so good on the Pigeon.
So just to foreshadow what's going to happen with the Kazakhs, because it's not a common pick. Right, typically the most important thing with the Kazakhs, his dream scenario is hitting level 5 and Dirk, like, uncontested. Okay, and you look over to the side of NORD, they have the exact same thing. Ivan doesn't want to be contested. His big weakness is early game as well. So Nativz didn't go down the route of shutting down the Ivan. They actually match scaling and want Stefan on this Kazakhs to have a big impact, right, on this carry, which is something that they did last time. So Prio matters a lot here. Can they be invaded? Because mid lane, Nico has a lot of prio into the Azir. It's a really good matchup. Azir can't auto-attack with his soldier, because if he stands still to auto-attack, he takes a second tick of the what's the Q called? Your brain.
No.
Pop Blossom. That's the ultimate.
That's the ultimate.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The second tick of that, right, the Q. And top lane you lose as a tank into Ornn, and then bot lane isn't exactly great getting prio, so Kazakhs is free to do what he wants.
I need to know. I need to know what it is.
One thing I do want to say, though, that I'm really happy with this Nativz draft is giving the Voxnane AD carry, where he can self-peel, you could say, with the Killer Instinct trying to reposition, as well with the E. Yeah, he's able to play the team fights way easier than in the last game, because pretty much every time last game, even if he did have the flash up, he would be just followed through with the Jax Q from Karskos or Omen jumping over the wall, then Voxnane flashed over. So the thing is, he couldn't really do anything in the team fights. He was being flanked left, right, and center, and he was the big goal threat. He was the one with the damage and all the goal on the team, and he just got assassinated every single fight. And this time, he has that agency to really find the right position and dish out the damage that he needs to dish out if Nativz wants to win a game in this final.
Yeah, but coming from a pure draft perspective, there is going to be zero action, right? I'd be willing to bet this might be the quietest game of the split. Bot lane, there's just so much disengage. I imagine there might be some trading around bot side because Indecision loves to ask his bot lane to trade heavily to force summoners, you know, and stuff like this, so that his ganks can be doable, but I really doubt it, right? Ivan just wants to scale up for team fights. The same with the Kha'Zix. He wants to scale up to level 5, like we highlighted, get to that Dirk, and then make plays. And every other lane is extremely quiet too, right? Scaling. You have a bit of setup with that Nico, so maybe a surprise gank there, but it's just not happening. So expect a quieter one until Herald the Dragon.
Absolutely. Well, Vladdy just going to get himself somewhat chunked out here by Omen, but Omen also taking a lot of damage from that Blooming Burst.
Blooming Burst! Ooh. Thank you.
There you go.
I had no idea.
It's heavily chunked out. We'll see if Indecision can do anything about this, but he is on, you know, on the Ivern, so wants to grab his camps, and it's been a while. Not sure how much he's really going to offer in the Azir Ivern duo.
I think he offers a decent amount, not for just strictly the mid jungle, right? But in terms of team fights, Daisy can function as another tank, right?
Yeah.
Just like if the enemy has a Sejuani, you match with a Daisy, right? It's very, very silly. And that can block skill shots for you if you micro Daisy properly. It can act as a front line for your AD carries to hit to create space. You have an Azir and a Xayah who need space to be able to hit. So you have a lot of that with the Daisy, between the Ornn, the Daisy, and the Braum. I think Hideo has all the tools to carry. I really do. As long as they're on the objective first and enemies are trying to dive into them, which is how exactly Nativz want to play, I think he can definitely pull it off.
Yeah, Hideo this time opting for the exhaust as well. So in the team fight, whenever he gets engaged upon, as I might have to hold that thought. Good concussive blows stacking up in Voxton, but it looks like the kills won't be coming through. So with that exhaust, Hideo will be able to play the team fights differently. He has to be careful of being caught up by CT. No longer has to cleanse, but if, for example, it's just Stefan who jumps upon him, that exhaust would be very massive, or even in 1v1s where potentially then Voxton jumps in with the pure instinct to try and finish him up.
Look, Topper, look at the HP on catch cost. He's really chunked. I could see in the top right his HP. This might be a straight-up dive. Shikari is really high HP, and Kha'Zix does a lot of damage. Let's see catch cost if he stays in the minions. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Too healthy and a potion sticking.
Yeah, he's fine. Able to dodge around that harpoon as well. So doesn't take a little bit of bonus bursts there from Shikari, although Shikari then toasts him immediately after.
Yeah. Maybe I was a bit optimistic. You could probably tell I'm a bit scarred from Rumble in solo queue. He's he's a disturbing champion right now.
Yeah, he's. I mean, we've seen so much of him in playoffs. It's one of those picks where I am surprised that teams do keep letting him through because he's so powerful as a team fighter and a laner. But it's really rough playing into it. It's just like whoever gets that just feels like their top lane just gets to play the game, while the other top laner doesn't in response. Yeah. Though Kakos, to be fair to him, last game actually handled that lane very well. This time on the Ornn, so it doesn't quite have the same tools and is down a little bit in that farm department right now. Has got a wave crashing into him, so we'll be able to somewhat alleviate that CS difference, but not a major amount, to be honest.
Yep. Despite having weaker matchups in mid and top lane, they aren't falling behind too much. The Nico nerfs might have a thing to do with that, but still, like, those mainly hit our ultimate, right? The ability to appear in front of them with that ultimate, appear in front of the enemy with the ultimate with no reaction time, that doesn't really exist anymore. Seneca moves to mid, but nothing's going to happen. It's not quite the level 6 wave. The level 6 wave is next wave, 530, and maybe then, when Omon has the shuffle, Seneca can come alongside the Ivern and do something, but still, very likely not going to happen. Vladdy is equally strong.
I mean, Twisted rotated up as well. Drake is on the map. Maybe if they find something here, they could find an avenue, but obviously, not expecting too much action here early on. Stefan has managed to get the level 5. Still hasn't got this rated, not quite enough gold in his inventory, as I would expect this first Drake to be taken if just one of the teams are able to find a window where, for example, they catch each other out on, oh, you're resetting at a bad time, I'll punish you by getting the Drake.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Stefan's actually wasted a lot of time towards this mid lane. Twist as well, actually. Omen, his spider senses have been tingling because he has been keeping himself just spaced enough that he can WE out if he needs to.
Yeah, and wave stacking down bot side. I wonder if they're going to transition to this to dragon or a dive. Probably not a dive. It's probably going to be too difficult. But now, with Nativ's bot lane stuck down bot farming as Denvoxne couldn't contest because, yeah, like you said, Twist was just shadowing mid for so long in the hopes that something could happen. But this is what happens when you draft no agency across the map. You just have to handshake scaling. And honestly, NORD come out on top here because of how much Twist was sharing XP or getting none at all.
Absolutely. And that is going to be Dragon number 1 as well over to NORD. I'll be quite happy with that one as this is able to finish that Dragon up. And Stefan actually went towards the top side to see if he can make something happen top side, but Kakos also paying respect, knowing his whole team have stacked up to that bot side, so there is a chance that if he gets ganked, he's not going to have a single person in range to be able to help him. So handling that as well as he can, and there is a gold lead building up in the top side, but Kakos, he's handling it relatively well. The CS lead hasn't gone insurmountable, and he is level 6, so he still has that Ornhorn as a tool to work with. Is rocking the Ignite thanks to his spellbook, though, so I don't really foresee that getting too much use, unfortunately, versus the
Never
Rumble.
underestimate the Ornn damage. I mean, if he gets a perfect combo, maybe he could actually find some use for it, but it's probably not going to happen with Shikari being full HP. I do like the optimism, though, on Kashkas taking that Ignite. Regardless, though, as we're expecting, the game is moving very slow. I do want to point out that Voxner able to get his second recall through already, and hasn't really gotten the most success with this call, buying it a bit later, so he will be behind when that comes through from the side of Hiddo, but I don't know how much it's really gonna mean, just to the fact that, as you said earlier, Aragon scaling has been handshaked. Yeah,
I mean, level 6 and just generally around the 8-minute mark, both teams are actually pretty strong. Right? You look at Ornn with the Ignite for that Rift Herald fight. You have Ivern Daisy becomes so unlocked. You have Azir Shuffle, Braum is really significant as well, and Rumble ult, it can't all be underestimated, as well as the Pop Blossom. So Indecision actually going to make a tempo gank here. Gank top lane into unlocking that Rift Herald fight if you kill Shikari, but that ward's going to spot him out. That's going to buy so much time for Nativz.
His sweeper timed out as he got to it as well. I think it just timed out, so he would have seen it die out. It would be aware of this.
Started up.
Stefan has started this Rift Herald, so doesn't look like NORD are really going to be able to do too much about this. They are actually rotating everyone over, but Shikari has that equalizer, and he could just burn the tree here. They're going to throw everything down. They got all the knockup. There he goes. First blood for Twist. So equalizer down in response here as Kakos can't find an answer out. They do try and get themselves something onto Shikari, and NORD lose their mid laner, but they actually might just get the Herald off the back of this. They've got Smite on Indecision. Pop it goes. And that is somehow a NORD play that went not as bad as it could have.
Yeah, really, really odd stuff. I think the fundamental problem for NORD there was that they just started so separate, and of course the vision that revealed Indecision in that first push meant that they knew they could start it up. Nativz knew that they could start this Rift Herald without being contested very early on, but then so much AoE comes down from Shikari, right? And everyone has to from Catchcross, and everyone from the side of Nativz has to flash away or be one shot and actually knocked up on the Azir wall. There's a nice little interaction there where I believe it was Vladdy and Stefan had to flash away. So in the end, 2 chunked, right? The damage goes on the right people. Stefan and Vladdy are chunked out, and NORD secure that Rift Herald.
The unfortunate thing, though, for Nativz, despite picking up that first blood, the kill went on to Twist, so that's quite a lot of gold injected into him, where I would have liked to have seen it gone on to Vladdy or Stefan, who would have been a bit more scared with that snowballing starting to potentially build up. Instead, it's ended up on the support, who will obviously gladly take it, but it just doesn't really have as big of an impact as it could have had on Stefan or Vladdy.
Yeah, definitely suboptimal on that front, unfortunately.
Now, where does Ivan place this Rift Herald, right? Because I wonder if they're going to play mid into bot, maybe, or wait for the next Dragon. Dragon's up in a minute and 30. What you're probably going to do, if you're Indecision, is place Rift Herald down mid and use that as tempo for the Dragon to be able to move into the river first and have that mid lane priority. Then you potentially, you have them coming into you, which is exactly the situation you want as that Braum, Xayah, Ivan, and Azir. So let's see how they do that. They got a lot of time. You see Indecision and Seneca already here.
Yeah, getting set up for this play a little bit ahead of time. Also going on that reset, wanting to get as much items purchased as possible prior to this Dragon play. Has actually got the Kraken Slayer finished up, where Denvoxne only sitting on just the components right now. So a pretty big spike here for Nativz. Moments before this objective comes up. Omen still sitting on that teleport as well. I think he's just been back to base recently, though, so he probably doesn't have an item he can finish up here. Blasting one does get finished for Vladdy on this recall, and does look like I expect to see Herald go down in this mid lane relatively soon.
I think Catchcross has to use this Ignite at some point so that he can teleport to this fight. Otherwise, he's just going to be stuck there top lane after Shikari teleports. So That might be a bit of a pickle. Stefan going for the Q evolve. That indicates that they want to do these neutral objectives so he can burst them down with that Q cooldown. I think that is that red, so he's gone... Am I trolling? I can't tell what is evolved. Regardless,
it's so hard with Kha'Zix. It's so hard with Kha'Zix.
I can't tell.
He is really red, actually. It might have been the ultimate. But
Yeah, I thought I saw the Q animation.
No, the claw is so... I mean, it's definitely the Q.
Yeah, I can't tell because of the
I think it's just the chrome he has in his skin. It's really confusing.
Yeah.
The worst one is his like floral one. You can't tell what he's upgraded at all. It's awful.
I think it's definitely the Q evolve. They want to like, yeah, there it is. That's the empowered Q. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, that was the empowered Q animation.
Yeah, and they want to contest these. This is what you do, right? When you want to do neutral objectives, sometimes you go W and R evolve, right, to buy space in front to back comps. But since they want to contest these, he does look like he's posturing.
I mean, are they gonna fight this? They look like they want to.
No, they're going to jump onto Omen. It's done. It's
They
too
want this, they want this.
Oh, Twist does come in, though. He finds himself the opening. Shikari gets a beautiful equalizer. Demboxny launches into the fray and finds himself the kill. Vladdy gets caught by the Pop Blossom, and that's 3 down.
Man, look top lane. Look at Catchcross's summoners and just cringe at yourself, right? Like, why didn't he just ignite Shikari and then have teleport unlocked? Right? Maybe he doesn't have teleport. I guess we have no way of knowing. Unfortunately, he just could not match the teleport, and that beautiful flank from Twist. I wish we got to see how he got there or when he got there. You can see there's so much blue side vision in that jungle, right? So somehow he managed to sneak through all that red vision and end up behind there with that beautiful gravity.
It was really, really nicely played there by Nativz. I noticed the fact that Kasper had actually initially rotated down towards the mid lane to be able to rotate into the Drake if it was started, but I don't know what the call was from NORD, because he started walking back up towards the top lane, and while he was in the process of walking there, that's when Nativz decided to take the fight. So he didn't have the opportunity to see Shikari while he was TPing to ignite off his own, so he should have just done it, as you said, Aragon, a couple minutes early just to make sure that he would have the TP ready, because he ended up being in a situation where he couldn't get rid of his TP ignite, so he couldn't get the TP and he couldn't join the fight.
Yeah, maybe teleport wouldn't have mattered there because they just did not see the flank coming, and then by the time he teleported down, right, the fight would have been over anyway. But still, probably would have had a higher chance to play there. Instead, what you do is you cross-map 2 plates onto an Ornn. Not exactly optimal, but still in front-to-back composition. The tankier your tank is, the more your AD carries can hit. So, just 2 dragons down for NORD, right? Somehow they come off with a dragon there still. Soul Point next in 3 minutes' time, but before that, it will be Rift Herald. Let's see them contest. A minute's time to Rift Herald. What key components are there? You have Abyssal Mass completed, and let's see what Ornn decides to use gold for.
All right, now is, just a moment of kind of calm, but to be fair to NORD, they have been very on it with these objectives. They've been able to pick up every objective they've wanted. There's not really been any play that Nativz, they got some kills onto Demboxny, but they need to be able to use it to convert that into stuff. A lot of these towers have been chipped away at slowly but surely here by NORD. They charged the Herald into the bot lane. Kakos didn't use his teleport, so he got a couple of plates topside, so that got chunked out. And it's a bit like that previous game where eventually, once these outer towers all crumble, there's a massive injection of cash, but it's not just about that. It's about the map pressure that you buy for yourself off the back of it.
I will say, though, with the Herald spawning top as well, Kashkas is pretty strong with all the gold he's gotten injected into himself with the plates as well. And he can rotate down to this one. Now has the TP as well. Won't be needed, but it looks like with the resets coming through from NORD, they just don't have the tempo. Stefan starting this up as soon as it spawns, utilizing the resets from NORD to perfection, and Nativz get their first neutral objective of this game.
Yeah, NORD not going to be able to contest this. Everyone's on a reset, and honestly, Catchcross is kind of right? He was kind of I don't know how he's suddenly gotten full mana, but still, regardless, it might have been a cookie or something. They don't want to contest this. They decided, we're not strong enough. We're 0-4-0 down the board. We're deciding not to do that. And I think they've got to be kicking themselves with that last fight. Going forward, we highlighted in Champion Select, right? A big weakness of Xayah is that your feathers only go one way, right? If you're flanked and you've featherstormed one way because there was a threat one way, and you get engaged on from behind, you can't pull the feathers back and stun them. So over-indexing into hard engage on Slayer works, and we just saw that highlighted there with that beautiful flank from Twist. Next dragon, they've really got to make sure that they sweep behind themselves.
To answer your question, by the way, on the mana front, it's a Chemtech Soul, so there's just lots of plants. That's how Krakos got all his mana back. They, one of those nice things, like, Chemtech, no one really likes getting the Chemtech Soul, but the map is nice because there's so many plants that give so many nice buffs.
And the
speed from
jumpy
Scry. the jumping plant, the move speed from the Scryers, the shield from the berries. That's all the plants, right? Yeah, there's only 3. At a moment, I was like, is there only 3 plants in this game?
Yeah, we refuse to use the real names, right? Jumpy plant and berries.
What are the real names?
Honeyfruit and Blastcone.
Don't you know those, Hipray?
I know Blastcone. I know Blastcone, but I actually
okay,
don't know
okay.
what the healing one's called.
That's honeyfruit.
Honeyfruit.
And then there's Scryer's Bloom, which is
Berries
the,
and Jumpy Plant are now
I knew
law, though.
Scryers.
you say that now as I've said the name of it, and you just a second ago admitted you owning your Blastcone, but I'll take your word for it.
It's trampoline, binoculars, and berries.
I mean, I like those names better regardless.
25
I
seconds,
will say
guys.
though, the game has definitely slowed down again, but Nativz is starting to get to the spikes. 5 members actually with Bloody that's towards the mid lane. They want to get the priority with the Drake coming up in 5 seconds as well, so they're setting themselves up nicely for this play. As they're setting themselves up for a pause, I guess, instead.
That's tragic. That's tragic time for that one. But yeah, I think that was a Herald more place for the dragon priority, so they could translate it into their first dragon of the game, more than it was contesting and going for a potential dive. Although they do have the tools, and it is scary. And I think this time around, the game's being played native style. NORD are definitely a team who are way better at playing a more aggressive game, a very proactive, fast-paced game. But when you just sit back and farm and slowly kind of roll the gold in, I think that really suits Nativz. And we said it in the last game, they definitely outdrafted NORD, but NORD just outpaced them. In this game, it feels like they've got the draft favor, and they've also got the tempo in the pocket of where they want to be playing, and not how NORD want to be playing. NORD were able to secure that first 2 dragons and the Rift Herald as well. The question is have they really been able to gain much with that other than some plate gold, other than, there's obviously just denial of those early dragons. What are NORD going to do right now? Because it's not like they scale badly. I just think it's strictly in a kind of, in a vacuum space, in a space where like you take the nameplates off. Nativz just have the easier comp to play. Like, that is just hit but R and win fight.
Yeah, I think it's easier, but you do have, like, in theory, a good composition into it, right? You have the anti-dive versus the dive. Remember, like, you have Brom, you have Xayah. So, assuming they don't get flanked, which looks very likely. Look at Twist, though, man. He's so cheeky right now, getting that deep vision to try and find TP flank wards, and be able to find these flanks. But they've actually managed, like, NORD have learned from their mistakes. They've learned that we cannot let someone behind us. We cannot let Twist find these flanks, because then Hiddo just can't hit. Right? So we need to facilitate Omen, we need to facilitate Hiddo, and they're actually first-only objective, despite Omen having to clear this wave out.
Yeah, this time, though, the key thing is they do have Kakos here to buy space with that Ornhorn, but look on the flank, they've got Twist coming around, and he's going to find a huge Magnet Storm if he's given the opportunity. He's closing in. Hiddo does have all of his summoner spells. They're going to jump straight onto Twist. They're going to try and flash away, but the Pop Blossom follow-up is too big. There's the Feather Storm away to safety. Hiddo gets a huge shield off. Seneca flashes away, but Indecision loses his life. Omen misses the shuffle. Then Voxy loses a lot of HP, but he's still fine. He's still able to keep the pressure going, and now they're chasing after Kakos. Bloody desperately trying to get onto the kill for Kakos, but he's able to limp away. Blinking health bars on both sides, but Native found their opening.
Native stay alive with 5. I cannot believe they did that in this fight. Able to get the Drake as well. That flank from Twist was massive. Hiddo seemed to be prepared for it, but he wasn't prepared for the damage that would be as soon as he got hit by one ability. He was able to survive in the end, but it cost NORD pretty much everything in the fight. That chance of winning it was gone. Omen tried to assassinate and box it, but a good flash from him bought enough space for the Danish AD carry to stay alive, and that's Nativz winning a massive fight, and they are solidly, I would say, in the lead in this game.
Yeah, close fights over and over again, right? Like, no washout fights, although health bars are blinking at the end of every single one, right? You saw Stefan there with 1 HP towards the end. Somehow, they managed to push everyone out and survive. Still, this is a problem. Twist is finding these flanks. How does he keep doing it, right? Again, if we had the replay, I really wish we could have seen how we ended up in that spot without NORD finding out. It felt like they put so much emphasis on scouting out the flank, marking them and making sure they do not get flanked like that, but it still happened. And then the Pop Blossom follow-up, just too much for Hiddo. He had to flash out.
Yeah, I feel Hiddo now twice in a row has felt victim to the Rel Nico combination. It's really brutal for him, and Hiddo, honestly, hasn't really got to play much League of Legends in the last 2 games because he's just getting focused by all of this CC. I'm sure he's now going to start to beg them to stop banning out Vladdy's champs and maybe ban this Rel, just because he is getting constantly jumped onto.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about, okay? Xayah is a fantastic champion, right? But there are counters, and typically the counters are, range or over-indexing on CC. right? And that's what they've done, right? They've enabled it with flanks and range, and I just don't think it's a blind pickable champion, especially when Kaiser's up. You're so good at Kaiser, Hiddo. You got a pentakill on the damn champion. Please pick it up. But it does look like that's what they want to do. They want to create this composition which peels Hiddo. It's all about him and Omen and allowing them to hit versus what they've drafted on the side of Nativz. Baron's up now. Everyone's moving in to this Baron pit to secure vision. They don't want to give it on over. Red buff is up because the pet has been completed for indecision. They could share buffs. Then Voxnay is trying to contest river control here, but Nord do have his number, and everyone's going to go back to neutral, contesting this mid wave.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the game plan here. 20 minutes on the clock. Gold lead very in favor of Nativz at this point. Nord they start to struggle a little bit more. Then Voxnay actually going for the on-hit Kaiser. We haven't really... Well, I say on-hit, the crit Kaiser. And not the AP Kaiser.
They need AD.
Yeah, he did this in their game in their final game, I believe, versus Verdant as well. Pulled out the AD Kaiser and won with it. So someone who is willing to kind of break that meta and play towards the you know a maybe less powerful, but a more optimal for his current team game.
One thing I will say for these team fights, and as the scaling continues to slowly but surely come through, is the pressure on Omen, to me, rises, because throughout this series so far, there has been a clear target from Nativz on Hiddo. It is always the one they target down. They always go for him, whatever it costs. So Omen practically gets to be a little bit more free from in these fights, while Hiddo is fighting for his life. So if there's anyone who is going to be able to win a 5v5 for Nord, in my opinion, it is a late gamer here on Omen, because he will have the space, he will have the time to deal the damage. Because all the resources from Nativz will be focused on that one target in Hiddo.
Yeah, it's just, man, you could just drop a Rumble off on either of these carries, and they can no longer auto-attack, right? They just have to run. They cannot do anything. It's the same if you threaten with that Nico ult, they just have to walk backwards and you cannot hit. That's the problem I'm having, despite, you know, maybe indecision shields eventually get too big. Right? Maybe they can buy enough space, and that's the idea here, but I think it's really hard to play. Just like you said, ease of execution. Right? It's so important with these compositions, and they've generated this kind of kiting back composition. Still, 1 minute on the dragon, 1 minute 20 on the dragon, loads of deep vision. Take a look at all that deep vision around the blue buffs, and if that vision stays, expect a bunch of TP flanks on this next dragon. They've already prepped it. Really good stuff from Nativz already in advance.
Well, they are going to take this turret down on the top side, cashing in on some gold here for the side of Nord. Meanwhile, Nativz with a 3,000 gold lead, haven't been able to take a single tower yet. Once they start cracking towers, that gold lead is about to really expand off it. So a real threat for the side of Nord, and they need to find somewhere an opportunity to get themselves some kind of victory. As Omen has now finished up the Nash's 2, got that crown, had that crown for a little while. Pretty standard build into the likes of a Nico. So he's gonna block that initial burst coming out from the Nico. But Omen, we praised him for his Azir previously, and he needs to show us once again why we did so.
Seneca just clearing out vision down that blue buff that I just highlighted. Really, really good stuff. They learned from that initial flank, right? Twice in a row now. They've not allowed Twist to secure that vision and keep it there now. Both teams a little bit hesitant, right? Because it is only second dragon for Nativz, but they do not want to give over a Baron. You can see Seneca running over to Baron too. Really good vision control right now. Securing vision on Baron just in case of the cross map. If they go for dragon and Nativz go for that Baron, they have it warded. Now, it's just a battle of prio. These bushes definitely going to help, you know, more vision control there as Nativz have to force an engage. They're face checking into Nord now.
Going to block off the entrance to the jungle with that line of vision, making it very hard to walk forwards. This dragon is up. Everybody is on this side of the map, and once again, Twist not able to find that proper flank, but he does have the blast cone angle to come in as Kakos is just buying some space. Then Foxy's going to charge forward. Twist trying to chase in. And Nord back away. Here comes the Ornhorn. They're going to look to try and turn onto Denvox. They do land the knock up onto him, but Vladdy being a nuisance, pretending to be Stefan right now. Dragon half HP. Omen giving some damage down onto it as they are actually going to finish up Daisy here, and that should just be the end. No, Stefan flashes over the wall, secures himself the kill. Vladdy misses the pop blossom this time, but the health bars on indecision are just oh so low. Twist trying to find an opportunity to jump in, but he's unable to do so. They find a killing spree from Denvoxney onto Kakos, and Nord, they lose the dragon and their top laner.
And it's just a huge standoff where Nativz, they just let Nord tank damage from this dragon as Nord desperately try to engage, but that's not what their comp is good at. Right, their only engage is the Ornn, and there's no follow-up. You can't have a Braum. You saw Seneca trying to run forward, trying to turn off this dragon because they were getting poked down continuously. And the second that catch costs headbutts a wall, right, that's that threat down, and Shikari pulls the trigger, drops the red carpet on them, and they can no longer hit. They just have to get out of there.
Well, 25 minutes on the clock.
They feel like they haven't done much damage in the fight for NORD, I do want to say. It very much felt like as soon as NORD tried to go for the engage, Nativz were like, no, we just throw down the rumble ultimate, and now you can't do anything really. You're forced to run, as Aragon said earlier, and we saw that in this fight. Oman, I think, was able to get, 5 auto attacks off, and he's not at the point where he deals that much damage. Hiddo basically only running in the fight, so they're unable to really do anything in return to what Nativz wants to do to NORD. So Nativz, they feel like they have a free fights, actually. It's crazy how much the rumble ultimate does this game compared to last game.
You honestly, letting the rumble through is, I think, NORD's biggest mistake in the last 2 games. Even though they won that first game, I just feel rumble's so powerful right now. And it just, the team fight spacing it can buy. It doesn't even have to necessarily win you the team fight. It can just buy space. And Hiddo, every game, has just been rumble ulted or rel ulted or just some kind of tool to stop him from actually entering into the fray and being able to play. As Invoxy was thinking about trying to get a little bit of damage off there onto Hiddo, but isn't going to be able to find that opportunity to do so.
The W is the post coming out. Hiddo getting outranged is the theme. Look at that ultimate,
man.
Yeah, he just doesn't get to play. They're going to redemption him to heal him, but the tower's gone. Noman wasn't in position to go for that flank for the shuffle and clear the wave out. They are going to throw the Ornhorn down onto Shikari, weirdly, here. As Cackles misses the knock-up. Not sure about that one. A bit of a desperation play there on the side of NORD.
I like the idea. Had there been any follow-up available from NORD, because you had just forced out probably the most important ultimate from Nativz, in my opinion, with the red carpet. So, trying to take advantage of that, I like that thought, but Tashkas was simply too alone. There was no one able to follow up. You don't have a Kaiser, for example, who could have jumped in to try and secure the kill as well with you. They had to walk in there, and that would have taken ages. So, despite the ultimate or the knock-up not hitting, it wouldn't have mattered because that was just no follow-up.
Yeah, I think you have to bite the bullet. Right, I think you have to bite the bullet. Having priority on Xayah first pick and giving over Rumble just doesn't add up to me. Right, and I think that it's not a controversial opinion. I think Rumble destroys Xayah. You just drop the ulti on her and you force the ultimate very easily, and you can't deny them like the ability to hit. Right, I think this is it's definitely a ban. You have to maybe you bite the bullet and ban Yone and just concede it and try to draft into it, or maybe potentially Omen picks the Swain into the Yone as well. Right, but whatever they're doing right now, it's not working. I completely agree with you. Teamfight prowess. The AoE from Nativz and the ability to stop the carries from the side of NORD hitting is too much.
Yeah, it's a lack of agency, unfortunately, for NORD.
Exactly.
In this game, where I feel Nativz, they've just... I'd like to say they're drafting well, but they're just getting a lot of the strong picks every game,
It's just lifeless,
right?
isn't it?
They're literally like... Nativz are kind of just getting away with basically drafting the freest drafts ever, because NORD don't have any interest on the rail. They put way more priority on this Xayah for Hiddo, and it is a good pick, but I think if you're going to pick Xayah, you need to have things that can not just do what Rumble does and target her and take half her health from a distance.
Well, recall's coming in. Wards are going to be refreshed. You can see no wards there for the side of Twist. Wants to be able to come back and keep control of that Baron vision, but now it's going to be third Dragon. For either team, whoever gets it is going to be incredibly important. Hiddo here, trying to get to that Bloodthirster, you know, to be able to lifesteal back up, and you can just see how much they're investing in keeping him alive. You can see the Radiant Virtue, the Redemption Healing you highlighted before, the Moonstone, the Locket from the Brawn. Please, Hiddo, can you survive all this AoE? We're begging you. You need to be able to hit. Same with you, Oman. He's got a crown, right? Like, I'm not an item Andy, but it's so funny that the items so hard reflect the struggles they're having. As Nativz now, in Voxney, going to be face checking. See if NORD can do anything, but they don't have much engage.
No, I think also with the fact that Hiddo's resetting, they want to turn their attention towards getting that Bloodthirster hopefully finished up by this next fight, and that could be a major opening for them here in this game. Is going to finally get that reset off. Nope, actually decides not to cancel it because Baron's going to get started up. Indecision.
There it is.
Sees that it's happening. Twist is just playing that flank duty, though. They don't have the teleport. In comes Kakos, looking for the knock-up, able to catch it onto Vladdy. Vladdy not going to get caught out yet, and in they jump. The Baron is secured. Twist just blocking anybody getting in range, and now Shikari able to put the carpet down for NORD to escape on, as Vladdy trying to get away. Should be able to do so. They can't catch him out. Gonna chase forwards, but NORD, they just have zero agency. They can't do anything.
This game is so different than game number 1. You can see the Nativz did exactly what they did in game 1, just rush the Baron. Last time though, they lost 3 members and really weren't able to do anything with the Baron. This time though, they get out with 5 members. NORD though looking for the soul point to get something in return here. Nativz though could look to respond.
Yeah, the Twist comes in with the engage. This draft it's just so lifeless, isn't it? They're relying purely on scaling and front to back, but they just can't find the engages, and they're just so reliant on Nativz to engage on them, but Nativz don't have to engage on them. They can let the Dragon do the work. They can poke with Kha'Zix. They can poke with Kai'Sa W as well. And they can also poke with the Equalizer. There's so many other options that NORD needs to consider. Look at top lane. Push as well for the side of Shikari with that Baron buff. Who's going to match him? Right, I don't think Catchcots can. No one can kill these Baron minions. And again, you have to drag your carries around the map to deal with it.
There's a bit of a problem. Omen! Failing horribly there as Foxy dashes out to safety, getting himself the kill. And yeah, I think this might be an assessment going into game number 3 angle here for NORD. I think they need to go, okay, we can't let the Rumble through again. Hiddo is not getting to play the game.
It's either the Rumble or you dump the Xayah pick, right? Like, the Xayah is a fantastic champion, especially when you're used to getting Rakan every single game, getting the duo. But Xayah has weaknesses, right? And they're being exploited by Nativz. They knew they would first pick the Xayah, and they just keep drafting very well into it. And the last game, they also struggled early game, but managed to come back with some dream team fights, but they had more agency. And going into game 3, you get a bit of a head scratcher, but that's probably what you want to do.
Yeah, it's going to be a miracle for the side of NORD to be able to hold on to this. Nativz just out drafting and outplaying, and yeah, other than those 2 side lane towers, they're on track for, and the Dragons, I guess, on track for almost a perfect game. They've not dropped a single kill. Then Voxney 4-0-1, level 16. He's got a 2-level lead over Hiddo. The crit Kai'Sa really coming in dividends here for him, and he's going to go back, get his 4th item under his belt as well. While Hiddo has only just recently finished up that Bloodthirster. Now, there is the good news of the fact you have the Ornn. So it is now slowly handing out those ornaments, giving a slight advantage or a slight kind of recovery and respite to the fact that they were down in items. Just a few additional stats in the pocket, but, you know, a full Last Whisper finished up. Well, not Last Whisper, sorry, that's a Lord Doms. A full Lord Doms finished up over, you know, a empowered Navari. Not the greatest thing. Not the greatest feeling.
Yeah, the game is looking very rough now, right? You're 10k gold down. You're an item behind on most of your important carries. Look at Shikari, almost at the 4 item point. I think NORD, they have to open a Bible and say some prayers because they need to use these 2 minutes just to try and scale up a little bit more, and then maybe they can find their way into a 5v5, but it's so hard for this team at the moment.
I think your lifeline, if you're NORD, is the fact that you're almost out of that. I gotta hold that thought as TP flank comes in. Twist is looking for the engage.
Yeah, they do get that tower down, but that's going to be it. Shikari has himself the equalizer. They do have the Azir turret, but a beautiful equalizer catching onto everyone. They are going to heal back up thanks to that redemption, and honestly, yeah, that might be best case scenario for NORD.
You could see just how the idea of this composition, you have so much peel and shield and healing, but that's exactly what I was about to say. Right, your lifeline in this game as NORD is the fact that you're so close to Chemtech Soul. And Chemtech Soul empowers shielding and healing, right? And makes you tankier at lower HP. So maybe their shields and healing will hit a threshold. You know, a point of, you know, no return for the side of Nativz where they just cannot out DPS them. And that's what NORD's idea is generally. We'll have to see if they secure this 4th dragon. And if they do, maybe that's the game plan.
It's a tall ask. It's a very, very tall ask, unfortunately.
Managed to get 3, though. Well, 0-7.
No,
yes.
But,
they've been very good at getting early dragons. I think that's like NORD's major strength out of any of the other teams in the playoffs is they are one of the best early dragon takers. They're very proactive at doing that. Nativz, I mean, we saw their game versus Verdant. They were very slow tempo. That's exactly how they like to play the game. So they're kind of okay to give up those early dragons, providing they can try and get them later.
It's just a minute until that Drake, and they could look for it. Sadly, though, for NORD, Nativz, Shikari just hit his 4th item. That is a Ravenous Death kept coming through. But good news for NORD. Omen got his 3rd item as well. They do have the stopwatches if they're caught out in the wrong position. The thing is, it's been so long since they full on 5v5 that Bloody, he's just scaled up. He's gotten 3 items himself, and if he gets a big pop blossom, it will pretty much one-shot anyone, regardless of who they are, with that Ravenous Death cap as well. He's gone for a full one-shot build, and we have to really look out for him in the fights.
Look at Twist. Okay, they're conceding mid-prior right now to find flanks and push out top lane. The top lane's a problem, of course, but and Oman's having to recall, but they've conceded mid-priors to secure Twist this really juicy flanks, and we've seen this before, right? I feel like we're getting a prediction on what's going to happen in this upcoming fight. Is Indecision. I can get picked here.
Yeah, just pops the spell shield,
Twist.
the teleport coming in, Twist there. This might be Hiddo in danger. He blast comes to the wrong side. He has the flash, tries to reposition. Instant stopwatch comes in. They're going to try and get everything onto Hiddo, but he's down. What a pop blossom. What an equalizer. What a fight. Nativz wipe the floor with NORD, and this is done.
It's just all twist, isn't it? Every single dragon fight, he manages to find these dream flanks. He's so patient with it. I'm so glad we highlighted that because he was sitting there for a full minute. Yes, you've lost mid-pro, but who cares? You found the best positioning for the upcoming fight, and he just pulls it off.
And a couple of blunders there. Omen TP's in to no man's land, really, and just finds himself in the middle of the wombo combo. Hiddo taking the wrong blast cone as well, and they were lined up for the wombo combo. They really got put into both the equalizer and the pop blossom from the other side. There was nothing they could do, while Denvoxton was still free hitting on their HP bars. That last team fight was a disaster for NORD, and a picture-perfect team fight from Nativz. They're back in the series, it's 1-1, and that game sets a completely different tone. NORD didn't get a single kill in this whole game.
I think the interesting stuff about this game now is that we can move the... we'll probably see Nativz take blue side. Sorry, NORD take blue side instead of Nativz, because the loser chooses side, so there may be some difference there. For the love of God, ban Rel and Rumble. Those two champs are so strong, it's actually just straight up disrespectful, but they're picking Xayah, leaving Rel Rumble open. Like, it's straight up disrespectful, and yeah, game one worked for them, but if they don't want to lose any more games, they need to look at either picking or banning those champions, because honestly, Nativz, they've gotten away with perfect drafts basically 2 games in a row, and yeah, they lost that first game, but their drafts have just been superior so far. Anyway, we are going to throw to a break. When we're back, we'll be back with that third game, so we'll see you in a moment.
So I think in terms of our team performance in playoffs so far, I'm not too satisfied. I think our ceiling, our skill ceiling is much higher than we showed.
Like how the team perform in playoff, for now it's really convincing, in my opinion. I think you can also see it as a viewer.
Like, which is like a good thing in my opinion, because we have a lot more to show.
As a team, yeah, I think definitely like we got more serious when we went into playoffs because we really want to win. Like every single one of us wants to win super bad.
We've only played against Verdant, and I think in that series we didn't really show our best. There was stuff both from in the game and the draft that we definitely wanna change up, that we had a look at. And I know if we play better than that and play to the standard that we can, I don't think any team can realistically take a game from us.
We are way cleaner in macro, we are way more disciplined, individuality are popping off. On some games, for sure you can remind Omen against Rudy, that was like completely insane.
I'm actually very happy with how we did. I think our reads were wrong and our understanding was wrong, but I think we fixed that now.
I think as a team we have improved tremendously because before we're indecisive and we're not performing as well as you could clearly see in the summer split. But moving on to playoffs, I would say we improved, and it's showing a light.
The way we handled the BO5, specifically between games and talking about draft and what we thought were the issues and how we could adapt, were really good.
We've been putting in the work and we are taking it super seriously, so yeah, we perform a lot better.
And in terms of like my individual performance, like if I were to rate it from like 1 to 10, it's probably like a 6.
I think so far in the playoffs I played decently well. I think I played better in the Nativz, not the Nativz, the Verdant series than the Rudy, but the Rudy wasn't too bad either, I think.
As well, like I can show so much more. I think I had good games, but I had games that like I had very little to no agency over.
I personally believe that I'm playing decently well, but I'd like to play a lot better though.
Which is, again, I think is good. So because I can show a lot more in the finals.
So I think we have the perfect mix between like team play and individuality for now. So I just can't wait to see how it will go against Nativz.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into our third game of the day. This is going to be, again, NORD and Nativz now equal against one another. And honestly, we've talked about it. I think everyone's been very passionate. There's two champions who both begin with the letter R, who I don't think should be in this pick and ban phase. NORD this time are going to be on that blue side, Nativz on the red. So there has been a bit of a shake-up going into game number 3.
Yeah, so I want to just start it off with here. Is that you have a choice to make now if you're NORD, right? As an adaptation to that loss you just had. Do you value target bans on Vladdy still, or do you want to ban more meta? The thing is with blue side, though, they've opted for blue side, is that you have more room for target bans because you don't have to ban as many OPs because you can first pick. So what do they decide to do? It looks like they're going to opt to stick with the target bans.
I think maybe the Tristana won't be banned. I think I could see that being left open and then banning away the Rumble. Or they have some plan to pick away the rail and then they feel the Rumble won't be as strong, or they pick away the Rumble themselves. They have to have one plan here to deny one of those two champions for sure, but they still stick with the Tristana. So Rumble and Rail still on the table. I would like to see NORD first pick one of those to deny them from Nativz. The Rail actually banned through from Nativz because they don't want NORD to have that power pick as the first lock-in.
Maokai, Kai'Sa, Xayah. These are all picks that I'm looking at.
Please.
They've adapted. Okay, they've decided screw the peel safety style and peeling Hiddo, right? We're going full dive, right? So alongside this Kai'Sa, you pair off full dive champions, stuff like the Ornn on top of it, throw down the ultimate. You know, you follow up on engages. Nautilus is a common pairing. So that's what I want to see now. How does NORD form this? Form a draft around Hiddo, because he has, I think it's like 2 pentakills on this champion this split. Azir might be taken away from Nativz, and we've seen that Vladdy and this Azir is really good, and typically what you pair with Azir is more tanks and front to back, so we might be seeing a clash of styles here.
Yeah, I more crucially, more than anything, I just want to see NORD play more proactive. I think they picked a comp that couldn't do anything last game, and they just sat and played Nativz game. Nativz, they're going to want to play scaling. They've got Azir, they've got Aphelios, they're just going to want to farm for 300 CS and then look to do stuff on the map outside of that. I'd love to see, like you were saying, the Nautilus get picked up here for Seneca, so they have someone who can pair up with that Kai'Sa for kind of early lane prio and a jungler who can do stuff on that map. Because I don't think the Ivern was inherently a bad pick. It's just they had a comp that couldn't do anything, so the Ivern couldn't really do anything other than shield Hiddo to stop them dying.
Yep. Maokai is another pick that's coming to mind here. Maokai is an incredible, probably one of the best team fighting tank in the game at the moment. Although Sedge also works with the front to back that Nativz won, but both teams are probably gunning up that Maokai. I wouldn't be surprised to see NORD take it away here. And then just a handshake of Sejuani too, because both teams desperately need either engages or tanks here. Yeah, there's a Sedge. Sedge, Nautilus, a beautiful combo.
Yeah, that is very nice, and as you said, that leaves the Maokai open. Would probably be taken here by Nativz unless they want to lock in something else to spice it up. Maybe take a support so the pool doesn't get trimmed any further. There is a chance of that. But I would probably prefer the Maokai. It is the strongest of the picks open at the moment.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
So they go for the support instead, yeah.
So I think that's fine, right? You get Maokai pinched, but Braum is such an incredible champion into dive, right? We saw them try to play it like last game. They're banning out more dive that catch cost has shown with that Malphite. Specifically, Poppy is still open, which is a very catch cost champion. I wouldn't be surprised to see that banned away, but Ornn is also very good in dive compositions as an R4 blind because, and I expect that banned, because you just throw down an ultimate and whoever you CC, Kai'Sa can ult off. Right, it's an incredibly potent duo. You throw the ultimate on whoever CC'd, and however, to be fair, they have Braum wall, so maybe that drops down in priority. But still, they need more tanks and dive.
Alrighty, well, looking for the last couple of bans off here from the side of Nativz. Well, the last ban from Nativz, one more from NORD. They're going to take their Jax away. Don't want to deal with Kakos on that once again. I mean, he was very impactful in game number 1, even with the whole breaker build in those team fights. See what the next rotation is going to be here from the side of NORD. Just looking at things like, obviously, the Ornn are still up and available. Nativz could draft that. Honestly, NORD could draft that as well. They actually do deny the Maokai. I think that's a solid ban out on that front. It's taken that off the table, and it looks like the Nativz roster now looking towards their jungler, deciding what they want to pick up. Make sure they get counterpick for Shikari in that top lane. Crucially, the Rumble is up and available still. And honestly, so far from what Nativz have drafted, unless they pivot off a different jungler here, they're not that overly AP favored. Yeah, they've got the Azir, but they can lock Rumble in and not actually upset their damage profile too much. That's a locked in Xerath. Oh, that's a bit different.
Spicy. Really, really good. Traditional old school counters to Azir are outranging him, right? In the past, you had AP Cogmore. You know, artillery is the term that people love into the Azir. And on top of that, the weakness for Aphelios is also more artillery. So yeah, really beautiful stuff. I love this draft adaptation for Oman here.
It's really, really nice. I'm excited for this. Now, though, what will Kashkas be playing? He was hovering around a lot of stuff, but does end up going with the Aatrox. Now, though, the counter pick is in the pocket of Shikari. I wonder what he'll go for.
Yeah, that's interesting. You have a few options into the Aatrox, right? I mean, it depends, because maybe he's picking this Aatrox because they know Shikari wants to play a tank, so he's just going to play Aatrox into tank, and typically that's pretty fine. I wouldn't be surprised to see an NORD come out, but it looks like Shikari is going to say, you know what, I'm actually going to carry, instead of playing a tank to buy space, I'm going to buy space with AoE damage, right? And now you have Shikari on this cannon, who's going to dive backline to allow his carries to hit.
Okay, so a few things to note here. First of all, last time we saw Kakos on the Aatrox, he actually popped off. So that's something to kind of keep in mind. Also, Hiddo is not as susceptible to getting AoE down because you have the dash, you have that mobility from the supercharge as well. And, you know, you've got to get through an Aatrox, a Nautilus, and a Sejuani onto that backline. And realistically, Omen's probably not going to be standing too close to Hiddo. So you don't get that perfect cannon ult where you pin all of the carries down in one place and then AoE them down. So there is... I prefer this comp from NORD. I'm curious, though, for your thoughts, guys. Do you agree with me, or do you think Nativz still have gotten away with a very good draft here?
I think Nativz has some strengths. The thing for me is I would like Shikari in this game to play more for the flanks, because if he finds the right flanks, he could find Omen and instantly assassinate him from the fights. That's definitely a possibility. Or he could play it, as Aragon said earlier, I'm not going to buy space with HP, I'm going to buy with AoE damage and then just play the front to back, using the ultimate to try and melt down these tanks with the Voxne, so they could, then go onto the backline afterwards. But the flanks is a possibility, something we saw a lot of success from in NORD in the first game with Kashkas finding the flanks. Now Shikari could kind of do the same, assassinating the carries of his opponents.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think it's all on Omen, though, right? He's pulled out the big guns. You have poke from AP Kai'Sa and poke from the Xerath, which honestly, with your hyper carries that are shorter range, with the Azir, with the gosh, what's the name of the champion? I've completely blanked. How have I done that? Aphelios, holy moly.
There we go.
You get countered so hard by poke, right? So it's on them to set up the poke before the dragon fight, make sure they're on the objective, and they could just poke them off, even if the enemy are on the objective first. But again, like you said, I completely agree with Duckling. If, whilst they're poking and they don't get to poke enough, then they get flanked by Shikari, Oman could be in a real pickle. I also am curious to see catch cost. Something I didn't actually note was we're on 13.14 now. That's with Aatrox buffs, and Aatrox on this patch is incredibly potent, so I didn't realize. I thought we were still on 13.13, but still. Kennen is actually an incredibly good champion to Aatrox in terms of laning phase as well. So expect catch cost to be chunked and pushed under the tower.
Another thing that we haven't really hit on is the fact that, Hiddo's been on the Xayah as a comfort pick for the entirety of this series so far. Now finally switching it off onto the Kai'Sa, which, as Aragon has said, actually is probably one of their best champions. Crucially, though, Voxne has got his hands onto the Aphelios for the first time, and I consider Aphelios to be one of Voxne's comfort picks. It's a pick we see him play even when it's not meta, and he plays it exceptionally well.
He is a really big fan of the Aphelios and has been so for years. I remember back in 2021 as well, working with him on Trade. He loved to practice the Aphelios, he played a lot. Whenever he could in competitive games, he would get it out there as well. So this is one of his most comfortable champions. To me, it is the Voxne synonymous champion, having watched him behind the scenes as well. So I'm very happy to see him get this in the finals. It's definitely something he's confident on. The question is, will it work? Because as Aragon said, Omen with the range could look to poke out Voxne and really deny him from any possibility in the fight. So pressure on Omen to shut down this Voxne pocket pick.
So, interesting anecdote. I played with Vladdy's Azir and solo queue about a month and a half ago, and he really 1v9 with an insane Azir shovel down bot side. If he rewatches this and hears this, he'll know which game I'm talking about. He was an absolute beast on the Azir. I'm fully confident, despite having his Jace and Yone targeted in ban phase, he's probably going to still be able to pilot this comfortably. The only question mark, though, I feel like in the center of the map right now, observers are highlighting, is how does Omen pilot this Xerath? We've never seen Xerath, right? Who plays Xerath? No one. I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of the first or only Xerath picks across the world this summer, because no one often picks it. You rarely get opportunities to pick it in the first place, but Azir is a perfect one. So let's see how I pilot it. I also want to see Indecision. What's his early pathing? Does he make an early gank topside after 3 camps? We highlighted in game 1 that he loves on this Sejuani to do 3 camps. And common for Sejuani, does he do 3 camps into a gank? Mid lane could be juicy, depending on if a stun lands from Xerath, although it's probably not likely, or top lane. Well,
Omen right immediately has lost the race to level 2, so Let's get somewhat poked out, but it's kind of at that point where once the Q comes in, wave clear gets a little bit more effective for him. Does what the minion into range of that tower. Ooh, that level 2 mark, really nicely played. And Vladdy gets that second wave crash in quite happily, and is just going to try and play some vision down to spot out where Indecision is.
Look at those pings coming down. Indecision saw that Vladdy was going for wards on those raids, and he also skirted the minions that were crashing into Omon's tower. He's really doing his best right now to avoid being seen and give him over information as to where he started. So now, Nativz are a bit clueless, right? They don't know where he is or where he could go. He might look for a bot lane play here.
Yeah, he could do, because they're feeling pretty comfortable in that bot lane, thinking, but with that chicken camp warded and no sign of Indecision, he's probably on that top side, although they will eventually put 2 and 2 together, but he's probably skirted the vision if it takes too long, because they'll be like, those chicken camps been up, and they can't be top still at this point.
Yeah, he's going for them now as well, so should be spotted there soon.
Yeah, there it is. Finally giving that information over, so they will see him. Stefan on that top side has done a full clear, where Indecision's been a little bit more mobile and moving around the jungle as much as possible. But Omen right now, actually not having as good a laning phase as our previous games. Early into Vladdy. Vladdy definitely starting to win the upper hand of some of these trades.
Yeah, I want to give some credit to Vladdy here as well, especially with how he's positioning whenever Omen starts to queue, because he's walking away from the wave, forcing Omen to really make the choice. Do you want a bit of poke, or do you want to be able to contest on the wave clear? And it seems so far that Omen has gone for the I want to do some damage to you route, but Vladdy has still been able to sidestep them, so in the end, Omen is throwing his abilities out into essentially nothing, so that leaves Vladdy with control over the wave state. He's not taking that much damage either, and Omen, he's burning through that mana bar.
Yeah, and plays not being able to be found down in bot lane. Typically, in the Braum versus Nautilus lane, it's pretty bad, right, thematically for the Nautilus, but there are windows where you can take short trades to chunk out the Braum potentially and try and force summoners, you know, to potentially set up a gank with your jungler. It looked like Indecision really wanted to gank bot lane for something, or maybe just crash the wave, but he kept going down bot side, and maybe he wanted his bot lane to trade a bit more. Still wasn't found. Now they're going to recall on a ward and get that cancelled. Omen, little as Indecision clears up back top side.
It's going to just be doing the Zera thing, though. You get that mana regeneration from your passive, so it'll be all right. We'll be able to hold on to the wave for now. I've still got that teleport, and we'll be looking to get a Lost Chapter up as soon as possible on his next base, which he'll probably pick up here, and at which point, mana probably just won't be a problem anymore for Omen, and starts to become a bit of a wave clear, but it's somewhat similar to the Ziggs, where, like, once you got that Lost Chapter, you have like a major spike in your wave clear capability. Once you got your Ludens, which I assume is going to be the item he takes as his mythic, that's when your wave clear basically just becomes incontestable until you have Baron.
Ooh, natural CS lead. Natural CS lead for the side of Stefan here, because the whole team is doing such a good job at tracking Indecision. Wards everywhere. You see wards on the Grump after the counter jungle on the Grump, ward on the Wraiths initially to spot out where his path was, and naturally, that means Indecision, despite hovering for ganks, they've spotted him out, and those ganks haven't worked out. So now, because of the time he's invested in hovering, he's behind in camps, and because of all that, all the tempo added up over the last 5 minutes, they've managed to secure this dragon.
Yeah, it's completely free prior on both mid lane and bot lane, so there's no real contention to be had. That's just well played by Nativz to start off this game right for them. 500 gold lead being built up here, just by CSing better as well, so far so good for the favorites here. Good hook though.
Yeah, it's so hard though when that wall goes up and Twist can just block out so much damage. That would have been any other support heavily chunked out from that play, but Braum, not so much.
Short trades though around Kai'Sa passive and making sure you don't take an all-in into the Braum passive, right? It can work out for the Nautilus. We're seeing here that's exactly what they're doing. You attack Braum's mana pool, right? Because every single spell costs so much mana, and eventually maybe there's something you can do, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. They're just going to take a reset and Twist will be okay. Has a bunch of potions, and they're going to walk out of lane now. Indecision's also resetting on tempo with everyone else. I want to highlight top lane though. This is what I was saying. It's such a brutal matchup, right? TP coming out for Shikari here, and he won't have it for 12 minutes, but still, looks like he's going to be strong, taking a reset before this Rift Herald to make sure he can contest it.
I've been having a bit of a rough time trying to land these Qs onto Vladdy. He's missed 3 for 3 so far. It's pretty rough. Didn't even hit the W. That time gets it. Hey, dead center as well, so you can get the follow-up damage. That's what it's meant to look like, this lane. What's been happening has not been that, unfortunately, is Vladdy. Level 6, level 7 now, has the ultimate, so if Seneca wanted to try and make a play, he is very likely to get shuffled on the tower, so needs to be careful. That's 2 for 5, I think, on Omen Qs.
Yeah.
No! Good
flash.
Beautiful
Fantastic.
flash. Pillar comes out, but he's going to be A-okay. Omen.
Okay,
He might miss the Qs, but he lands those flashes to safety.
That was insane, actually. Very nicely played from him, and the poke is good. Now, though, Nord looking to go in here, maybe just getting some poke down. They just can't really fully commit to the fight. They just want to push in the wave, but Nord won't allow them to.
Good micro from Nord and Seneca specifically. Knows there's no pillar because Stefan just used it. It's going to be on like a 16-second cooldown, if that, if not more. And he could just walk up, take a short trade, and chunk. And that way, the prio they seem to be forcing just it translates into a recall cancel. Nice.
Oh, Vladdy. That is sad.
Yeah. Rift Herald might actually go over to the side of Nord now because of that chunk and the disabled recall. Vladdy's not going to be able to contest. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to go over the side of Nord.
That's good because honestly,
really
we said
good.
it. We said it at the end of last game. The major problem that I think Nord had last game was they were playing Nativz pace. They weren't playing their pace. Nord are definitely better at playing a faster pace. And honestly, last game it just felt like they just conceded any tempo, any way to play the game, and just gave it all over. Then Boxney has the kill guns, so his tower is well. Hido's tower is going to lose 2 plates, and that's a lovely injection of cash into Denvoxney. Hido, unfortunately, having to concede some power, as you would expect when that is the lane state, as Kakos has a rather large wave pushing towards him, and Stefan may be looking to set up a potential gank. It might be pretty hard with this wave in the state it is currently in. As Twist is going to eat himself a little bit of damage here. As Hido doesn't really have any follow-up, unfortunately. Twist does take some damage in response, though.
Take a look at that top lane CS lead. Like, honestly, it's brutal. I mean, you get R5 counterspec, and it's a really good matchup. Still, that is a deficit and a half, considering he also has a Cull, and, you know, it's just against a puny Merc Tread. Still, under tower, probably going to be getting plates solo as well. Engages down bot side also keep failing because it is a Braum. Yeah, there's the solo plate for Shikari. That is a significant CS lead. I'd love to see a gold lead, like a toggle from the observers. Is that possible to see the lead from Shikari in isolation? Yeah, casual 700 gold lead.
That's pretty rough. As Indecision tried to steal the blue buff, but it's just a leash for Stefan, unfortunately for him. So Stefan quite happy with that one, able to pick up his blue buff and carry on with his jungle, now accelerated somewhat, thanks to that start for him, as Indecision is just going to move on to the red side here. And again, though, I do need to emphasize, Nord are playing this relatively slow, and that suits Nativz. That's exactly what they want. They got Denvoxney on the Aphelios, they got Vladdy on the Azir. They want this game to slow down so they can get some gold injected into their carries. On the other side, Nord, they're fine as the game goes later, but realistically they want to be spiking into the mid game and try and out-tempo Nativz, because I think if you play Nativz game, if you want to play a 40-minute game, you're going to lose to Nativz.
Yeah, Kashkas wants to be freed from this lane as well. Definitely not fun for him. Wants to be able to have that impact later on in the team fights when he gets those first couple of items. Those spikes are the ones we're really looking for. 3 items on Hido as well would be big. Oman needs some more though to really be able to have that effective poke that could force someone like Denvoxney to be out of a whole fight. So waiting for those mid games, as you said. That's what Nords wants, but they're starting to get the first item slowly but surely, and that leads into a potential Drake here. Hido very able to clear the wave.
Starting at the Drake immediately is a little concerning. They need to poke first. I mean, they're not chunked at all. Denvoxney is full HP. Vladdy's only taking a small Q. Now, Nord don't have the poke condition. That is unfortunate timing.
That is unfortunate timing indeed. I was about to say, prior to all of what we just saw, they didn't use Herald. Indecision has Herald and went straight to Dragon. They could have placed it mid, they could have placed it bot, and then translated that into the Dragon. But the Herald is in the pocket of Indecision right now, and if they lose this fight, it's gonna be real rough for them off the back of that one, unfortunately. Hopefully that disconnect won't be too long. I don't really need to explain what happened there. Stefan left. Hopefully we'll be back fairly quick and we can see the outcome of this Dragon play. But I am a little concerned because coming out of game 1, we were very much all aboard the Nord hype train. They played a very fast-paced game. They played the game we saw them play versus Ruddy and Verdant. And then it felt like after game 2, they've been a little stumped and they've been a little slow, and that's not the game style you need to be doing versus Nativz, because Nativz, they thrive if the game goes late. That is their area of expertise. And yes, Nord are an incredibly good team fighting team. We highlighted that, and we'll have to see if they can make this team fight, what's most likely going to break out, happen for them, because that's their moment to shine.
That's what I think. We want Nord to take the mantle in this game, right? When they reach their spikes in the mid game, they're the ones who say, now we are strong, we want to fight. They're going to force the objectives, they're going to force the Barons, they're going to force the team fights. That's what I want them to see. I don't want them to be like, okay, Nativz aren't making any moves, we're happy to scaling 10-15 minutes more, because they won't be. Because the scaling is just that bit better on Nativz, so the longer they go, the more percentage chance they get of losing the game.
Yeah, I do think, though, they've got to be careful, right? They've got to play to their win conditions, especially with the poke, right? We keep highlighting it, but it's so important. I think a better sequence of events that NORD could have gone for was place the Herald, and then when the Natives are dealing with the Herald, you poke them as they enter the pit, right? I think that's something, or enter the river, rather. I think that's something they could have gone for instead. Instead, what happens is, I wish I knew how long they had on Rift Herald, but if they die here, Indecision loses the Rift Herald, there's a real risk they don't have Rift Herald anymore, or they just have to place it down bot lane, right? Because I think they've had it for a little while now. Still, maybe they value having Rift Herald on placing this Rift Herald bot lane, you know, to snowball Hiddo. I think Hiddo is really important in this draft, the ability to dive in and just assassinate whoever you want to. I also think Rift Heralding mid is incredibly important too. In a game with control mages, typically Rift Heralding mid goes up in priority, because when the control mage no longer has a tower to back them up, they have to overextend and they're way more susceptible. Okay, so Rift Heralding mid, I think, is definitely an angle as well.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think honestly, mid lane is the place where you want to be throwing down that Rift Herald. It's Azir. I mean, the problem is regardless, Azir has turrets, and I know they don't last as long, and I know they're not as tanky, but there is always, before a dragon play, you can slap a turret up on Azir, and suddenly the mid lane prio and the dynamic of the mid lane can change off the back of that. So maybe if it's bot, it's hard to say, but I feel like this is one of those games where waves are going to die very quickly, and towers are going to live for a very long time, because it is just so hard to push into a Xerath, into an Azir. And, you know, as more and more items get finished up on those Xerath, those waves last less and less time, but that poke is gonna scale up. So yeah, I would like to see some more of that poke angle stuff. Hopefully we'll get back into the game nice and soon, because I want to see how this plays out. But it is interesting with the it is interesting when you have the Trundle, because it's like a very typical counter to Sejuani, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a straight-up 1v1 in the counter, right? Because Sejuani, she's very tanky, her passive legitimately gives her more magic resistant armor. And what does Trundle's ultimate take away? Well, it takes away all that tankiness, so it is a straight-up counter, because you really want, as a Trundle, to ult Sejuani before anyone else does anything to end the fight, because then you steal loads of resistances, and you yourself become the tank. And that's really what Nativz need in this roster. They do need a little bit more tankiness, so it's important this Trundle does become tanky in the fight. So Stefan, a lot of pressure on him to soak up as much resistance as possible to really be able to be the frontline that Nativz need.
Yeah, I see. I look at this draft, right? I've got it up on my other monitor, and I'm on board with everything NORD has to offer, except for the Aatrox. I understand it's a very heavy CC, you know, you can dive backline with it as well, I guess. It's just not as clear cut. On top of that, I get that you have Sejuani, but if you wanted an AD blind top laner, I think Asante was a better bet. Regardless, it started up. Let's see. Oh, the poke lands.
That is a lot of poke onto Vladdy, and I think they actually do lose Dragon. They should have done this from the very beginning, as Vladdy's just heavily chunked out. That was a little bit of a mistake. Here comes the Arcane Barrage. One last shot onto Vladdy. Meteor. One more. No. Vladdy survives.
And he's just going to waddle away. That Rift Herald does get a charge off and snowballs Hiddo a little bit. You can see they sent 3 people down to defend it, as Seneca and Hiddo are going to get priority here, but still, unfortunately, miss on a kill. And NORD don't really get that much for conceding Dragon. 3rd Dragon now. 430 is going to be another Cloud. We're getting some some interesting souls today. I think it's been Cloud, Chemtic, Cloud.
No, it's Infernal Chemtic.
Was it Infernal? Okay,
yeah.
That bails it out.
We've actually had some good ones. Honestly, if you're Omen, you're so sad at the idea of a Cloud Soul, because it makes dodging your ability so much easier.
That's true.
It is going to be really rough. I mean, if you're the rest of NORD, you're actually quite happy with Cloud if they can get it, because Hiddo, heavily empowered by that, jumps in, has so much movement, especially with the supercharge on top of that. His Kakot's a lot of movement when he's ulting, and with that stuff, all that survivability. Oh man, Omen, I'm not sold, and I don't think I'm going to be sold, as Seneca finds himself getting somewhat caught out here by Stefan, but is able to get away to safety.
Yeah. It just feels like Nativz has had Indecision's number. Right?
Wait, Herald timed out.
No, they cast it. They already placed Herald. That's why.
When bot. Okay,
has down to 2 plates. Still, 1 more minute on play to see if Denvoxney can unlock any more. It looks like Indecision and Seneca are just going to shadow bot side to make sure no plates get taken. Mid lane wave is going to go in. They're going to meet, Jesus. And top lane, you could take a look at an isolation. How much a lead Shikari has made. Just completed an item compared to that unfinished Duskblade. As Seneca might look for
Go
a
for it. No, they're not. They're not even going to go for it. Here comes the Moonlight Vigil. Dodged out the pillar. Narrowly avoided by the
Nice
hook there.
try.
As they are going to try and get some damage down. They do get a little bit out onto Seneca as a twist. There's the ultimate out, and a lot burnt there from the side of Nativz, and not a lot really gained off the back of it as Kakos gets himself a plate, which is a nice little bit of breathing room for him. But he's going into Pen Boots and Proto Belt with a Caulfield and Serrated.
Yeah, you don't want to be near the Lightning Maelstrom, Slicing Maelstrom rather, when that comes down, because it is going to be cutting through pretty much every single HP bar node, except for maybe Indecision, who would be able to survive it. But let's see what happens here. Actually, just another good trade by Shikari. The thing is, for NORD, if they make a mistake in one of their early plays and they fall far behind, the game is pretty much done, because they want to be somewhat even when they reach their spikes. Otherwise, the game will be hard to play. So I understand them not going for any crazy plays here. They're just trying to go out. Okay, they see, for example, Nativz had rotated down to defend in Buxton. No reason to overextend to maybe just get 1 kill and then lose 3. They would rather say, we don't give up the first buff, we just keep scaling, because NORD, if they're 5, 6, 7k goal behind, and they reach that second.
I think there's a fight topside.
They're fighting.
Yeah, they are going for it. Shikari's down. First blood
massive.
for Omen. And that's the right of the Arcane doing so much work there for Omen, finally landing those shots.
You know, I'm so impressed you know the name of his ultimate. Still, finally, something for NORD. I think this is the first kill in 2 games, right? Or is that the second kill? I can't quite
That's
tell.
their first kill in 2
First
games.
kill in 2 games. Still, catch cost is really chunked here. I wonder if they're going to turn it around.
Yeah, they're going to look for it. They flash over the pillar. They're going to get the follow-up there. In comes Catch Cost. He's got the sustain. He's got the healing. They find the lockdown. They want to step in. They're going to keep the pressure up, but they just don't have the damage to correct. And actually, that cost them the Herald, because I don't think they can really restart the Herald up. Yeah, here comes the teleport from Shikari. A pillar may spell the demise of NORD here, but they are able to escape.
I wonder if Shikari could have held that TP and waited for NORD to potentially overextend. Indecision gonna go for a steal. I doubt it. There's no way he throws waves like this,
he just walks in and steals this. I can feel it in my gut. He walks out in the end. Oh, I mean, it's definitely up in the air. Shikari doesn't have the Slicing Maelstrom either. They give it up.
They missed Q. They went, you know what? We didn't get any damage off of the Q. It's not worth it.
But take a look at that vision down bot side for the next dragon. There's so much red side vision all the time in the enemy jungle. You can see a pink top from Shikari, and that ward is really broken. No one ever checks it. And there's also pinks down in bot side as well for this dragon for potential TP flanks. Now, Shikari doesn't have TP anymore, which is good, but Vladdy does. Maybe we'll see some kind of TP flank crazy shuffle, but I doubt it. It will probably end up being more of a front-to-back scenario. Still, loads of vision, flanks galore potentially, as NORD really have to sweep this away.
Yeah, they're going to be playing full-on contest right now for the vision. They've got 12 seconds until that dragon comes up. Noman with the Leandries, actually. So going the cooldown route, I think it's fine, actually. Also burning through Stefan's health bar.
I think when he gets some anti-heal as well, it's going to be really massive, because in the late game, Aphelios could very quickly look to heal up. So if that anti-heal stays on him for a little bit longer, it would be very beneficial. Burning down the HP bars as well.
Oh, Vladdy.
Surely Vladdy, he's caught out here. If he gets spotted, no Indecision can see him until it's too late. And they
don't have the vision. They don't have the vision for that. That would have been an amazing play if they could see.
Yeah. Sejuani being stealthy, not something I've heard before, but still doesn't get seen and then takes the blast cone over. That denies a potential engage over the blast cone. Still, NORD get the first move into the river. They seem a bit hesitant though. They might peel off of this as they have to answer this rift build.
Yeah, Hedo's going to try and finish up the dragon, but they're going to move over. Seneca, he's in danger. They're going to throw everything down. There's a little bit of poke to follow, but there's just no follow-up. They try to jump in. Here comes the right of the Arcane, raining down. Sniped on the backline. Here comes the damage from Kakos, though. They got the burn onto Stefan, but he's able to get the heal from the Triumph and Shikari, pinning them down in place. One by one, they fall down. Double kill for Denvoxney, and NORD crumble at the seams.
And it was just such a weird engage from Seneca, right? He hooks into 4 people alone into a Braum. NORD into Braum alone is a death sentence. You just get marked up and one shot. And then they try to continue, but Shikari comes in and saves the entire play. And in the end, Hido, despite managing to pick up that kill on Twist, just gets run over.
I think it's just draft difference again. I mean, the first game, they got away with murder. They got an absolutely horrendous draft and they made it work. but Nativz just every game are just drafting so well. Their counter picks are on point, and I think part of it comes down to Hiddo maybe stubbornly wanting to play Xayah for 2 games, but also just a bit of disrespect in the sense that they kept letting Rail Rumble through. And Rumble being open this game, to me, screams that Kakos doesn't play Rumble. It feels like a pick that he doesn't want to pick. Like, he seems to be a major kind of flaw where Shikari is getting he's had 2 champions in the last 3 games. In every game where he's been able to have a lot of impact with a big AoE ultimate.
I think the problem is then you'd be quadruple AP, right? I think that might be a problem, but I completely see like how a Rumble ult would damage and like an Azir and an Aphelios trying to hit. I see the potency of that still. Too much AP, maybe a Hiddo could have gone
Omen,
AP. Still,
he's dead.
Hiddo.
Omen's gone zone.
Dead.
Oh gosh.
Oh my. Yeah.
I thought Indecision flashed there. That was Vladdy who flashed the wall, but yeah. I mean, you didn't have to pick an AP mid as well. You didn't. There's so many options where you could have changed that up, but I don't know. I feel Kakos has maybe revealed his hand a little bit here. That he's not overly comfortable playing that Rumble, because that is an insta pick for Nativz half the time, and NORD just do not. They're just avoiding it like the plague.
I want to say as well, right? There's still time until this NORD comes online. So the fact that they're losing fights now and just getting further and further behind is really detrimental to how they want to play the game. Hiddo still needs the 3rd item. This AP Kaiser doesn't come online until that really hits. So he doesn't really do much damage. Whereas then Voxne, 2 items on the Aphelios, definitely way stronger at this point compared to the AP Kaiser build. Oman still needs the 2nd item. Hasn't gotten that quite yet. So he still needs some more scaling, but the problem is Nativz are getting so far ahead at the moment that if this continues, it won't matter that NORD scales because Nativz will be just 5 steps ahead.
Yeah, just talking itemization, look how far behind Kakos is, right? We've been highlighting it all game, but this counter pick has done so much. He's 1 item to 2, right? Like, it's absolutely disgusting how much, and yes, AP items are generally speaking cheaper, but still, it's really brutal. And you could see how in team fights, Kakos just doesn't do as much, not nearly as much. He does sometimes land some sweet spots, which are nice, but just having this display is not enough. Still, 2 minutes 50 till his dragon. Both teams posturing around this river and trying to hold control. I think if they manage to get red-white, they could actually threaten this Baron with this Azir, so maybe that's the play at hand.
I'll cycle through those guns and pick them up. I am not particularly great with the mechanics on the cycling of the guns for Aphelios, but I can tell you he has 12 Gravitum shots and 29 of the flamethrower. So
Infernum.
Infernum, that's the one. Thank you. As
Seneca
Seneca might
actually.
find himself dead. They actually had to ult from Indecision to defend Seneca, and Seneca's still flashing away. Stefan barely getting tickled. He did have the he didn't even have his ult on actually, so that's just like raw Stefan health. And Omen not really doing much damage, like you were saying earlier, Duckling. Not really got that many items at the moment, so Omen not hurting at all.
Yeah, I mean, the NORD poke at the moment needs a lot of time if it wants to really do anything, because they just need more items. As I said before, with Baron on the map, Nativz could just look to turn at it 2 items.
They're starting it.
Yeah, they could just go for it. I mean, I don't know what NORD are supposed to be doing here, because they can't really do too much. They have to try and do something, though.
Look at them, these guns. It's going to melt. There's no opportunity. Omen's barely poking them out. The flank teleport's coming in. Omen's buying some
good
space.
damage from Vladdy,
Does
though.
get a lot of damage onto Vladdy. He has to throw the ultimate out. Shikari on the flank is absolutely disgusting. Double kill over to Demvoxny. Kakos falls next. That is an absolute whitewash. A triple kill for Demvoxny. Look at the chakrams he had. NORD, I think we're going game 4. This is rough for them.
And it all starts with an insane, misplay from Vladdy. Actually, a crazy mispositioning. He tries to go for the shuffle, but he gets stunned mid-dash by Oman, which was a really good play for him, but from behind. Look at all that vision behind the Baron pit in the blue side jungle near that blue buff. There's so many places that Shikari can come from undetected. And he does just that. He finds the slicing maelstrom, chops down everyone in his path. Hiddo tries to flash away and take the blast cone, but he just can't get there in time before dying to this insanely accelerated cannon.
It's like a different team's playing from game number 1 here for NORD. They were so on it with team fighting. And then every fight for the last 2 games has just looked so scattered. Again, I think it comes down to NORD drafting and playing into Nativz style is definitely hurting them here. But at the same time, they just seem to have no answer to any of these picks, and they do jump everything on to Den
they get
Boxy,
this.
who is going to get absolutely melted. The shield comes in, but
Right?
he gets
No
flashed
way.
onto.
Oh, he's alive.
No way did Den Boxy survive
No.
that. Bloody comes in with a huge shuffle, and Den Boxy is back to full HP. It's donezo. This is so doomed for NORD.
And it's just Den Voxney, isn't it? It's just
Oh,
the Den Voxney
no.
show surviving. He's putting his foot down as the best AD carry in the league. This veteran always pops off as Omen. He gets run down by this Freljord duo. It doesn't quite work out as Catchcross and Omen. They just have to watch everything crumble around them.
I think this might just be game. I don't think there's an opening here for NORD. They are
Omen, wave
respawning
quick.
soon, but they've got Baron, they've got the shove, they've got a wave to work with. I don't know if NORD have this.
The Summer King of NLC certainly is standing strong in this series. He wasn't really the main fault for them losing game 1, but he's been instrumental in winning both game 2 and 3. This game is as good as over because the scaling from NORD is not gonna matter. Hito doesn't have the 3 items when he needs it to, and look who has 3 items then Box. The 7, 0, and 3. He got caught out all alone, but still ended up alive. It is unbelievable. And Nativz, they can pick themselves up their soul now. This is surely game over for NORD here in game 3.
I swear Omen has been sitting on that Hextech alternator for like a
about
good
10
8
years.
minutes now. Like he's not been able to finish up this item. I assume the Horizons focus comes in here. There it is. But man, that took a long time to get a second item. Like way too long to get a second item.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to the initial dragon, where the initial dragon call was really weird, where they didn't place the herald beforehand. They didn't try to look for poke before starting up the dragon straight away. It's like they're not used to playing this kind of poke composition into the Azir, and they're just trying to counterpick. It felt like that with the Swain too, but that actually managed to work out. Regardless, they're going to have to play for poke now and try to falsify, otherwise they might just lose their entire base.
This is going to come at a heavy cost here. It's going to have to be a miracle play by NORD, but down goes the tower. Does not live long. Laddie's somewhat poked out, though. There is a lot of damage still coming in from him, and now that he's got that second item onto the squishier members, like Vladdy, but the Cloudsoul, they're just so quick. It's so hard to hit those Qs here as Omen is trying to line up the Ws as well. Another Q coming in should get dodged away. Oh, no. Denvoxy takes it, but his shield eats most of it, so not really too much they can do about that. As they're going to try and jump in and see if they can make a play happen. Shikari has that slicing Maelstrom, and I think that's too scary here for NORD. They throw out the ultimate forward. They do get the follow-up hook there, and the W from Aatrox, but it's not going to much. 2 kills over to Denvoxy. He's going to not get the third, because that's secured by Shikari. And NORD, it's done. They have no opportunity. Denvoxy murdering them on the fountain for a triple kill. The base is going to crumble, and Nativz, they're on match point.
And they're
How
just
many?
trying. Yeah, go ahead, Duckling.
I'm in absolute shock, man. Holy moly, Nativz. They've turned this series around within the past few games. Game number 1, I was sold on NORD. The fact that they won that, despite being out-drafted, is absolutely incredible. And this game 3, the team fights just were nowhere near good enough from the side of NORD, and they fell behind before they even came online, and that is a big issue in this composition because Denvoxy, he got a few too many kills. Hito never had anything to say because Denvoxy would two-shot him in the fights. And the thing is, the poke, it didn't stick because Denvoxy managed to get the magic resist, he managed to get the healing as well, so they couldn't get to him.
Yeah. And I also think part of the issue is going back to the draft is you wanted an AD blind pick top lane. I guess Aatrox is pretty busted at the moment, but he has way more counters than something like a Stonewall Cassante. I think Cassante facilitates this kind of dive composition really well as well, and there's another beefy front line that can't really be countered as much in lane.
Well, it's the adaptation has been the key term of this series, and it's really on NORD now because their backs are well and truly against the wall as we go into game 4. But for us, we're going to throw to a quick break, and then we're back with that 4th game, so we'll see you in a second.
Okay, to make it very clear, I didn't think that NORD is gonna win. So our prep for like the past week was against Verdant for finals, and now that they got 3-0'd, we were like, oh, okay, wait, we need to prepare for NORD as well. So there's a lot to look at, but from what I've and my team has gathered so far, like there are obvious like weaknesses and patterns.
The series against Nativz is all gonna come down to prep, in my opinion, because I think they are more versatile than Verdant. So it's just gonna be a matter of surprises, I guess.
Which I can't say in detail right now, obviously.
I think we can surprise them. I think they could surprise us in draft, in game.
So I think NORD, for sure, they looked really, really strong against Verdant. I think they are definitely the team that has improved the most, especially like the last 3 or 4 weeks. I think they have improved very much.
We have a playstyle that basically will enable Nativz to play the gameplay that they like to play.
So I think NORD have just been like playing the game good. Like they are not doing anything crazy, which that is literally a compliment to me. Or like from my side, it's like they're just playing the game. They're looking at their monitors and they're seeing enemies are starting great when we have a fighting combo early. Okay, so we go fight them.
So the thing is that because of that, first we will need to be better, obviously, okay, to be able to match them when they will press the trigger, basically.
NORD are just like, they are not afraid. Like they're like, okay, enemies are griefing, let me go kill them.
But it will be also even harder for us because then Stefan will be in comfort zone about how we like to play. Vladi too, okay? So basically it will be a lot of like skirmish centered oriented, and after in fight, when the team fight will start like in mid game, there is for sure one team that will be like 4-5k ahead. For sure.
It's not like they are doing 2019 G2 in terms of lane assignments and 1-3-1s and stuff. It's just, okay, we have this comp and this is good at this, so let's play for this.
I mean, I can't really say much about enemy jungler if this is going to be released before the finals.
About Stefan, I think he just looks the most consistent out of any other jungler in the league. So I definitely am up for a challenge. I think it's gonna be an interesting matchup. I think he's very good.
And for specifically Hito, I think, again, which is from my side a compliment, like he's not doing anything crazy, which is exactly what you want.
He's experienced, so obviously he's had a lot of time to be able to strengthen his strengths and then obviously like remove his weaknesses. I just kind of do my own thing in my lane. If you pretty much just think like if you go to lane and your champion against you is Aphelios, like he's limited to his champion regardless of who the human being is. So ultimately to me it doesn't matter, you know.
It doesn't feel like he's has like that rookie aggressive like, oh, I just want to go in and kill everyone. It's like, okay, I just need to make sure I do my job. And I think that's kind of how the full NORD lineup seems. They're just all doing their job, and because they're all doing their job good, boom, that's why they're winning.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC. We're going to find out if Nativz can close this series out or if NORD has some juice in the tank and they're going to get Duckling fired. We are going to be getting ready to go into this game number 4. And honestly, we've said it multiple times, but man, this series, I am not happy with NORD's drafting. I think their drafting has been really, really dog. And moving into this next stage, NORD have selected to be on the red side for this game number 4. So they decided they don't like one power pick, they want to get 2.
Yeah, so I just wanted to highlight here that I whilst it's also draft, I think they're going to have to make some adjustments, of course. I do think it's also gameplay. Like, you drafted towards something and you didn't play it, right? For example, at the second dragon, I believe, they have a Xerath and a AP Kai'Sa, and they're just not poking before engaging. They're immediately starting up the dragon when they can let the enemy team start the dragon, let them get poked out by the Ocean Drake, and then poke them continuously, and then engage. But that's just not how they're playing it, unfortunately. So, maybe towards more comfort, where you know exactly the win conditions of your composition, and then I could see this go to 5 games, but until then, not too sure.
Yeah, changing the ban so far. They are not banning out 2 mid laners instead. They focus on the Maokai here. Yone could still be taken off the table, but the Rumble instead will be removed. So now the mid lane pool is wide open here. The question is, will Nativz just first pick someone here, or will they keep the mystery open? No, they go for the Rill, which is still open. Understandable. Twist has been fantastic on it today.
Yeah, so Hipbrain's very happy. I was about to list off some of the OPs that were still open, and Kai'Sa was forefront of that. AD carry is incredibly pinched. What do you answer the Kai'Sa with? Like, so some answers to the Kai'Sa are stuff like Varus, you go down to Varus, and then what else is there? I think that's the best.
I think they go Aphelios again like they did last game.
Aphelios as well. Yeah, Denvox had an absolute screamer of a game on Aphelios side. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like an Aphelios Braum rotation here into that Nautilus. Absolutely.
Well, we'll see what they do look to pick up here. Again, I think you gotta worry if you're indecision to get counterpicked by, the last game was pretty rough where you get counterpicked by the Trundle. Trundle was a really big pick in that last game. Obviously very situational, so don't really expect to see it get picked up here. Vladdy's just been on full, all right, Omen, you don't get to play this pick. We're gonna counter it away from you the entire game. As he does lock that one in. Now moving towards the next pickup, assuming this to be the ADC, unless they really want to have Denvoxney pinched out in this next in this next ban phase. The question is what's Omen going to pick up? Because I feel like this forces Omen to pick his mid laner here. I'm not sold on the Xerath. I don't think it really did anything for them. So I'd like to see something else show up. The Jace is open, which is a big thing. That's been banned all game, all series, and Omen looked so good on that Jace. And I know it's a little bit of rougher earlier, but I feel like it has to be the Jace here.
Yeah. So you're not going to secure Braum, which would be really, really damn good into this. But to be fair, you're also playing against Poke with that Braum. So whilst you can absorb some of the hits, it's not exactly like you're guaranteed to play against a bunch of hard engage. So Kai'Sa, Jace, the makings of a Poke composition. You probably want to pair that off with some more dive or space creation, like a tank. Please, for goodness sake, draft a tank for catch costs. For some reason, he's been putting a lot more carries recently. And whilst he's been performing okay, I think last game really highlighted the skill gap in terms of carry versus carry top lane in this series, right? Versus Shikari. I think Shikari's just had his number.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Shikari is honestly walked all over Kakos this entire series. But then
Poppy,
again,
potentially,
I do think, to be fair to Kakos, he's been drafting into those bad matchups quite a lot, which has also been a bit of a problem. Poppy, like you said, is a pretty solid ban. We've seen a lot of people looking to pick and ban the Poppy. I don't think NORD ban the Poppy. I think they pick it for either Indecision or Kakos as a flex pick. So I feel like Nativz probably want to be looking to ban that now.
Yeah, the Sejuani ban, I do like that though, with the fact that Trundle being taken away. You have to ban the Sejuani, otherwise you're leaving a big power pick open. Now though, looking at other opportunities. I mean, the Ivan is open again if they want to try and go for something like that. The Poppy, that has been banned a couple of times in the series, is also open if you want to throw that in the jungle. So there are definitely opportunities there to be taken, but the two main ones being taken away are the Sejuani and Maokai.
I feel like it's Poppy here, right? It's got to be. Oh, they go to Vi. Okay. Actually, I don't entirely dislike the Vi, because if they put twists on the Rel and then pick Vi for Stefan, Kakos just gets chased wherever he goes. So I actually don't entirely dislike it. It does leave things like that Poppy open, but then NORD could just lean away from that kind of that engage style and just play around the Steadfast Presence that way.
I think whilst it's been hit with nerfs, so it's typically not on everyone's radar anymore, it's actually a pretty good, like, I also expected the knockdown. Right, I was going to say I expect a Nocturne for the side of Nord, but they didn't pick, they went for the Vi instead, because it synergizes well with the Kai'Sa, with the dive potential. But now, you have a lot of point and click to get on Den Voxnate on this Aphelios, on Vladdy, on the Azir, in that Vi ultimate, and in that Nautilus ultimate, into the Kai'Sa dash. So, looks like they're going to run back the Kennen. And this is a really nice pairing with the Nocturne, because what you can do is you can Nocturne ult, and then suddenly there's a Kennen ult flying out the darkness, and you just cannot react, right? So it's a really, really good pairing. It's the same reason why Nico Nocturne is good, and let's see what Kennen's ended out with. If it's this Gragas, that's pretty miserable early levels, but then it scales up as you get points in Q. I can see it being an okay answer.
It looks like that might just be the answer. They are going to lock in the Gragas there. No?
No way. Why are you taking that again?
Okay, cool. Well,
I was
actually,
jokingly gonna say he was not. He's gonna pick the Aatrox here, but I thought it's not worth saying because obviously he's not gonna do that. He just got clapped in that matchup, and then he ends up locking it in again as the counter pick. By the way, he chose this matchup. We just saw him get dismantled in the last game. You're a do or die Nord. You have to win this game if you want to keep your hope at an NLC title alive. I'm asking a lot of questions. I really like what Nativz have going on here. I like Shikari on the Kennen again. I like the Nocturne to add that extra bit of engage. I do like some of the things Nord have done, but they've just thrown a wrench into their own plans with this Aatrox top lane again. Yeah. And I am grasping at straws to see how they should be winning, how they have won this draft.
Yeah, it's really, really peculiar, right? Self-countering yourself. Does this just scream that you have champion pool issues for catch costs? Like, do you have no answer into Kennen? Yes, Aatrox in isolation at the moment is an incredible champion, right? You just went down 40 CS and 2 plates in isolation in 14 minutes, right? You can't afford to do that still. It's going to feed into that dive fantasy that they have with the Vi, with the Aatrox, with the Kai'Sa, where you potentially go on one target, get the reset for Aatrox, and run over the rest of the fight. Still, not too convinced with it.
No, we raised this in the last game, but we talked about it. It seems like Catcos might struggle from some champ pool issues at the moment. And to me, that just about confirmed it. The Gragas, like you said, it's not a hard counter. It's not a winning lane, but it's just a way better lane. It's an easier lane to manage.
I would have preferred it so much more because the lane is way better, right? It's still not amazing, it's better. And on top of that, you have a really nice interaction with your team composition where if someone gets point and click ulted, you can then drop a cast behind that person that your Vi ultimated, and then bring the enemy carry into you. Like, for example, if Aphelios gets ulted by Vi, just cast behind him. And it's so free. It's a very go-to standard combo with Vi Gragas, but instead, you opt for this. Maybe you want more AD, maybe Catch Cost is more comfortable as champion, but still can't help but feel a bit underwhelmed.
Yeah, I have concerns going into this game number 4, unfortunately. I do think, you know, again, Nord have been given some of their more comfortable picks. Obviously, the Xayah is our comfortable Hiddo pick, but we also, as you stated, 2 pentakills on the Kai'Sa. It's definitely in a very strong position right now, and Hiddo has managed it relatively well when he's had his hands onto it. Omen, I think I've seen one mediocre game from him from Jace. Not even bad, just mediocre. The rest of the game's actually really good. So that is an area to watch, and we did highlight this at the beginning of the day. Omen versus Vladdy is probably the most interesting matchup because we feel that both of these two can have such a major impact for their team and decide everything. I think Vladdy's done a pretty good job of just stabilizing Omen and kind of almost making him into a nothing champion and a nothing player for the team. But we'll have to see. Omen really needs to find that pop-off moment because the last 2 games, it's been very disappointing on the side of NORD.
Yeah, and he was really good in the first game as well, alongside Kashkas, who really were the main difference makers to get that win over the line in game number 1. Kashkas has really faltered throughout the series. Omen hasn't been able to find the pop-off plays either, so, you know, getting him back into comfort, really, really good for him there. The thing about Hiddo, getting him playing that Kai'Sa, you have to go the AP build. You have a very AD-heavy comp, so you have to go the AP Kai'Sa. That leaves, or that means that you need to wait for 3 items to really be able to do anything. And I'm scared for NORD that if Nativz find an early lead again, they'll snowball before Hiddo even comes online.
Yeah, a lot of volatile trades in the mid lane. I imagine bot lane is going to be equally volatile with these hard engaged supports. If someone oversteps, that's an easy summoner into a potential gank from either team. Both teams have junglers who want to full clear, hit level 6 as soon as possible, and then make plays with those ultimates with that Assault Battery and that Nocturne ultimate as well. So I imagine what's probably going to happen is a full clear, and then if Indecision can find something bot side, as he's full clear into bot side, then a single gank. But that's about it until they both hit level 6, about 78 minutes in. And then potentially a fight with a pick before Rift Herald.
So Omen just continuing to try and trade onto Vladdy, just gets the Q off.
Yeah.
constantly looking for those opportunities to trade out onto him. Hasn't got that level 3 yet, but he's going to jump in. Low HP, so just send him packing.
I mean, a lot of action here. Early trading in the mid lane.
Oh no, indecision.
So good for Vladi as well. Able to trade back well, and Oman being poked out here.
Curious what secondary tree. Okay, no, base rush is blue tree anyway. I'm curious what his secondary tree was actually for Omen, because he's obviously pretty standard. You believe it's good inspiration?
Yeah, I believe I
Okay.
saw a cookie in his inventory. We'll wait till 4 minutes to see another cookie, right? If he does have it, then we'll know. I think secondary you can also go resolve in some matchups, but still.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
what
it
I was
inspiration.
thinking. I was thinking like
Flash
you
is
go like
good.
second wind with Doran Shield, and that's your like that's
Indecision.
your aggro. But Indecision is looking to
Vladi
set up
doesn't
here
have
onto
enough mana.
Vladdy. Oh, Vladdy. He can
That
shovel
makes
away.
sense. Huge.
Dodge on the queue. Indecision's wasting a lot of time, and it's kind of leaning
there's
into
no
what we're
mana now.
talking. Vladdy, I think he's out. He's not even going to be under any threat here. That was a lot of time wasted by Indecision there.
Yeah, he's a couple camps behind. It means Stefan will also be able to get that first scuttle easily. Unluckily for him though, he will be walking into this Nord jungle without being able to find anything because Indecision did start that top side, so unable to really build a massive lead out of it. As
Oh,
Indecision messes up the crap as well, just loses even more time on his clear here as Stefan
That's the
now has a
second
lot of
camp.
free time to try and do something. Either get the early reset in, look for a gank or whatever. He's now ahead in tempo up against his opponent.
Indecision looking a little shaky. That's the second camp he's done that on now, where he's walked away and actually thought that it's going to tick down, and it doesn't.
Yeah, as my Gormish face gets revealed by the camera, as I was really confused by Indecision failing to finish off a camp for the second time, like you said. That was really, really odd. Still, yeah, going for a gank in mid is very peculiar. Maybe you just wanted to secure that reset so that Oman could TP back, and that's exactly what he did. Still going to set himself behind for that, like on that path to level 6. I thought if anything, there'd be action down bot side, but there wasn't realistically. These champions, these junglers, they don't really want to do anything. They just want to get to those ultimates.
It is a farm till 6 angle, which honestly, as long as something happens at 6, I'm happy for NORD. If they don't do anything with their level 6, I am concerned. I said it quite a lot today, but I will just reiterate the point. I think NORD are better as an early to mid game team and then snowballing it into a win from there. I think Nativz are better for just sitting back, catching waves, and getting as late game as they possibly can. Get as many items onto Demvox and his Vladdy as possible, and then looking to close the game out. And the last 2 games, NORD have honestly just played Nativ's playbook. They have played slow and steady, and they've given so much up
Could
for
be
it.
an invade. Sorry, I think there could be an invade here. As they know, they saw Indecision hadn't got his blue buff yet. They might go for it. Stefan is level 4, but it doesn't
mid
look
lane.
like he wants to. Is this mid instead? Omen?
Omen's going to get the damage off onto Vladdy, but now Stefan's got him. He can just chase with the Q. Omen, he can flash the wall if he needs to. And okay, Omen is able to get away.
I mean, Stefan could definitely have flashed that, gotten the E on him, and I think that would have forced Omen to get the flash. Definitely a trade I would have taken if I was the Nativz jungler there. Instead, though, Stefan doesn't want to overextend and will instead just leave the wave in a favorable place for Vladdy to now take over the wave and do whatever he wants with it. And in the end, that kind of just evens out the tempo advantage that Stefan had. Now, back to basics.
Yep. Both junglers just going to commit to that full clear. You can see Stefan is a tiny bit faster, but it's not really that significant. Vi is going to get onto those Krugs as well and clear down bot side. Top lane, I want to highlight, though, is not as bad as it was before. Yes, Katros has already had to expend his teleport. And yes, if Shikari punishes him again and chunks him out again, he's not going to be able to TP back, and there'll be a CS deficit accrued there. But this is going much better when you compare it to last game, where it was like a 20 CS deficit. We highlighted like an early 700 gold lead by this point in time. Stefan might be looking for a play here, but he's sitting on a ward. Gonna make NORD are gonna know and sniff it out and just be safe.
I mean, he's gonna find out in a couple seconds when the ward dies that there has been a ward there. Regardless, though, I want to kind of swim back into the mid lane because the fact is, Omen had to recall so early on. Now Vladdy in full control of the lane, TPing back in, forcing Omen out. He doesn't have a TP, he'll lose a lot of this early wave. Indecision could look to catch some of it, but that just leave him behind on tempo regardless. So a very big push in here from Vladdy, denying gold from Omen, who we are talking about having to step up in this game on his comfort pick in the Jace. Being forced to lose these massive waves, that's very good for Nativz.
Yeah, really good.
Indecision then, actually not opting to get the cannon XP there, rather letting it die to not show himself. And it's just going to opt to continue full clearing. I thought that might accelerate him to level 6 a little faster and he wouldn't mind taking it. Still, Kachkos up there, getting some deep vision. A ward, a little interesting tidbit is he's getting a ward on that blast cone before it spawns, so they cannot be ganked over the blast cone because Nocturne, our range early game is actually relatively short. It's not as global as you'd think. Still, looks like they're going to start up Dragon. Let's see what Stefan can do to cross map.
Well, right now he's just power farming to 6, trying to get that put together as quick as possible. It's going to get that second crab, which is way more valuable in terms of golden experience compared to that first one. This is actually the one which is pretty big, and that's going to heavily accelerate Stefan's level 6 spike. He's closing in on it. He's going to go for an invade onto that red side, but
I think
Red Buff's actually up, so Indecision's probably going to lose this because he lost half his health doing that dragon.
I kind of like this trade actually from the side of Nativz. Yes, you give up an early Drake, but it's not really going to matter in the big picture. If you can get Stefan accelerated to that level 6 early on with the double Scott and now the red buff as well, you have a window to really try and do something. Sadly though for them, there are 4 summoners on the side of Nord, so they could look to disengage pretty much any gank. But potentially top lane, you could look to burst down Kashkash. Mid lane, force Omen Flash, get him even further behind. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities as Twist. Force the Flash away, that's really good hook there from Seneca.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Indecision level 6 now. Maybe you can ult Twists and get a potential pick down bot side, but still, you probably rather, ever since the increased cooldown, I believe they increased the cooldown of the Vi ultimate by 20 seconds, you probably want to save it to unlock a Rift Herald or something of this nature. Top lane is consistently overextending. If you ultimate the Kennen, you can probably combo up with that Aatrox and land all the sweet spots, so let's see what Indecision wants to do, but you can see he's really far behind. Typically, you hit level 6 between 7 and 8 minutes. Let's see if this Krug camp actually secures it for him. Yeah, it's going to. You take a look at the XP bar. There it is. Now, you could see that Seneca is already on the way mid lane to soak XP to get level 6 as well. Who will contest Dragon? You see, he's looking for a tempo gank. This happens all the time with Nord. Nord is going to be sneaky head through the bush. Last time there was a ward here, so the gank didn't work. Can they chain up the CC?
We're looking for it, but Nativz actually rotating 2 people towards the top side. Maybe not for the gank, but more for the Herald. But it mean there were a numbers advantage up towards that top side, which was a little bit too scary for them. Omen unfortunately missing that shock blast. He's gonna get away from Twist before he gets caught, and Nord actually just instantly starting up the Herald. Straight onto it, Indecision and Kakos are just gonna start to wail away at this as Nativz try to get control of the mid lane. Now they've got to walk in to the poke, into Nord, but with Shikari coming in for a pincer here, he has that slicing maelstrom. This could be really, really scary for him. They're going to throw the lights off. Everyone jumps into the middle of the fight. That's going to be the Herald. Secured. It's actually going to be a kill. Picked up immediately onto Indecision. The shuffle back from Vladdy as they desperately try to chase forward, but Nativz, they got the Herald. They got the kill. They're happy.
Yeah, really nice discipline from Nord to turn off of that Rift Herald and immediately engage onto Shikari, not letting him even press R. Shikari probably could have pulled the trigger a little sooner with that R into flash combo, but just didn't manage to pull it off because he was CC'd for about 5 seconds until 100-0. I think you had a lot of gold on him as well, so this decision to contest Rift Herald in the first place seemed a little bit shaky from Nativz. You can see he just bought a Hextech Alternator after dying, so he had at least 1k. Maybe if they knew they wanted to contest Rift Herald, he could have taken a reset earlier and TP back.
I do want to say, though, really, really impressive from Nord there. The synergy they had to lock down Shikari. No time to flash away, no time to get off the slicing maelstrom. He was chain CC'd, but it cost them a lot as well. It's important to say, if they have to use both the dip charge and the cease and desist from Vi, I mean, then Voxney and Vladdy are going to have a field day because what then will be locking them down, right? It will be all just to take down Shikari. So the fact that Nativz have so many damage for that could become a thorn in Nord's side if they are forced to use all their lockdown on just one of the 3 targets.
Absolutely. Well, Omen very much struggling for mid pressure at this point as Vladdy two major components towards that Leandri's in and is just kind of one-shotting his way through the waves at this point. Very hard for Omen to really be able to handle that. Stefan getting crab after crab. Actually almost got that paranoia back up as well, so may look for a play somewhere. Might be a little bit hard to make a play onto Seneca and Hiddo, so Omen may have to be a little bit careful going forward.
Both AD carry and top lane will continue completing that cull soon. Imagine Den Voxney before this dragon is going to complete that cull and secure his Kraken Slayer and come back on the rest of the map ready to fight for this dragon, which is spawning in a minute's time. Same for Shikari. I mean, he's got 2 waves away in terms of completing that cull, but it's not like he needs it to complete this rift. Ooh, we're trading as... You can see the futility, right, of trading as Aatrox trying to land those sweet spots against the Kennen. Like, it's just too impossible.
I mean,
he's too small and fast.
I will say, this time around, he's handling the lane way better. Like, that CS deficit is not there this time. Like, he's actually okay. So, To be fair to Kakos, as much as we were critical of this pick, and I think rightfully so,
I think
he's definitely handled it better, but it is still, as you could see from that quick glimpse into the top lane, it's still a very rough matchup for him.
Yeah, I think part of it is also you're not against a ganking jungler this time, right? So you're just against the Kennen. You're not against like a Trundle like last time where you have dive threat on, being diveable, sorry. You have gank threat, potentially you have to play around and give up more than you want to. This time it's a Nocturne, and you know that Nocturne's just going to be full clearing all the time. So you can mitigate a bit of that CS deficit that you would have if you had to be careful with a jungler. Still, Nativz on the dragon, in the river first, getting so many isolated plates down bottom.
Yeah, Denvoxney just doing what Denvoxney does, picking them up, getting the damage off onto Hiddo as well. And Omen trying to shove a wave in. It does look like both these teams are setting up for something on the bot side. Ult's available on both junglers, but they're all just going to back off. And Denvoxney, he's just getting so much gold through plates every game we look at him. I'd like to actually have a quick toggle of the gold and see where we're at on that front, because he's got himself 3 plates. I don't know if it's all solo. But
I think it is.
He is very, very scary with the amount of gold he's injecting into himself.
I will say crucially here for the side of Nativz, Shikari's TV just came back up in the case of a Drake fight where CPs needs to be committed. He does now have that available short window before for NORD where they could try and punish this turret. Won't quite fall, I believe. Maybe a couple more autos will be needed for the Bucks to secure it. Depth charge popped already though, and they want to lock down the AD carry.
Yeah, they're throwing everything down there. We're going to see if Hiddo can survive for now. Shikari trying to come in with that slicing maelstrom is going to land it onto 2 members and cut through their health bars so quickly. Denvoxney will be able to find an answer out. They trade out. The health bars are blinking on Nativz, but NORD don't have the man advantage, don't have the power. Vladdy with the shuffle puts Seneca down. Omen is quick to follow. The tower will fall, and Hiddo can do nothing but limp away.
And it's just a wipe, isn't it? The entire play goes backwards for the side of NORD as they try to engage, but that engage was so scuffed. It's so important when you have the Nautilus and the Vi that when you engage on NORD, you can follow up the Vi instantly, but Vi was just too far away. Indecision was too far away. And in the end, Seneca tries to go in and gets chunked and dies. And the whole play goes backwards because all the CC is invested and you haven't killed anyone.
Absolutely. I think something that's caught me off guard a little bit with NORD is they leaned quite heavily on more poke comps, and this comp obviously has team fighting potential as well as poke, but I feel like NORD, we highlighted it in game 1, they're so good at team fighting, but their last couple of drafts just haven't really lent into team fighting that well. I mean, even their first game was a 1-3-1 comp, which is a little bit bizarre. So it is interesting to see that this team are kind of leaning away from like a flat, just press your R key buttons like they did versus Ruddy and win team fight, and instead trying something maybe a little bit more technical, and it is not really paying off for them.
It's not really working out with the 5k gold now. I'm starting to get worried, especially for Hiddo's influence on this game, because Denvoxney is being accelerated ahead of his counterpart, and Hiddo, as I said, needs the 3 items to come online, and if the game is already lost before that, NORD would have essentially played 2 games in a row without an AD carry. Not because Hiddo has been bad, but simply because his champion doesn't do much until that 3rd item spike.
Nativz not going to be happy risking, potential throwing the entire game away for this dragon when nobody in the entire game has summoners. Would rather get to a significantly higher threshold in terms of items, be significantly stronger, and then contest. Because honestly, items, despite that big win, they're kind of comparable still, right? You got 1.5 items across the board for everyone. Still, Nativz actually going to start this Rift Herald. Nah, it doesn't look like they're too terrified, right? They know they won that fight, but they're not actually that much stronger. And NORD actually just going to secure both objectives.
Yeah, looks like NORD actually do get away with that. Relatively uncontested. No teleport on Shikari. Not going to be able to do anything about it. Although they are coming over. Stefan does have the paranoia.
Shikari has flash and slicing maelstrom as well, but he's walking all the way up, so will take some time. If Nativz stop some recalls here, potentially play around with her food for a little bit, they could look to get something bloody. Or maybe stop some recalls. No, he doesn't want it.
Just on the run, there's the Infernal Chains, and that's going to be enough for them to get away.
The reason why Nativz was so scared to contest there was because I believe their composition is way more dependent on Flash, right? How do you team fight as an Aphelios and a mobile AD carry? How do you hit without Flash versus a Vi plus Nautilus? It's impossible. Right? You definitely need the safety, the cushion of having that Flash, and they just decided they opt not to risk the game on it, and honestly, a smart decision in the first place.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was pretty chill by them just to hold that one off, and we'll have to see how this Rift Herald does get used. I'm going to make a prediction, but it's going to go down in the mid lane. try and take that out, because obviously you are playing into an Azir who will just clear through those waves. So if you want to have any way to open the map up mid falling, it's going to be pretty crucial for these teams.
Bold prediction, Jake. The only outer turret left is the one where the Rift Herald is going to
actually,
go.
top lane turret and bot lane turret.
Oh,
It's
my
NORD.
goodness. I thought it was on the other side. Yeah, okay. Brain
Yeah.
fart. You know what? I take the L. I take the L.
Yeah, take that. Off this ratio, bro.
So decision's going to path towards mid with that Rift Herald. Let's see if your prophecy comes true. They might actually alternatively go topside, secure that vision, and then place it there, but they could as well hold it for this dragon, although I'm not too sure how long left there is on that timer. It might not last that long, so it looks like they're going to sell for top.
Yeah, looks like that is the play. Looks like we're both taking L's on this one as Vladdy gets the shot off the Kakos. They're going to throw down the paranoia. Everybody's launching into the fray. Kakos can do nothing but watch as he's stunned. And Seneca goes down. Indecision can't do anything but watch as Nativz will run him down. Double kill for Vladdy.
Yeah, and you could tell they felt forced to engage there because Catchcross got caught on that shuffle and walled into the fight. And you could see that despite landing the ultimate indecision, they couldn't layer the CC on top of it. Azir got CC'd by Vi, great, but there was no Catchcross layering the Qs on top of it because he had to run away as Catchcross falls.
This is going from bad to worse here for the side of NORD. They're falling apart before they even come online. Yet again, this goal lead is building and building. The only thing going in NORD's favor is the fact that they've gotten 2 Drakes. Mid lane tier 1 will fall as well. This is looking oh so good for Nativz. Last place in spring, and they're just half a game away, you have to feel, from being first place in summer.
There it is. They are finally going to decide that mid lane probably was the place to use the Herald, as Indecision's going to summon that one up. Vladdy has teleport, so he may just come in and try and defend this. He is going to do so. It should be able to actually clear through this wave and maybe even stop the charge. It's a bit of a tall ask. I don't think it's going to happen. Nope. But, I mean, that's half health of a turret. And they lost 2 kills for a top lane attempt on this. NORD. They're kind of just misplaying quite heavily in these last few games.
I wonder what happened in terms of draft and going from the last series to this one, because they've gone committed to a completely different identity. Well, not completely different when I say that, but specifically in the top lane, they've moved away from tanks every single game. I am talking every single game to carries every single game. It's a complete different shift. It might just be because the patch change and them perceiving that tanks just aren't as good right now because of all the changes to Aatrox and Rumble being incredibly good. But yeah, it's definitely, I don't think it's been good for the team. I think they definitely need more stability in that top side in terms of micro, like ease of execution in terms of micro. I think Catchcross been struggling as Vladdy gets engaged on.
Yeah, he's going to get jumped onto. Catchcross comes in. What?
Oh, he's out.
An Emperor's Divide by Vladdy. That is heartbreaking. They have one opportunity. And meanwhile, their little scuba diver is going to get run down by Stefan here. The Spoopy Ghost is going to finish that one off as Denvoxney actually may just be gifted the kill. There it is. Lovely little injection into Denvoxney. He's happy.
It is such a disaster, this game for NORD. They are really falling apart. Every time they try and make a play, a simple ability, a simple summoner spell will get the opponents out to safety. And every time Nativz try and pull the trigger, NORD, they throw everything at the kitchen sink to try and escape, but still somehow fall. That's Seneca. Flash exhaust on cooldown, and he still died. It's a horror show now as Nativz continue to grow their gold lead. 2 items soon to be hit on Vladdy, and Voxner already there. I mean, Nativz so close they can start to smell the title.
The ultimate? Oh, she has no ultimate on this Vi. Indecision still going to consider where he's going to do this. The resistance is from the ultimate.
Slicing Maelstrom. Omen's taking damage. Kakos comes in, but it's too little too late. And in jumps Twist. This is desperation. This is just pure desperation from NORD.
Look at the pings coming down mid. They want to defend mid lane now too because they could see that they potentially going to get pushed on in mid and lose that tower. The problem is if they get picked now, that's a Baron.
They're going to try and rush it.
Oh, Denvoxney's 2 items. He's got Infinity Edge and Kraken Slayer. NORD. Really with their backs to the wall here. Have to try and stop this. It does look like Nativz pay respect. They're not in a desperate situation. They can test it, see if they can do it. They didn't have the right Aphelios guns. They didn't do it quick enough. And NORD rotated over, so they just back off.
Yeah. No potential for a play there. That play topside was extremely scuffed. Like you said, desperation. It just reeks of it, doesn't it? Maybe they don't think they outscale because of this front-to-back composition that they have on the enemy team. Still, lots of space created to allow this fed Denvoxney and accelerated Vladdy to hit. And NORD, they're just going for these desperation. How many times have they been in this tower trying to get it? I think that's like the only play they can come up with, and it just never works out. They might finally be able to secure this objective bounty. It might help out.
A little bit of gold over to Omen. Is going to be able to pick that up. 350 in the pocket. And, you know, Jace is still only 2 items in. 1 item in. So once those 3 items come in, that's the major spike there for Jace. That's when you will see a big shift in power. Hiddo as well, 2 items in, looking for that 3rd. And also another pretty large spike that can get picked up here. So there are opportunities, there are windows. The problem is you've got Vladdy, 303, 200 CS on the Azir. Got that Def Cap, got the Leandries. Like, they're the really expensive items in the build out the way already. Same for Denvoxney. Kraken Slayer, Infinity Edge. Very, very strong. As it does look like they're going to throw Stefan in onto Omen. Omen tries to flash away. Vladdy's trying to keep the chase up as Omen desperately trying to bail out. But he is flashed onto. Nowhere to go. Down he goes. Hiddo just nopes away. Decides he does not want to even think about getting involved in that. And Stefan gets a double kill.
Holy moly, man.
Yeah,
this game is really just turning up in pace, and now Nativz, they want it all, but Vladdy, a bit too far forward.
They do get the shuffle back action. That's a great pick up there for Kakos. NORD find their opening, but Shikari just zaps the team down. No opportunity, no window for them to do anything. Hiddo answers that, but it's an ace for the side of Nativz.
And Kakos desperately tries to put a team on his back and find that play on his 2 items, but it isn't enough. Shikari with a beautiful flank. Both of these top laners playing so damn well.
Teleport coming in. They're not done. Omen actually can stop this. So Baron denied as he's not going to overcommit, not going to try and find some shutdown gold. It's honestly better than I expected it to go for NORD, but it's still pretty rough.
Yeah, the problem is, though, that felt like the dream scenario, right? You were able to instantly get Vladdy. He was too far forward. Then you used your lockdown on Denvoxney. But as King of Summer, he just refuses to go down on the Aphelios. He stays alive. And then Shikari comes in, turns around the fight with the Slicing Maelstrom. And all of a sudden, there are no tools left to lock anyone down. And then Shikari just gets free reign over the fight. He turns it dominantly into the Nativz' favor, and now this gold lead is back in their control. Almost 3 items on Denvoxney. Yeah. All they really need is 1 Baron to close up this game.
Yeah. Looking at the future dragon, bounties on Denvoxney with no flash. I'm looking at this dragon for NORD potentially to snowball the game from here. Let's see there's some lockdown on Denvoxney, secure that bounty and accelerate that into the dragon, because I think that's your only window back into the game.
I agree. I totally agree. I think also no flash on Stefan is an opportunity. Nativz may just give this dragon up and turn to like cross map on Baron. I mean, the vision setup they're starting to get now somewhat leans towards that as a potential option here. They are just desperately trying to get some vision down into the red side of NORD. As Kakos has found Shikari here, is going to get somewhat chunked out. Actually does a lot of damage to Shikari in response. That Deathbringer starts healing him up heavily there. Shikari, a very different scenario this time around. The Worldbender's going to have to get popped. It's a little bit too little. It's a little bit too late. He's feared. He's stunned. Right. He's down. Shikari finds the kill. NORD, though, immediately turned to Baron.
Yeah, and that's why it's so hard to side lane against Nocturne. All these champions, Nocturne, Rengar, Twitch, everything like this, it's impossible. You have no pressure. Seneca flashes forward and fails the engage. Indecision might pull the trigger.
No.
They can't do
anything. They can't. There's no opportunity. There's no windows. There's no nothing being given over. 20 seconds till Dragon. This is going to be Dragon number 2 for Nativz.
And now, their recalls are so late. Look at all this vision and warding that Stefan has managed to set up. He's going to secure that Grump as well. You have so many potential angles for Stefan to come flank as well, and Shikari to teleport to, although he doesn't have teleport, but still get in position because NORD are so late. This dragon might just go over.
Yeah, I don't think they're even going to think about contesting it. You can see from Indecision going to red, has no interest in getting involved in that one. And it is getting harder and harder as every minute passes now for NORD. Gold lead, 6,000 in the favor of Nativz. Yes. Massive item spikes about to get unlocked as well when that Bloodthirster gets finished up for Denvoxney. It's going to be huge.
It's a massive lead, but I will point out one silver lining. At this point, last game, they lost the game. So, I mean, they're doing better than in game number 3. And the thing is, Hiddo is getting very, very close to that 3-item spike, so he'll soon be a champion in the game. And then he has a chance, if they find that dream fight yet again, to do something. I'm not saying they're right back at an even footing, but they've still got a small shot here.
Yeah, correctly identifying that the only way NORD make a play is picking in side lane, but I think this draft, this Nocturne pick is doing so much work. Just because of the pressure, it's so hard to side lane as...
He's got about 3.
Oh no, they know.
Well, taking his
Here it comes. Twist comes over. He's immediately going to get jumped onto. Everything thrown down. Omen finds the kill.
Huh.
He only saw one with the sweeper. Stefan only seeing the body of a Jace, so Twist thinks he goes in. They have a 3v1 situation on their hand, but no, there was 3 members of NORD in this bush, and Hito was coming up as well, so very quickly, what they thought was a 3v1, when Twist then jumped over, turned into be a 1v4.
Yeah,
It's
14
just a
to
kill on the
4.
support.
Yeah, exactly. 14 to 4, despite getting a pick like that around topside. Usually that can mean an instant Baron, but you're just so far behind that it doesn't even matter. It just buys more time, if anything. And you can see every single wave that Omen wants to get, he has to spam ping assistance to get shadowing on that wave because of the presence, as I was highlighting before, Nocturne gives inside lanes. You can no longer play for these objective bounties inside. You just can't get them. You can never get them because then you get Nocturne ulted and picked inside. So that's the problem with the gank susceptibility of Jace and the fact that, Aatrox as well, because he's so far behind.
Absolutely. It's going to be a little bit rough there as Omen got himself that last Whisper longsword building towards the Grudge, but it's a bit of a ways away. There is now 3 items on Hiddo. Honestly, when Omen gets his 3rd item, I think that's the biggest spike for NORD when they got triple item, mid laner and ADC. I think that's their best opportunity to take a fight and win it, but it's still hard. You're going into a stopwatch now on Vladdy and Den Voxney and Stefan and Shikari. Like, that's a lot of stasis to get through to win a fight off.
Yeah. And it completely counters the composition from NORD that they've crafted, right? They have a composition where you press R on someone and then they get insta-CC'd and bursted, right? And you play off of that CC. The problem is the stasis completely counters that because you just stasis the vial, right? There's nothing you can do. The exact same thing. They've got to find an engage, which is non-committal, that they can pull off, which pops the stasis, and then fight again afterwards. But how do you do that with a Vi?
I mean, you hope them so many times to Shock Blast that they have to block the last one with a Zhonya's. that's like your one condition on that, to be honest. Because I mean, yeah, you've got a Nautilus, but again, it's a very committal engage. It's the same with the Vi. Like both of those champions, they don't hook from a distance; they jump in to the middle and put themselves in the fray. And honestly, NORD have been playing to Nativz drum for the last 3 games now, and it's shown us why Nativz have thrived in this setting. This is exactly what Verdant did to NORD, to Nativz. They played their tempo, they played their game, and it was a best of 5 that went all the way. And I said it at the beginning of the day, neither team look amazing, but if you're gonna play native style, then Nativz are most likely gonna win that style. I mean, Den Voxney is the master of 300 CS. That's what he does. That's what he does best. And every champ he's picked in this best of series has been one of those hyperscaling ADCs that suits his playstyle. So I feel NORD, normally right now be like, right, so the next game I think NORD need to do this, but this is match point. So they have to find a win and then adapt off the back of that and take it to game 5. It's a tall ask. It's a very, very tall ask, unfortunately, for the side of NORD here. I don't think it's over. I do think when you get that spike on the Jace, that's a major thing. When you get the Shredder's Grudge and you're 3 items in, it's huge what you get off the back of that. But is it enough? It's hard to say, and I feel like it's a no, but it's not over.
It's definitely a spike that gives them more of a chance, especially with Hito hitting that 3 items as well. But the thing is, there are still some big spikes yet to be hit on the side of Nativz, right? 3 items just now come through in Den Voxney. Level 16 for Shikari coming up soon as well. That Slicing Maelstrom will be taken to another level. Vladdy hit level 16 as well. Emperor's Divide just becomes that much more dangerous. So big spikes as well coming through for Nativz. So Omen, yes, that spike is going to be big, but it's not going to do too much in the grand scheme of things. Not though. They still have 1 foot in this game, I will say. Find one more dream fight and you can have their way back there.
Yep. As they contest mid lane prior here, you see the poke coming out. It doesn't sting that much just yet. It's okay, but it's not the end of the world. Vladdy, usually when you play against AP Kaiser, you're a bit more terrified than that. Still going to be reduced down to 2 seconds or so, and you're just going to be able to spam it. Indecision. Bring over the wall. He's stuck. He's got no Q.
A big cooldown forced out there. Oh, 3. Maybe they want more. Hito could take a good amount of damage here from Den Voxney.
Oh, that's Nash.
That's a Philios.
Yeah, that's 200 years. Hito just disappeared.
Yeah, that's Nash, by the way. He's poked out there. A single chunk can convert into Nash, especially if there's the correct guns, and he does have chakrams. The Indecision forced to flash away means he doesn't have that flash engage either. Den Voxney just hitting over the wall. That's so absurd. Still, look at it. It's just going down. Indecision's not even going to contest.
Oh, that's a stopwatch. Yeah, big. There's still the
They're
Vials
going to
available.
pop onto Omen. Omen gets caught for the moment. The flash is on. He's going to try and pop away, but he is danger. He is out of this fight for now. Low HP across the board. In comes the flank onto Stefan. That's another stopwatch use. There's the slicing Maelstrom onto the front line. Absolutely obliterating the Hellfire. Seneca can't get on. There's the shuffle back. There's the tidy up. They've traded 2 for 1. And that is not enough for Nord. A double kill for Vladdy. Hiddo launches in to Demvoxny, and Vladdy eats the Calibrum shot there. Goes for another W onto Demvoxny, chunks him out once again. And with the health bars blinking this low, maybe Nord have bought themselves their opportunity, their space to come in. He's just W resetting onto them time and time and time again. Being a complete nuisance as he doesn't hit Shikari with that one.
Yeah, but honestly, best case scenario for Nord.
Yeah.
I thought that fight was going to get so much worse when they found that Nocturne ultimate onto Omon, but still, he managed to get away, actually survive, and they turn it around, getting a kill and finding picks. Now, Nativz are actually going to be the ones late on this objective. Nord Omon is actually starting up as the rest of the team barrel down mid.
Yeah, they're going to try and get there as quick as possible. And one thing to note is this Mountain Soul, probably the worst case scenario for Nord is to give over to Nativz because it's given them so many resistances and that shield to kind of eat and absorb a lot of that poke. Too much damage being traded out. They don't want to trade Baron for Dragon. It's not that worth. And Baron's going to get started up once again. But this time, Omen and Hiddo have way less threats to jump onto them. Although that ultimate is back up for Stefan. The double shot blast, or shot blast, and
Shikari.
the W. Can do a lot. Here's the paranoia. There goes the Baron. Shikari jumps in. 3-man slicer. There's the bot back. There's the finalizer. Seneca's down. Kakos and Omen, the only 2 standing for the side of Nord. And that was the opening that Nativz needed.
Yeah, I think he's going to recall and actually TP back there. That might be the game. I don't think Kachkos and Omon can defend this as they barrel it down mid lane. They're not even going to go for the Baron or the Mountain. They got the Baron rather, and they're going to use the Baron to barrel it down.
I think that might be it. I think that might just be the game. 22 seconds until Hiddo is up. The inhibitor falls. They've still got a wave to work with. There is no ultimates other than Twists about to come up, though. Kakos has to pull that trigger, has to jump in. Immediately gets called in by the Magnet Storm. Vladdy trying to chase forward. The wave is still there. Seneca's up. The Nexus exposed, and this is going to be it. Nativz take the series, take the NLC Summer Split, and Demvoxny does it for a 3rd time in a row.
I cannot believe it. Nativz are our champions. Last place in spring, 1st place in summer. And Voxen have 3 summer championships in a row. No one can beat him when the weather is hot and the chips are down because this man has taken 3 championships on 3 different teams. I'm so impressed by him. I'm so impressed by Nativz to bounce back after a tough game 1. And welcome back to the show, Vita.
Is he not in it? I'll talk while he's sorting himself out.
There we go. I think everything should be good now. Yes. Technology is it's finally here, right? But like I was about to say, Nativz 3-1. Who could have foreseen that? No.
All right, here
Not
we go
me.
again.
Not me. I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you, Witter. I think coming in to this series, Nativz didn't look like the better team. Obviously, we only had 1 game sample size to go off that, but that was a best of 5, so we had a lot of games. There was only 7 games played total by Nord through the playoffs. But Nativz looks Nord looks so decisive, and that's why I was so faithful in them. This series, they were decisive for 1 game, and then their brother started playing, and then it was just an entirely different team. Like there was no decisiveness, there's no urgency in that team, and they just played Native style, which is do nothing for like 15 minutes, and then Demvoxny carries late game.
Yeah, I just want to highlight a player, right? In that last fight, I pretty much decided the entire fight with his flank. That was Shikari, right? Multiple games in a row, he just absolutely that's impossible to say. Absolutely destroyed him in terms of the 1v1, and then finding these flanks in these team fights, he brought them back so many times. If there was ever a day to give a top laner MVP of the series, I want to shout out Kachkos. Sorry, Shikari rather.
I mean, you can start out Kachkos as well, but like, I agree. Like he's like I've just been writing down like things and like Shikari Kennen in game 3. Shikari Kennen in game 4, right? Like these like massive ults, just like it's so in control. The way he shuts down these fights was just so impressive, Duckling.
Yeah, I was very, very impressed by Nativz. I will say Nord, the big thing for me, right? That team fighting was so clean in game number 1. They were fighting the flanks and they were fighting them Buxton more importantly. But in game 2, 3, and 4, the thing is they stopped fighting them Buxton. And Buxton got the space and the time he needed to carry the team fights, and that just turned into a rough one. I will say for NORD, I was really on board the NORD train after the first game. Initially coming in, I was all aboard Nativz. I believe they could 3-0, and then, to be honest, they almost did. Almost taking game 1 as well. But, I mean, what a turnaround, and the development as the series went on was incredible to see how Nativz adapted to NORD's team fighting and just absolutely shut them down.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually think that's the major thing to kind of talk about is, I think there was a lot of NORD hype train stuff coming in. I admit I was the conductor. I was definitely dragging that train along. And we looked at Nativz, and I think the reason why there was also so much hype was because Nativz came second in the overall season. They were tied with Verdant, and it was purely just down to like a kind of a decider from the rest of the series and the rest of the weeks for why they took second over first, first over second, second over first. There we go. And NORD, they were one of the teams who we didn't know were going to make it. There was a few teams at the bottom end of the table who it was all up in the air. NORD ended up grabbing that 4th spot. They did find their form in the last couple of weeks running up into the playoffs. So there was a bit of confidence in them off the back of that one. But I think, for NORD to go from 4th and a very shaky way into 4th, because it wasn't the greatest season for most of the season, into 2nd, they got to be very, very happy with themselves. But we did see today why Nativz were the top team and were up at the top for the entire split, the whole way through.
Yeah, and someone that's going to be very happy about how this series went is going to be Dan Voxney, who we have on the line here. So let's get you in here, mate.
Oh,
Massive congratulations.
Hey,
what's up? We have been having some back and forwards all throughout this season, the two of us, right? But I mean, coming into this series, right? You lose the first game, then you take 3 on the bounce. I mean, what changed for you guys after game 1?
I think we just had really good prep. Like, we knew... Not gonna lie. Okay, I can spoil some shit. I can spoil some stuff here. Seneca has like 14 games of Rakan and 4 games of Nautilus, and then like 1 of like some other champs. The fact that he got it throughout the whole playoffs is criminal. But I think they were really good. Like, and they showed in game 1, like they can play other stuff. And I think our draft wasn't ideal, and they had like some good prep too. So it's just like we had good ideas of what we wanted to do and how we could adapt. And as soon as we saw game 1, like I don't think any of us were like really happy with the draft, but we were like, okay, it's a decent draft. Let's see what we can do with it, and then go next, right? But yeah, like huge shout out to NORD, because like they came to the final, they came to play, and they played well. I would say like they weren't, it wasn't completely free. And also just their run, like it's hard playing back to back BO5s. Like that's like you're showing a lot, right? And like we're just sitting here getting to exploit all the other information we get from all the BO series. So
because you have so much information going into it, right? But another thing I also found pretty interesting about, like, going back to game 1, because that's one you lost, right? Like, you were on this jinx, but you just couldn't find the resets, and I guess that getting a more, I don't know, stable AD carry pick to a certain extent was a bigger priority for you guys going into the games after.
I think it was more about what they had. So like LeBlanc Jax, we had no way to answer their side pressure, so we had to force like really awkward things, and it was just like I think we could have played that game out 20 times better, but it was like not necessarily something we've practiced a lot, and it was unnecessarily hard, like in terms of, okay, they have LeBlanc push on one side, Jax push on the other side, we can't match them, we need to force something, even though we kind of don't have that many tools to do so. Like we have a Jinx, sure, but like it's still or Real Maokai, but it's like still kind of hard. So that was more so the problem. If we actually could get it like a normal fight, it would be fine, but we just couldn't because our sidelines were not ideal. So that's why we just decided, okay, pick AD carry earlier. It doesn't really matter if it's a Jinx or a Philius or a Kai'Sa or whatever. Just pick it here. I'll be good in the game, and then make sure we have good side lanes, and then we're like smiling.
Smiling. So another thing, right? Because I think that I'm just gonna stick with the draft topic here, because like it was such a big point of contention in the series you had against Verdant last week, right? Where like it felt like you had 4 games where like the draft was just like not coherent. In game 5 you finally had a good draft according to the casters out there, right? So I assume that like you guys you're talking about had very good prep going into this, but was that just down to the sheer sample size on NORD versus what you had on Verdant, or what kind of came along there?
Yeah, for sure. I think it is kind of like, I think we would have a better score against Verdant if we played them today, just because we would have more information. Like playing one BO5, you're going in kind of blind, and it's like, what do we think is strong and what can they play, right? Like you don't actually know if they play it or not. You just have an idea. Okay, Verdant played this in the regular season, like, but the patch kind of changed. Rumble is kind of OP. Like we tried picking Cassandra twice into it. I don't think we will ever do that again. You know, like I think there are certain like learning stuff you can make. I also think that our drafts weren't even that bad. Like if you look at the first series against them, I think it's Cope saying that the first 4 games were bad. I think game 5 was obviously fine. I think game 1 was also completely fine. I think we just messed up a couple of things. Then obviously it's gonna look bad after that. And I think game 2 was also really fine. And that's the one we won as well, right? But I think, yeah, I don't know. I think it has less to do with that and more to do with how we played against it. But it was also the first 5, so I think, you know, I didn't
Mate,
really...
can I get you to put your microphone closer to your mouth because you're kind of falling
Oh,
out?
sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't think, like, just because they 3-0'd Verdant and we 3-2'd them, I didn't put that much into it because I knew, like, it was one about the prep, one about the team, and, like, how much, you know, info we had going into it. Yeah, so I would say, like, maybe there was put a little bit too much on the NORD hype train. I saw like some predictions before the game. I was like, okay, I respect that because I think NORD were good and I think they could, you know, do some damage. But I think with proper prep from our side, I think it would be hard to beat. I think playing the first BO5 is just so different. Like if you've ever tried to prep for like the first playoffs BO5, you just don't have info. You don't have you haven't really familiarized yourself with the opponents that much because you've only like literally Verdant is just we played them twice in the regular season. One the first game and we lost that one in the first game of the whole split, and the second game was the one we played 4v5. Like how are we supposed to have like any idea of how they play, like, you know, at some level?
Yeah, absolutely. And like the final question before I let you go, right? I feel like there's just no way going about it. Like hat trick of summer split wins here. I mean, what is it with you in this summer split, man? Like surely Springer should also be easy, no? But why is summer split easier? I don't know. Enlighten us.
It's the long off season that messes with me. I think like you know, I try, you know, to maybe cook something up and it ends up going wrong. Or for example, this spring I will forever die on the hill that we would have done a lot better if we still had Hidden. Like you see what Hidden is doing in NLC right now. So like there was a reason why I prioritized working with this guy over anyone else. And then obviously when he left, like, you know, like it just had crazy consequences and we actually kind of didn't know what hit us before we lost. So every time it's just when I grieve spring, I have so much motivation to do well in summer. Like I grind like a, you know, like a crazy person, and yeah, I guess that's the difference. Like you tried something in spring and then if it doesn't work, it's like, okay, well, I need to prove I'm still the best. I need to prove I can still compete. And then yeah, I don't know, hopefully it works this time, you know, back to EMEA Masters to try and show that NLC can do something.
Yeah, and before I let you go, do you have any final words that you would like to shout to people at home?
Shout out to my teammates. Fucking, oh shit, I swore.
Go ahead.
But they're really awesome. We're all getting purple hair now. I don't know. Oh, maybe Vladdy is not. You know, maybe he's. Yeah, he's. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to. But everyone else, I think we're getting purple hair. So I think we're gonna get some crazy tweets out of that. It's just really nice. Good. Like we had really good prep. We had really good focus. We had a bunch of like things we wanted to improve on and like kind of confront each other about like things that needed to be better. Like no one was happy about the Verdant series, and I don't think anyone was happy about like some of our like scrim results either. Like there was things that needed to like be fixed, and from everyone's part. And I think we just handled that like really well, and we, you know, move forward and try to show today that we were a better team. So shout out to my teammates, the coaches, to coaching staff, RNG Lol John, Scotty, and Apples. Shout out to you guys, and I think that's it.
Thank you so much for your time, and congratulations yet again on winning the NLC Summer 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah, so we got a lot of information here, right? So purple hair buff, is that going to be real, Hiprain? I mean, it's kind of like the background as well for you, so I don't know. Do you have any strong feelings about the color purple?
I like the color purple. if I'm gonna say it's a lucky color, I mean, look at my predictions. that might answer that one. Now, honestly, I'm curious what they're gonna be like at EMEA. If I'm gonna be completely honest, I have concerns about the region in general, EMEA. I expressed this prior to the show off air. I just think the ERL standard is really high at the moment. I'm curious what the what groups they're going to be placed in, because I feel like for Nativz, if they're placed in a slow group where there isn't like hyper aggressive teams, then I actually do think they have a solid chance. But I think if they're placed in like a hyper aggressive group, I mean, you saw what happened to them in game 1 when NORD played aggressive, like they just crumbled. So I feel like hopefully that's something they work at during their, like, it's not long until EMEA starts, right? Like it's
soon.
2 weeks. It's like 2 weeks looking at my calendar. So it's not long until it kicks off. So hopefully the purple hair buff also helps them kind of get the get a better early game down. I think that's the major thing. It needs to be a better early game, and then I'm very, very confident.
Yes, sir.
Just a small point. Yeah, I want to highlight just a small point. Something I really liked in that interview was the fact that they identified and properly scouted the Rakan. That's something that I highlighted immediately at the beginning of the broadcast, was that Verdant made an adaptation to ban away the Xayah in terms of the Xayah Rakan duo. To deny that, right? Whereas I think the big one that you had the target ban was Seneca, the rookie, who does seemingly have champion pool issues, and banning away that Rakan all 4 games was a really smart adaptation.
Yeah, so I mean, let's jump into the predictions there, because I think that's another thing that we have kind of been. This is one of the.
You're just gonna gloat about them, aren't you?
I mean, I'm not even gonna gloat about these, right? Because like, in reality, I feel it's just been like an ongoing thing all throughout the season. But again, as the Unboxing was referring to here, Docting, there was a lot of disparity across the board here about who was going to be winning this series, right? And that kind of speaks to what we had in terms of our expectations going into the series. Are you like super surprised by the outcome here?
I mean, obviously looking at my predictions, right? I predicted 3-0, and we weren't far from that. But when I watched the first game, I was surprised this series turned out to be a 3-1 for Nativz. Because obviously I came in, Nativz were going to stomp, and they were going to do it well. I didn't think NORD really stood too much of a chance, to be honest, even though I was impressed by their run. But then after the first game, I thought, okay, Nativz, that was horrible. I think NORD should get this, maybe 3-1. I was really on the same page as Hitbrain then, all of a sudden. But then as the games started to develop in game 2 and 3, Nativz came back. So, looking with how the series has developed, I guess I'm not surprised we had so many different point of views, because we got to see so many different kinds of play and see both teams play to that level.
Yeah,
and just another point I'll make on that is that I think it's also recency bias, dude. We saw such insane plays from NORD, like literally a few days ago, and I think we're all on that hype train because of just how recent it was compared to the 2 weeks ago that Nativz played, and it was shaky on top of it. So I don't think it's too criminal to say, I expect NORD to win. I think it was criminal to say 3-0 NORD, but like I did, but still, I think that's why.
You're muted.
Hitbrain.
God damn it. I was gonna say, can we call out Veteran? Like the guy was chatting some mad stuff about how he was gonna absolutely destroy everyone in predictions, and he came like 6th.
He even finished behind me.
I know
that's an embarrassment.
I know I made, but
I'm
me and
the entire thing. The host
but
won the entire thing. Hello?
You weren't even in spring, mate. I mean, what is going on?
Me and Veteran color casters just last. Like, what is happening? I don't understand. This
Bro,
league is impossible to predict.
Using ChatGPT to make your predictions or something. What are you doing?
I have no idea why it went so badly this
Oh
way.
my!
I genuinely don't.
All right, next split. I'm
God.
using AI. I'm just gonna ask AI, and that's gonna be my predictions.
We should actually
I've
do
proven
that. Like,
myself.
get AI to do a next split.
Yeah,
that would be really fun. I will
Genuinely?
say though, the thing that I can conclude from this is that we only have one good color cast in the league, and that's Rudu. Because I mean, Aragon 7th,
facts.
Veteran 6th. I mean, I'm ahead of you guys. That's embarrassing. So is Middlecut.
Actual facts.
Middlecut didn't even get a point for the finals. He got the whole final wrong, and he's still ahead by a mile of you guys. What?
Right, 2 of our color casters lost to Twitter. It's not even Twitter anymore. It's
Yeah,
changed
that's
the
shameful.
name.
Look, I'll give
You
you
lost
that.
to
That's
X.
shameful.
Social media platform on earth, and you lost to Elon Musk and his $44 billion company that's going into the dirt. I mean,
Well, well, speaking of that comment, should we get the play of the day graphic up on the screen here as well? Because that's where the people at home will have a say here. And Aragon, I want your elevator pitch on Shikari as MVP.
Okay, every single game, whether or not he got counterpicked or whether he got counterpicked, he always carried. He won lane in game 3, I believe, in the Kennen versus Aatrox VOD. I think he was up 1k gold at 10 minutes or something along these lines, and he always found the game-winning fights that turned around team fights that they were apparently lost. Do you remember the behind the Baron pit at Red Buff where, it was the dream fight for NORD with that Aatrox combo, and then Shikari swoops in and saves the day? That's my elevator pitch. I think he deserves MVP for a multi-game successful performance.
I don't completely disagree with you. I think Shikari is great, but I think he's runner-up. I think the real MVP is Twists. I actually believe Twist deserves it.
But that was one game, right?
No. It was 2 really solid games coming in from him on the rail. I think he had a lot of impact in all of those games. Shikari played Kennen. Like, you just hit R and it looked hype. Like, that's what he did. He played Rumble. He just got broken champs and Kakos counterpicking himself for an entire series. Like, it's really easy to look good when your opponent is literally countering themselves with your champs. Like, Twist to me actually deserves MVP. He was so on point, and supports don't get enough love, and for a support to get MVP in finals, that's my vote.
I wouldn't be against it.
Yeah, I think Denvoxy was great, but Denvoxy is kind of also just very enabled by Shikari and Twists.
He's Danish,
I think he's just enabled.
But I mean, did you see him in the interview? The guy was wearing a Danish flag. Of course, you go and vote for that guy. I mean, he did. Did he die in the last 2 games? I don't think so. To be honest with you, he was always at the right place at the right time. And the only reason he died in the first game was because Omen and Kashkosh, when Fager and the Shy on him, and found flanks every single fight, so he couldn't play the game.
All right, so everyone on this side is this side.
I'm Team
You're
Twist
over there.
now.
Everyone over this side is too biased, so they're not allowed to. They're not allowed to have
I'm on Shikari here. I don't even play top lane. Okay,
I'm always. You're all right. You get past. Duckling's being biased. I think while Denvoxy played really great, and yes, he did survive. I think he did go deathless in those last 2 games. He may have died once in that final game. I can't remember, but he was just so enabled by Shikari, by Vladdy, by Twists, buying him space. But there was one moment where, he survived when he definitely shouldn't have. That was hype, but it's Twists. I'm on Twists. That guy killed it. He did so good today.
He was really insane on the rail. As a rail player myself, I was proud. He was really, really insane.
Yeah, so with that, I feel like we can kind of just start closing out here. I wanted to hear your overall thoughts on the season. I'm gonna go with Duckling, then Aragon, then Hiprain, and that way that should be straightforward. I know I said 3 names, guys, but it should be easy, right? We go bottom left, bottom right, top right. Starting with Duckling now.
It's been an exciting season. I think we're still in our rebuilding phase of the NLC. I think that is fair to say at the very least. Good to see Nativz come back. I think we had some great games. I liked how regular season was a little bit closer this time around. Playoffs, though, kind of offered the same story like last year. In the end, though, I am somewhat hopeful of EMEA Masters. I think we could be able to get 2 teams into groups. I mean, if NORD show up like they did in the start of playoffs, we could get 2 teams in groups, and I'd be satisfied with that. So I'm somewhat hopeful. I'm excited for Aurora Cup, and I think in the end, as NLC keeps moving, we'll slowly rebuild, and we are getting closer and closer to the glory land of a good ERL again.
I think the teams need to be more predictable. And that way I'll do better in predictions. Because me and Veteran, we did not have a good time this split. I think that going forward, that needs to change. And that's my only criticism.
I think I've obviously, as the longest serving guy here, I've been here since ESL Premiership for the UK, right through to the creation of the NLC. So I've been around for like 7 years. It's obviously been a very different year for a lot of us. This is the first year where I haven't done a single show in studio for NLC at all. I've every year for the last 7 years, I've been at least one studio show. So it's been a bit bizarre not having a studio. Hopefully we do open some space up and that does happen at some point. But I do want to say, first of all, great job for all of the newbies who've joined us here on this show, because a whole bunch of people who've not actually been on NLC before or have only ever guested and are now actually getting to be on it. It's been great to see. I'm obviously especially proud of my son Aragon down there. I flame him because I love him. He's done so great. It's his first year properly casting and he's been amazing to work with. So good job, kid. Keep it up.
This turn's surprisingly wholesome. I didn't expect it to take a turn. Hiprain's only ever mean to me. Thank you.
I have to end on a positive note.
I mean, to be fair, you agree with the predictions like from week 1 onwards, right? So that's kind of a way to look at it. But
I'm used to it now.
Yeah,
I mean,
used to
Aragon, that's just the way it is. I had the same thing with Gulbo. I mean, they flame you all the time, and then one time they say something wholesome, you remember it for the rest of your life. So, those 20 seconds you just had, you better cherish them forever.
Yeah, that's all you're getting.
But there's obviously going to be so much more League of Legends coming on this channel, but most importantly, remember that EMEA Masters coming up in a couple of weeks. Remember to cheer for our two teams. And with that, yet again, congratulations to Nativz on a fantastic NLC title win, and thank you guys so much for watching. See you all next time.